Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 5:57 on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. You can see on the left side of your screen there just some of the live political events we do expect to have. Later on today, we have dueling events set for 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Former President Trump will be speaking over at a Los Angeles golf course, but at the same time, President Biden will deliver remarks at a brunch that celebrates Black excellence. Later on tonight, we are going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. Her remarks over in Pennsylvania set to begin at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, you can watch all of that right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, if you were hoping to see Harris and Trump take part in another debate, that appears like it's not going to happen. Connor Hansen with Fox News breaks down more on that for us.
Following a high-stakes debate that many believe Kamala Harris won, the vice president says she wants to debate again. Harris criticized former President Trump's performance at an event in North Carolina.
It was the same old show. That same tired playbook that we've heard for years, with no plans for how he would address the needs of the American people.
But Trump is also claiming victory in Tuesday night's debate. The former president posted on Truth Social, quote, "There will be no third debate," before speaking in Arizona.
The first words out of that fighter's mouth is, "I want a rematch. I want a rematch." And that's what she said, "I want a rematch." Polls clearly show that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala.
It's too early to know how much impact the debate will have on the election. New Fox News power rankings show both Arizona and North Carolina as toss-ups. Overall, polls show Harris leading in electoral votes with 241 to Trump's 219 out of 270 needed to win. But there are still 78 considered up for grabs. Voters are now processing what they saw in what will likely be the only face-to-face matchup.
Kamala was really baiting Trump, and she spent the majority of the time doing that, not covering some of the issues.
I'm just sorry Trump could have done a better job. I love Trump. I'm going to vote for him.
The only other scheduled debate is between vice presidential nominees J.D. Vance and Tim Walz on October 1st. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that report right there. And do want to get into some other news that we are following here at 6 o'clock on the East Coast and 3 o'clock on the West Coast. You are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border as the Hamas terror group's Rafah brigade has been destroyed, with more than 2,300 of its fighters killed by Israeli troops. The Israel Defense Forces saying troops also destroyed more than 8 miles of tunnels. A lot to discuss out of the Middle East. So I do want to bring in Jonathan Tobin, a friend of the show. He is an editor-in-chief there at the Jewish News Syndicate. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here.
Great to be with you.
All right, so first off, the big question as we hear that the Rafah brigade has been taken down, destroyed there, according to the IDF, how significant is that brigade when you're talking about Hamas as a whole?
Well, when you consider that the whole discussion about the war just a few months ago was the effort by the Biden administration and Vice President Harris to prevent Israel from going into Rafah, which was the last enclave in Gaza, which the Israel Defense Forces hadn't yet taken, and where the last fully operational brigade of Hamas's armed forces, its army, was located. And what has happened in the last few months, despite the predictions of doom and gloom and mass casualties and horror, the IDF went in there methodically, having learned a lot of the lessons from the early months of the war, and therefore was able to convincingly and really decisively defeat Hamas's forces there, killing and capturing so many of them, knocking out a lot of their enclaves in the tunnels, and basically making it no longer operational, which isn't to say that there aren't some scattered groups hiding in tunnels and seeking to escape elsewhere. But as an armed force, it's finished. And this was accomplished without the mass casualties, without the catastrophe and humanitarian catastrophe that was predicted. This is a triumph for the IDF, and it illustrates that Hamas can be defeated. It's not just an idea that can survive despite everything. It's terrorists can be killed, they can be captured, they can be rooted out of their holes, at a cost, but necessary if Israel is going to prevent more October 7th style massacres by this genocidal terrorist group.
And from one brigade to another here, the former commander of Hamas's Khan Yunis brigade apparently wrote to Yahya Sinwar and his brother, and he was pretty much begging for help, saying that only 25% of the brigade's fighters did remain. Now, Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant saying that Israel gathered that information from a document that troops recovered prior to the death of that commander in an Israeli airstrike back in July. So my question for you here overall is, how big of a dent does this make? Because we're talking, of course, about the Rafah brigade, but then we're also talking that the Khan Yunis brigade has been kind of dwindled down as well.
Yeah, I think Hamas's armed forces haven't just been decimated. They have been largely destroyed. Now, they are still operational in the sense as scattered guerrillas. They can pop up, they can, create havoc, intimidate the local Palestinian population, steal the food that is sent in there to aid the population. They haven't completely disappeared, but the notion that there was no way that Israel could accomplish any of this was a myth. And it shows that the IDF was not the sort of paper lion that was depicted in much of the the U.S. press in recent months, saying that the war had been a complete failure, that Hamas was largely untouched. That's just not true.
We heard from Israel's chief negotiator for hostages and missing persons, Gal Hirsch, who had mentioned proposing offering Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar safe passage out of Gaza in exchange for the 101 hostages that do remain there, taken, of course, on October 7th, nearly 1 year ago. Do you think that is a real possibility? Is that something that Israel would agree to?
I think if Hamas was prepared to release all of the remaining hostages, not just a few, not just sprinkled out over time, if they were willing to release all of them, or all the bodies, because we don't really think that 101 people are still alive in their hands, then I think Israel would be prepared to grant Sinwar, his escape. I think they'd be willing to grant a lot in order to get that. But that's not on offer. Hamas has never agreed to anything like that. Sinwar hasn't agreed to anything like that. And the reason for that is clear. Hamas's strategy to win this war, in which they've really been, battered by Israel's armed forces, they no longer control any large area inside Gaza, has been to simply hold out for Sinwar to stay alive, stay out of Israeli hands, to hold on to some of the hostages, to have some people under arms, until the day when they hope the United States will force, as Vice President Harris said in the debate with Trump this week, to accept a ceasefire immediately. If they're still under arms in any numbers, if Sinwar is in Gaza and alive and free, unless at the time of a ceasefire, then Sinwar wins in his eyes. Hamas wins. That Israel will not have, even after nearly a year of warfare, to have completely eradicated them or prevented them from reconstituting themselves in time and taking the Gaza Strip back over. That is their strategy, to survive in any numbers, under any circumstances, until the West and the United States basically delivers Israel to them on a silver platter. That's always been their hope, and all of the demonstrations, all of the, the slurs and smears about Israel, all of the press coverage claiming that Israel can't win, Hamas, can't be defeated. That's what they're all aiming at. That's what feeds that belief. So I, for one, believe that is why they have rejected all ceasefire offers, all of which have been quite generous, all of which, if they were really just looking for an escape and an end to the war and an end to the suffering of their own people, which they have maximized, they would have taken any number of those offers. So this latest idea of just, letting Sinwar out is not something that I believe they're likely to do, because that's not their objective. Sinwar's objective is not, to go to a comfortable exile in Qatar with the rest of the Hamas cutthroats. His idea is to remain in place on the day that the end of the war is forced on Israel. That will be a victory for Hamas. That will doom the Palestinians, quite frankly, to more generations of war, and doom any moderates, to the extent that there actually are any among the Palestinians, to defeat, because Hamas will then claim, we won, we are the true voice of the Palestinian people. That's why calls for an immediate ceasefire are so counterproductive for any hope of eventual peace.
On that same note, what's interesting is we did hear from the leader of Hamas, not Yahya Sinwar, but one of the other lesser leaders there, that Hamas is, quote, ready to implement the ceasefire deal that was brought forward several months ago by President Biden. We know that Netanyahu has said that he pretty much agrees to that as well. So if Hamas was really agreeing to that, wouldn't we have a deal reached by now?
Yeah, we would have had a deal reached months ago. But of course, that's not what they want. As I just said, they keep stringing this out because they know, and it's true within Israel, the domestic opposition to Netanyahu, coupled with the concern for the remaining hostages, are willing to blame Netanyahu for the lack of peace, even though he agrees to these deals, and Hamas says no, because they can get at Netanyahu. He's vulnerable to them. There's nothing they can do to pressure Hamas, or they don't think. Now, the United States has ways of pressuring Hamas, because the United States can pressure Hamas's friends and enablers abroad, like Qatar, which is, sort of a treacherous U.S. partner at times. But he hasn't done that. All the pressure has been on Israel and Netanyahu to make concessions to end the war, when the only way to end the war is forcing Hamas to admit defeat. And that they're not willing to do yet, as long as even a few of them are left alive. And that's the problem. And that's why the hostages haven't been released. That's why the war continues, because Hamas believes it can fight until victory. And they interpret victory as the day that the United States forces a ceasefire on Israel.
It's been about a week since a Turkish-American protester there in the West Bank, who was protesting the Israeli settlements, was killed. And the IDF did investigate. They said that it was an accidental situation. Just a few days ago, President Biden came out with an official statement, and it pretty much said that he was outraged. He did use the term outrage there. Do you think that the death of that Turkish-American protester could potentially cause any issues between the U.S. and Israel as the war does reach the 1-year mark?
Well, I think it's just one more sort of club with which to beat Israel. Obviously, that was a tragic death. It was an accident. It wasn't intended. But when people place themselves in harm's way in the middle of armed conflict, the terrorism on the West Bank has been increasing, because that's Hamas's strategy. They've tried, although they failed, to create a second front against Israel, in Judea and Samaria. Attacks on Jews in that area have increased. Violence, a lot of people, have been killed, largely due to the fact that Hamas and its supporters are trying to step up the pressure on Israel to surrender. That doesn't mean that death was justified, as the Israelis said. It was an accident. But let's understand what happened here. It wasn't as if they targeted this person and sought them out. That person sought out conflict, and tragically, got, as happens sometimes to journalists, members of our profession, we go in harm's way, and sometimes, whether intended or not, when you go where the bullets are flying, sometimes the bullets hit you, because that's where the news is. If you're a protester, if you're someone who's an enemy of Israel and trying to create, a confrontation, the same consequences can happen. That doesn't mean, it is not to be regretted, and that wasn't, a mistake, but that's what happens when you stick yourself in the middle of an armed conflict.
And before I let you go here, I do want to talk about the fact that we are approaching the 1-year mark of the attack on October 7th by Hamas on Israel that led to the Gaza war here. When all of this did happen on October 7th, did you think that a year later, this is where we'd be?
Well, I can't say that I did. I don't know that anybody could have predicted the course of the war. I did not think it would be over in a few days or a few weeks. I knew that it would be a long, laborious process to root Hamas out, because that was the objective. Hamas had spent 16 years digging itself into Gaza, created a tunnel system larger than the New York subway system, in which it hid itself, hostages, arms, leaving civilians to face the brunt of the war. But I did not think it would take this long, and largely because I did not anticipate, probably like a lot of people, we can't predict the future, that the efforts of the United States government, to sort of hamstring Israel's forces, to prevent it from going all out immediately and acting swiftly, would place such obstacles in the IDF's way. I also perhaps underestimated the difficulties that the IDF itself had, and this is a sort of a subject for postmortems within Israel and within the Israeli army itself. I don't think they were prepared for this kind of war, even though this was an obvious possible scenario that they had to face. I don't think they were at all prepared. I think it took them months to figure out how best to fight it. And as we began talking about its success in Rafah, this is the opposite of sort of what happened in the opening weeks of its offensive to get Gaza. They had to learn, as armies often do. Think of American history, about the American army in World War II and other conflicts. It often takes more than a couple of battles for an army to figure out how to fight successfully. I think the IDF was unprepared, just as it was unprepared for the surprise attack on October 7th, which was a disgrace. I think it was unprepared for this kind of war. It's now gotten better at it, and I think we've seen that success. But this is the situation that this is for future historians to unravel. But I think that's partly the reason why it's taken so long. U.S. pressure, foreign pressure on Israel and on Netanyahu, as well as the IDF's own learning curve.
All right. Jonathan Tobin, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down the latest. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I think that the bottom line here is that efforts to pressure Israel to stop the war immediately, to focus on, with false charges of genocide, have just prolonged the war, prolonged the suffering for all peoples in the Middle East. The only way to end that suffering is to get rid of Hamas, as I said, a genocidal terrorist movement that is dedicated to continuing Palestinian suffering in order to achieve its goal of destroying Israel and the genocide of Israelis. The more Israel is allowed to fight this war and fight it to a finish, the sooner the suffering will end.
All right, Jonathan, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have this morning on this Friday the 13th, 6:15 on the East Coast and 3:15 on the West Coast. That is a live look over at the White House. As I mentioned a bit earlier, we do have several live events that are going to take place later on today, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, dueling events, as we hear from former President Trump at an LA golf course, and then President Biden delivering remarks at a brunch that is celebrating Black excellence. We will bring you both of those events here on Live Now from Fox as they do get underway. And at 6:30 p.m. tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will address supporters in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania there. We're going to make sure to bring you that. I believe it's actually Wilkes-Barre. We do have a live image that is just popping up on our screen. This is a fire situation that is ongoing over in Philadelphia. Let's pop it up for you right now. We do have this breaking news coming in. We are, as you can tell, working to get some more information with the help of our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. But those are flames there in the distance. And as they did zoom out, that is a street sign showing Factory Street. Again, this is over in Philadelphia as, that is a massive fire there. You can see they did pan over to the building. So we are working, as I mentioned, to get just a little bit more information. Here is what our Fox 29 Philadelphia team is telling us. They say Firefighters are battling a massive blaze that engulfed a multi-story building in the Frankfurt neighborhood. This was really just started about an hour ago as the multi-alarm fire erupted at about 5:30 a.m. Eastern time. This is over on Adams Avenue, and you can see that heavy presence of fire crews, and they are also working to keep people away from the area. But as you'd imagine, there are several onlookers that are there. It's unknown if there are any injuries to civilians or firefighters, but it does look in the distance there like there is an ambulance that has responded. Again, as we do learn more about all of this, we'll make sure to bring you the details right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we do have two different views that are now coming in of this breaking news story out of Philadelphia. You can see off to the top left-hand side of your screen, that is a ground shot that does show all of the smoke that is rising in that area. But take a look at this new image just coming in over on the right-hand side of your screen. That is an aerial view from Skyfox that shows just how massive this fire really is. Now, here's what we know so far. It does look like that shot has gone out, but it should come back in just a few minutes or so. Firefighters battling this massive blaze that did engulf a multi-story building in Philadelphia's Frankfurt neighborhood this morning. The multi-alarm fire erupting around 5:30 a.m. local time, so less than an hour ago. It does look as though we did lose that shot, so let's pop up this one for you right here. This is over in the 1200 block of Adams Avenue. Now, we are told at this point it's not clear if there are any injuries to civilians, firefighters, anything of that nature. But again, you can just see how big that blaze is. The aerial shot from Skyfox was showing it a little clearer. I do actually want to head over to our Fox Philadelphia station. It looks like they are in live coverage of this fire.
CO2 tanks, but directly adjacent to this factory is an auto repair shop, and that parking lot and maybe the area around this factory all littered with cars. Good. There you go, Tommy. He zoomed on into one of those vehicles. So the vehicles are burning, and if any of those cars had gasoline or oil left in them, that's what the firefighters are dealing with right now, and they're attacking it from the air. Look at these guys trying to get up onto the, what is the beer distributor here on the corner, getting up there on the roof, because see all those embers? They're trying to wet down all of the rooftops to prevent the adjoining businesses and homes from catching fire. Look at that thick black smoke. And these old factories that have the stone facade around them, and they're all just those wooden beams across each one of the floors, and it looks like the roof is definitely collapsed there. See the homes right there as Sky Fox looks to the left? And directly across the street here, which would be the bottom right of your screen, are just a little patch of row homes that, again, they're trying to pour water not only on the fire, but also on the roof, as you can see directly across the street right there. They're getting water from the ground and from the air with the snorkels to prevent these rooftops from catching fire. Again, we haven't had rain in a while. Kathy's going to tell us about that, right, Kath?
Absolutely. I mean, we're well below average in the rainfall for the month, Bob. It hasn't rained the entire month, so everything is extremely dry. There's not much winds. Winds are calm right now in Philadelphia, but because of the difference in pressure between the air around the fire and the energy within the fire,
Stay there, Tom.
It can create its own weather. You can see how the smoke's still blowing even though there's no wind.
Right, and now the only good thing here is that the smoke is blowing to what would be the left, all right? The row homes are on the right side, so that thick black smoke kind of billowing up and over, and what's going to go over the Frankfurt Creek. And I mentioned the creek because there's no way for the firefighters to get to the back end of this warehouse, so they attack it right here. You see the snorkels, in the air, shooting as much water as they can from the ground and getting up top via the snorkels, because there's you can see it right there. So those row homes are on the right side. Thank goodness whatever wind we do have is actually blowing to the left, away from that stretch of row homes.
Absolutely, and sunrise not that far away. I mean, we're starting to see the skies getting brighter as well, so that will be helpful as well, so they'll be able to have a better view once the sun comes up, but still devastating. Absolutely. As far as our local weather is concerned this morning, we're talking about dry conditions. That's the good news as far as most weather. We could use the rain, however.
All right, that is our Fox 29 Philadelphia team as they do cover this around the clock. Now, at this point, we are waiting for that aerial shot from Sky Fox to come back. As you saw, it's kind of going in and out right now, so they are working to fix that. But we do have very limited information at this point. Here is what we know from our Fox 29 Philadelphia station. They say that, as you can see, firefighters battling that massive fire that engulfed what is a multi-story building. This is over in Philadelphia's Frankfurt neighborhood, and we know that this fire did erupt around 5:30 a.m. local time on the 1200 block of Adams Avenue. If you are familiar with the area, it looks like there are some shops that are off to the side. This is breaking out here less than an hour ago, so this is breaking news that is coming in, all of this developing here. You can see an ambulance that looks like it is off there in the distance, just one of them visible on the screen. So we are working to figure out at this point if anyone, whether it's civilians or firefighters, were injured in this situation or exactly what happened. Obviously, this is early on, so the cause of the fire still under investigation. As we do get more details and that aerial shot in from our Fox 29 Philadelphia station, we will bring that to you. Also awaiting what will likely be a news conference with the fire department to fill us in on what they know so far. All of that, again, going to be right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 6:26 on the East Coast and 3:26 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 628 over on the East Coast and 328 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. As you can see, we are waiting for some more information about that fire that we've been showing you over in Philadelphia. This is a massive fire that did break out about an hour ago over in the Frankfurt neighborhood. Now, at this point, we do not know anything on the extent of any injuries to civilians or firefighters. Still a lot left to figure out, but we do have Hank Flynn there with Fox 29 Philadelphia, who should be doing a live report in a matter of minutes. Once that does get underway, we will make sure to bring it to you, as well as that Skyfox image that shows overhead just how massive those flames are. A huge response there. So again, we'll have more on that in just a bit. Do want to take you over to some breaking news, though, that is being covered by our Fox 26 Houston team. They are actually covering several different breaking stories involving shootings. So I want to take you there to their coverage.
This breaking news coming in from North Houston this morning, where Houston police officers have shot and killed a man just after 3 o'clock this morning. This is in the Greens Point area over on Greens Road between I-45 and the Hardy Toll Road. Now, at last check, officers say this started as a family disturbance call. Then it ended with that fatal shooting. Now, police say the man was armed. Unclear yet if he fired back at the officers, but we are in the area digging around to get you more details there.
In Northeast Houston, a man is on the run accused of shooting the mother of his children while she was throwing a birthday party for one of them.
So Denise Middleton is live at Houston Police Headquarters here. I mean, devastating when you hear the ages of the children.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, police know who the suspect is, and they're confident they'll find him. But at this point, they aren't really sure what the motive is behind the shooting. We do know that it started with an argument when the father showed up to a home on Loxley and Tidwell around 8:30 last night. Police say they've actually had calls in the past with disturbances over child custody. But last night, witnesses say the woman was with her boyfriend and two kids who police believe are just 2 and 6 years old. As they were celebrating, the father immediately got into an argument at the doorway and started shooting.
We don't know if it was just random or actually at individuals. We have a handful of casings inside or around the crime scene. The female was struck upper extremities, and she went down and is deceased here.
Now, they say the man left in a white Tahoe or Suburban. Right now, we don't have a name or description of the suspect, but we'll be sure to keep you updated and let you know once they find him. Reporting live from downtown, Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
As a reminder, if you or anyone you know is in a domestic violence situation, the hotline number is available 24/7, and that number is 1-800-799-7233.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 26 Houston team as they are covering that developing story. We'll bring you updates as we get them. What you're looking at right now is that live image once again of that major fire that is taking place over in Philadelphia. We can see Hank Flynn, his cameraman, moving around right now trying to get everything into place. We did have that shot that showed via Skyfox just how big the flames were there. Again, that is Hank over on the left-hand side of your screen. He is about to do a live report, so we'll make sure to bring that to you as it gets underway. But for now, want to head to a quick break. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage in a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team back with the latest on this major fire. Let's pop up the audio.
Been beaten down, but still that one factory is still flaming, and a ton of smoke. A lot of people, a lot of you are weighing in on Twitter that you smell smoke, especially in Center City and Old City, Philadelphia. Apparently, the wind is blowing it toward us here at 4th and Market. It even smells like smoke in the studio, and I'm not kidding.
And apparently it even looks hazy for a lot of folks. You guys are tweeting us. A positive sign, while we are still seeing some flames, it was a dark black smoke earlier, and now it looks like, at least at the main part of the building, that it's lightening up. But you can see here,
it is choking smoke. Bob?
Are they coming?
Yeah.
Are you listening?
You got it. Yeah, so, stay there, Hank. Just stay right there. We're coming to you in a second, Hank. We are looking live this morning. Again, this 4-alarm fire now, obviously out of control along Adams Avenue. We can go back. This is Tom Becker, photographer. Unfortunately, see the black smoke pouring out of that smaller building? It is now definitely spread to that adjoining building. That was not the original building that caught fire when we first showed up here. And that heavy, thick black smoke is a sign that, again, these old buildings are just layered with, those old wood beams. Tom, if you could show us that original building right there. It's the 4 or 5-story building that you can still see some flames from top. It's 1236 Adams Avenue, an old abandoned factory adjacent to a car repair shop. And now I'm being told that there's a junkyard behind this building, and fire crews are using a chainsaw or some sort of saw to kind of cut through the fence. There's the cars that have also caught fire. And again, within these vehicles, if there's any leftover oil, gasoline, or what have you, that's where we're hearing these explosions. And we've been hearing it all morning long. On the upper right is Sky Fox. And what's tough is that they can't get in there except just Adams Avenue. Behind this factory, look at the flames that are now in the back of this building, which is adjacent to the Frankfurt Creek. Now, Kathy, come on in here, because we were talking. We can smell the smoke in the studio, and it's kind of heading right for us here in Old City. The smoke, that is.
Yes, and you know what? There's not much wind, but these fires create firestorms, and they create their own weather. So yes, that smoke is traveling toward the south and west because the wind's coming from the north and east. And if we can take a look at Ultimate Doppler, I can show you that we're even picking it up on our radar. Like, that's a big fire when that actually happens. So take a look at these northeasterly winds, and as we zoom in to Philadelphia, you can see that little blip. That's not rain. That's the smoke from the fire moving toward the south and the west, toward Philadelphia, and we're picking it up. And once again, there's not a lot of wind, but that smoke is being trapped in the lower levels of the atmosphere, and it's being allowed to travel into Philadelphia. So the smoke that you're smelling is obviously from this fire. As we go through the day, we'll see those clouds give way to some sunshine, and we're going to be seeing a lovely day. Temperatures in the 60s this morning at the bus stop, and then by the afternoon, we'll be in the 80s.
Okay, Hank has now made it to the scene, so let's see what it looks like on the ground there. Hank, what are you seeing?
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's a complete disaster. Have a look at it. It's a colossal building at 1236 Adams Avenue, guys. And what we're seeing when we look it up on Google is that is the home of the Stone Mill Rug Company. There's also a car dealer, maybe a used car shop right behind it. I think that's C&D Cars. But what we're seeing, guys, as Tom tracks it over here to the left, is you are seeing this row of homes right beside it completely engulfed. There's water being put on top of that. Obviously, morning, sir. How are you? Nice to see you. Say again. 10 minutes you can talk to us?
Yeah, we'll do an update in 10 minutes.
All right, sir. Be safe. Thank you. He says he can update us in 10 minutes, guys. But we're just going to talk to what we're seeing now. It's gone to 3 alarms. I'm no fire expert, but it could go to a 4th because the fire is spreading. As we move further over here to the left, Tom might be showing you already. You got firemen going up on top of the one beer stop, which is right here. And you can't see around to the left, guys, but there were firemen over there cutting through a corrugated fence in order to to get hoses through that fence and around the back of the one beer stop so they can put yet more water on the back of these properties. Guys, this is absolutely spreading right now, but Philadelphia Fire Department is out here, you know, tons of elbow grease and exercising all options on it. They're just trying to keep this thing contained in the old neighborhood, guys. Right up here in Frankfurt, 1236 Adams Avenue, but it's fully it's a colossal building, really high fire. You guys were talking about smelling the smoke in Old City. I smelled it with the windows down coming over the Ben Franklin from Camden a while ago, thinking to myself, is that this same fire? It absolutely is, and it's going to get worse before it gets better, guys, because there's a ton of smoke going up into the sky. When you put water on those flames, you get a lot of smoke. Philly Fire Department doing all they can right now up on Adams Avenue, but there do seem to be 3 or 4 other homes involved, and it's hard to tell what's going on the other side of the one beer stop over there, where there are a ton of firefighters putting a ton of water on top of all of it. Just a huge mess up here in Frankfurt, guys.
I guess, I mean, you probably see a lot of neighbors huddled with each other. I guess they want to get out of their row homes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that they've been out of those row homes for a while, but I mean, you know, and Tom's showing you folks over here as well, but you got smoke billowing out of the top floors, and you just heard it. I don't know if you could hear it from me, but black smoke coming up, and things are exploding back behind the beer stop. I would suspect that they are probably cars getting overheated and having gas tanks go off.
Yeah, we see the cars on fire, actually, from Skyfox and other locations.
From Skyfox,
yeah. And there is also, in addition to the homes, in addition to the automotive shop, there's also a recording studio, because someone tweeted that they record there, so that was still in business. And hopefully we'll get to talk to some of those neighbors, because I can only imagine what they're feeling as they watch this happen and as they worry for their homes and to see it spread like this. But we do.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, okay.
No question about it. I'm really compelled by the work the firefighters are doing out here, because they're trying to put water up to the top levels of that big warehouse building there. And as you can see, there's still a ton of flames coming out the top of it. So this fire is still fully engulfed, and I don't need a fire chief or a white hat to come over here and tell me that it's not fully under control yet, because it's clearly not.
Okay, so they're going to have a briefing here probably now in about 6 or 7 minutes. We'll take that. So, Rose, you want to take a break and then come back for that? Okay, come on back.
All right, so that was our Fox 29 Philadelphia station. As you heard, it does appear there will be a news conference of some kind in just about 10 minutes or so. We'll bring that to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. But you heard Hank saying that the fire is spreading. It appears that folks are being evacuated out of that area. Again, this is now a 4-alarm fire at this point. You have several crews that are out there working to do what they can. Again, that is Hank Flynn and his photographer that are out there gathering more details. It does look like Skyfox, though, did have to get out of that area. That is why we had that overhead shot for a very short time, showing the massive flames there. Now that smoke is spreading. Folks over in the Fox 29 Philadelphia newsroom saying that they can actually smell the smoke inside of the studio as it does head in their direction. They made sure to clarify, though, it is the smoke heading toward them, not the fire. Again, fire crews expected to give us an update here in just a matter of minutes, so we will make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do on Live Now from Fox. But if you are just joining us here, I do want to go over the basics of what we know so far. It is very limited, but firefighters battling this fire that engulfed a multi-story building that does appear to be a factory there, right next to a used car dealership, Hank said. This is over in Philadelphia's Frankfurt neighborhood, and the fire did erupt around 5:30 a.m. local time, so a little bit more than an hour ago. You can see the flames there shooting out of the side of that building. Now, if you are familiar with Philadelphia, this is over in the 1200 block of Adams Avenue. Again, we saw that footage a bit earlier from Skyfox that showed flames ripping through the building as the ladder trucks were dousing the fire from several different positions there. There were large plumes of thick black smoke that were billowing into the sky and could be seen from miles and miles away. It is not known at this time if there are any injuries to civilians or firefighters. We did see an ambulance in one of the images that we had a short time ago when they were zoomed out. But again, it looks like a lot of smoke, and then you see the flames erupt out of the building as crews are working this 4-alarm fire. A lot still left to figure out here, so we'll make sure to bring you updates as we get them. Again, that news conference should begin in just a matter of minutes, and you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:44 on the East Coast and 3:44 on the West Coast. We do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but more news to get to in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head back out to our Fox Philadelphia station here as they are covering this major fire that is now a 4-alarm fire.
One side and a nice tight fit group of row homes on the opposite side. So that's the original building where the fire started. I think Hank said he saw that it was an old rug factory, and then it spread to the building next to it, which again looks like it's an abandoned factory. But the junkyard that's behind it, firefighters were using a chainsaw to cut through the metal fence in order to get hoses in there. God, that's it. Tom, you can zoom right on in there. And what they're standing back because we've been hearing explosions all morning long. These abandoned factories, you have no idea what's inside of them, and we've seen that happen before. It could be gasoline, could be oil. The cars that are in that junkyard lot or the adjacent repair shop could be filled with gasoline. Maybe there's some sort of propane in there as well. But with this smoke that's billowing up from this Frankfurt neighborhood, kind of heading in toward the neighborhoods, everyone has the smell of smoke. Even here at our studios, Fox 29 in Old City, Philadelphia. Again, the wind is kind of blowing that way. Kathy will tell us about that in a second. But again, still not under control, I don't think, as of yet. The firefighters trying to keep water on the roofs of the adjoining buildings, which a lot of them are homes, so those embers don't spread and create even more fires here. Again, that car just burning right there, that could have been somebody's, that looks like a newer vehicle. I don't think that's part of the junkyard. But again, this is along Adams Avenue between Church and Wingahocken. We're live. We're going to stay live all morning long. Kathy's got the forecast right now coming up in 15 seconds.
All All right, so again, we are taking another live look from just one of the cameras that is out there right now in Philadelphia. Again, this is in the Frankfurt neighborhood here. We do know this is a factory fire, and there is a junkyard lot that is located right next door. As you heard from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, they actually do have reports of explosions that have been heard all throughout the morning in that area. So they're trying to figure out exactly what is causing those explosions. But you can see the massive firefighter response there. We're talking about a 4-alarm fire and a lot of smoke that is billowing through the air. We're told that it can be seen from miles and miles away. Now, this is over on Adams Avenue. If you are familiar with the Frankfurt neighborhood of Philadelphia, the fire reported around 5:30 a.m. local time, so a little more than an hour ago. Maybe about 10 minutes ago, we did actually hear from Hank Flynn with Fox 29 Philadelphia. He spoke with a firefighter very briefly who did say that a news conference should be taking place momentarily. So once that does get underway, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, do want to get to some of the other big stories that we are covering at this hour. And it is a race against time and conditions as crews in Southern California are trying to bolster containment of at least 3 major wildfires there. The flames are creeping closer to thousands of buildings, causing injuries and sending residents evacuating from their homes. Fox's Chanley Painter reports on the latest.
The Golden State still under siege from several destructive wildfires tearing through Southern California. While the arrival of some cooler weather has given firefighters a slight edge, bone-dry conditions continue providing the perfect fuel to feed the hungry flames.
There's so much combustibles.
So far, the airport fire has injured at least a dozen people, with the inferno charring more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday in Orange and Riverside counties.
It's devastating.
As some residents return to damaged properties covered in ash, embers from the blaze are helping the fire to continue spreading. This footage captures the dramatic efforts crews went through to save horses as their barn went up in flames. Meanwhile, the line fire has been raging for more than a week now.
About 73,000 complete structures have been threatened by this fire.
Police have arrested a 34-year-old suspect they allege started the blaze, which has engulfed more than 37,000 acres in San Bernardino County as of Thursday. Officials are also protecting the homes of evacuees from looters.
If you're going to be an opportunist in San Bernardino County and we catch you, you are going to jail.
But concerns are really growing over the bridge fire, the largest of the blazes at more than 51,000 acres. Containment as of Thursday was at 0%. More than 24 homes have been destroyed. California's wildfire season typically lasts until November. Officials say residents in fire-prone areas should have an emergency pack ready in case evacuation orders grow. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
Chanley, thank you so much for that report right there. We are waiting to get a little bit more information coming in on that fire that is taking place over in Philadelphia right now. But in the meantime, do want to get to some other breaking news because there is a lot going on here. Aircraft assembly workers walking off the job early this morning at Boeing factories near Seattle and elsewhere after union members voted overwhelmingly to go on strike and reject a tentative contract that would have increased wages by 25% over 4 years. The strike did start at 12:01 a.m. Pacific time. That is 3:01 Eastern time. We did hear from some of the factory workers early this morning, so I do want to play their comments right now on Live Now from Fox.
You guys hear me all right? Yes. How's that? Nothing? No. All right, how's that now? You good?
Okay, we ready?
All right, thanks everyone. So we just announced over in the Stewards Hall that our members rejected the contract by 94.6%, and they voted to strike by 96%. So, you know, this has been a long time coming to get to the expiration of this contract. And while there were many important things that were in this offer, it didn't bridge the gap for 16 years from 2008 and going through 2 extensions and the threats of job loss, stagnated wages, cost shift on health care, and many other issues, and especially relocation of thousands of jobs for other programs leaving the state. Our members spoke loud and clear tonight. All day they were voting across Puget Sound, across Portland, Victorville, California, Edwards Air Force Base, Moses Lake, and I'm proud of our members. I'm proud of them for standing up and fighting for more for each other, for their families, for the community. There's a lot at stake here for our members, and so I am proud of them. And we're going to get back to the table as quickly as we can. I'm not sure what that looks like this evening, but we'll certainly engage so that we can try to resolve the issues and address what the members' needs are. So with that, I'll open up for any questions.
Madeline Ottley here with Cairo. Any response to concerns from union members who say the proposed bill is nowhere near what they were looking for, and who also express concerns that the union isn't acting in their best interest?
Well, I know that we're acting in their best interest. So, we had an agreement that we negotiated, and we recommended that because there was many important things in it. But as is within our system, our members have the final say, and we placed it in their hands, and that's where the real power is within our union. So this is exactly how it should be. We achieved everything we could in bargaining, short of a strike, and now it's in their hands, and their decision was made.
What specific areas do you want to work on going back to the bargaining table eventually? And within that context, as far as the relationship between IM leadership and Boeing leadership with Kelly Gortberg making a direct overture to you, how would you say that relationship, do you feel like it has reset relative to what you put on the table for your members to approve thus far and what you put on for the next round?
I know that we have to do a lot of talking with our members about the areas that we'll be specific on for their needs. As for the relationship, I think Mr. Ortberg was in a tough position coming in, not too long ago. It's hard to make up for 16 years, and I think that's the position he was in. So this isn't necessarily a reflection of that or him or the relationship. It's really what has happened to our members at the Boeing company by leadership of this company for close to 20 years. So we'll survey our members, we'll talk with them, and we'll find out exactly where we'll focus our energy.
Sir, I know that the last Boeing strike was back in 2008. That lasted, I believe, 8 weeks. What is the message that you have for all your members, whether they voted for this or not, who are faced with the prospect of the last one again was 2 months, they could be off the job 2 months? What do you say to them?
Well, this is something that we take on one day at a time, 1 week at a time. We got to get back to the table. Our members sent a strong message. I know they're going to be staffing the picket lines tonight, and we'll be there 24/7 all across Puget Sound and Portland and the other locations. So we're ready. I know our members are ready, and so we'll take it in stride. It'll be a little bit chaotic at first, but we'll get our feet under us as we, picket the sites and send a strong message that our members deserve better.
What would you say is the biggest thing? You were asked to pick. What is the biggest thing that they deserve better about?
It's when you look at the process we went through in the last, since 2008, since our last fully negotiated contract, which led to a strike. There were 2 extensions there. So ensuring that job security is in our contracts is important. We might have to look at some of those areas. We definitely have to look at wages. We went through a period of 10 years with stagnated wages and with a mass cost of inflation that impacted our members. And I know that healthcare costs have been rising. We try to make an effort to lower some of those cost shares in healthcare. Time off is another one, paid time off. We've had the same schedule for over 30 years, and our members deserve a fair work-life balance as well. So it's really hard to pinpoint one at this point, but our members will tell us.
Go ahead,
John, so you want to consult with your members to find out what their issues are before you engage with the company. How long will that process take? I mean, how do you engage with your 33,000 members to find out where you need to focus, and how long do you think it will take before you can approach Ortberg and say we need to talk?
I know that we'll be looking at surveys, electronic surveys. We have their home email addresses, and we have cell phones, and we'll have surveys built to be able to communicate with them and to drive down into the issues. So we'll do that. We're open at any point to hold meetings with the company. They'll probably be in mediation, which will be fine. So I don't have any time frame as to when they'll start or how fruitful they'll be, but we're ready to do that any time.
Independent mediation, you mean?
FMCS mediation.
Boeing had promised to build a tax plane here in Puget Sound. Is there a chance that this is now off the table, or separately from this, what do you expect the impact will be on this specific local region as a result of this strike?
Well, it's a major issue for us to land that. It was a part of this agreement. There are other aspects of the agreement that clearly weren't good enough for our members, but that'll still be a priority for us, is to secure that work for the future.
You said this is an unfair labor practices strike. Can you elaborate? And are these issues that were apparent on Sunday when the union, recommended accepting this contract, or am I conflating apples and oranges?
They absolutely were in play. We've been documenting them for the last couple months, and a lot of it was on the shop floor. When managers start to ask specific questions about what someone might want in the agreement, or what if we did this, what if we did that, what is your issue specifically with the agreement? That sort of direct dealing is illegal. There were some other specific issues around unlawful interference. It's about communication. We have a right to communicate. We have a right to, use flyers, and some of that was inhibited. There was unlawful surveillance, and that's concerted activity where we might be, marching or, projecting or, talking amongst ourselves on breaks and lunch, and, surveilling that is illegal, and there was some of that. So we're working through those. We've filed them this evening, and we do that in order to protect our members when they chose to strike.
So with NLRB, or who did you file?
With the NLRB, yeah. Go ahead.
We've seen historic wins for American labor recently, with UAW and the Big Three and Teamsters and UPS. So do you take inspiration from that, and do you see this situation as the next potential big win for American labor?
We did. There was a lot of awesome wins in the labor movement, and I think, that momentum is something that helped us, brought confidence to our members, and so we certainly looked upon that as something to aspire to achieve as well. So we're hoping to continue the labor movement success with our action here tonight.
John, do you expect Vice President Harris or President Biden to get involved in the process at all?
I don't have any expectations about that. I don't know.
Speaking with members today, not seeing the pension plan, a lot were disappointed at not seeing that in there. Is that going to be a priority going back to the table with Boeing?
It will be a priority. That's one of the toughest issues we faced out of the last extension, was the loss of the defined benefit pension. I know that many members haven't healed from that wound. So I know it'll be an issue going forward, and it'll certainly be part of our talks going forward.
Everyone get every question answered? I think that's about it.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, that right there was the Boeing factory workers, as they are now officially on strike as a result of rejecting that offer. What you're looking at right here is another live image coming in from that 4-alarm fire that is taking place over in Philadelphia. Again, we do have crews that are out there gathering all of the details for us. What I do want to take you to is our Fox 29 Philadelphia station as they break down more about all of this.
If you have them, keep your windows closed, because that's what happened here. Obviously, our air conditioning units are on the roof, and it's pulling that air, and with that is coming the smoke. So if you have central air, maybe if you're any of the building mechanics that work in Center City, I know may be tough, but you're going to get that pull of air and that smell of smoke, not only in Center City, and I report all along the river here, Fishtown, Port Richmond, and Bridesburg. But again, that 4-alarm fire still out of control. And as we heard from the assistant commissioner, asking neighbors to shelter in place in the neighborhood there along Adams Ave. Mike and Alex, back over to you.
Yeah, that's the scary part. All the neighbors around those abandoned buildings. My goodness. All right, 7:04. Other news, the man accused of killing Johnny and Maddie Goodrow.
All right, so it looks like they are done with their coverage for now. They did have a very brief briefing that took place, maybe about a minute in length. So we're going to play that for you in just a second. But you are taking a live look once again over this area of Philadelphia as we work to gather some more information. Here is what we know from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. They do say that this fire still burning and could potentially spread even further. This is over in the Frankford neighborhood of Philadelphia. If you are familiar, this is over on Adams Avenue. You can see a lot of different businesses are surrounding this area. That includes an old junkyard that is apparently right behind that multi-story factory that is burning. A lot of smoke billowing out of the building. We know that it can be seen for miles upon miles at this point, and we were told by Fox 29 Philadelphia they're miles away, but can actually smell the smoke inside of their studio. We're told that folks who live in that area are being evacuated. We actually saw some of the people grabbing their children and moving in the other direction as more and more fire crews showed up. There also appeared to be an ambulance there in the distance. Not quite clear if it is still over in that location, but we're keeping an eye on the situation as it is not clear if there are any injuries that have been reported to firefighters or civilians. We are expecting a longer news conference to take place in a matter of minutes here, so we'll make sure to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox as it does get underway. But again, that is a live look over in Philadelphia. A bit earlier on today, we had that Skyfox image that was flying overhead where you could really get an idea of how massive these flames were. Unfortunately, the aircraft did have to land, so we do not have that image for you now. But if we do get it back, we will make sure to bring it to you. Again, that was Skyfox from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. This is a ground shot, though, that is coming in from Hank Flynn with Fox 29, and he actually just filed a report a bit earlier as he did speak with fire crews that were on the scene. What I want to do is head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here at 7:07 on the East Coast and 4:07 on the West Coast. But on the other side, we will play out that very brief news conference for you. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:09 on the East Coast and 4:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. A big breaking news story that we have been covering all throughout the morning here is actually coming in out of Philadelphia. Take a look at your screen here as crews are on the scene battling this massive fire. We are waiting to learn a little bit more about the situation as far as any injuries that may have been caused and exactly what this building is. Now, it does appear to be an old factory, but there is also an old junkyard that is right behind it, and it appears that the flames have spread to some of the surrounding buildings. That is why this is a 4-alarm fire. You can see the massive response to this, as this is over in the Frankfurt area of Philadelphia. If you are familiar with the location, it's over on Adams Avenue. It looks like they are carrying out just some of the equipment. We did have Hank Flynn with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, who did a very brief interview with firefighters out there at the scene moments ago, and I do want to play that for you right now on Live Now from Fox.
All right, fire update. Hank, what do you have?
Yeah, hey guys, the fire continues up here. We got our first updates from Deputy Assistant Chief Commissioner.
Come on.
Pardon me, sorry about that, Commissioner Derek Bowman, guys. Commissioner Bowman, what do we got?
So at 5:31 this morning, our companies arrived here. We had heavy fire throughout this dwelling here. Okay, right. So it looks like it's a 4-story apartment building all the way through 1236 Adams. Okay.
So that's a dwelling, sir? It's not a business?
It's a building.
Okay.
The business is attached to this right here. Right now we are at 4 alarms, okay? Which is about 57 apparatus and about 140 firefighters. But we're doing a good job, as you see. We're fighting it, doing the best we can right now in this tight area. Where we're asking, we put out public messaging through our OEM, our Office of Emergency Management. We're asking people to avoid the area and to also shelter in place. We know there's a big, huge smoke plume going on, but we're fighting it and trying to get a hold of it now. So that's
I got you, Commissioner. And it's early to tell, I realize. And Commissioner was very clear, guys. This will be the first of many updates he'll be coming with. Have any way of knowing whatsoever if anybody's hurt or worse?
Right now, no injuries. We do have several displacements of people living in this actual building here, so we'll take care of those with our community action team.
Sure.
So we'll be here making sure Red Cross, all of our partners are here. So it's an effort to try to put this fire under now. So
no question about it, Commissioner. Thank you for all of this. There's cars on either side of it. I know there's a car concern. It sounds like what I'm hearing is it sounds like possible explosions. Can you give us a word on that? And if there are any homes over on the other side of that building where people are displaced as well. Any updates on that?
Right now, we're just having people shelter in place on the other side of Wingahocken right here. There was a auto body place here, so that's probably what you hear now going on. So has been affected in the back area here. So again, our fire marshals are here. We have our drone up, of course. We're just asking people to avoid the area. Give us a little space here to get this back to normal as needed. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your hard work, sir. Guys, that's Deputy Assistant Commissioner Derek Bowman with the first word on this fire out here, guys. That's I guess the silver lining. He's got no one to report hurt yet, and we hope it stays that way, guys.
Yeah, that's the saddest part about the whole thing is the people out of their homes. My God.
So hopefully we'll get to talk with them and see how they're feeling, because having to sit there and watch your home go up like that, it's got to be hard.
I mean, losing. I mean, these buildings are abandoned. The original fire
started in an old abandoned building. It sounds like maybe they were trying to rehab some of them for apartments in there.
I would have, yeah, which is happening a lot in that area. All right, straight up.
All right, that was our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. We did have Hank Flynn right there, who was reporting on the latest. As we do get some more details and another news conference, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to get to some of the other big stories that we have been covering. The New York Police Department will have a new top cop by the end of the day after Commissioner Edward Caban officially gave his resignation to Mayor Eric Adams. A former FBI official will step in for now to take his place. Do want to bring in Michelle Ross. She is with our Fox 5 New York station and is following all of this on the ground. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning. Now, the FBI official, the former FBI official, rather, his name is Tom Donlin, and he is now the interim commissioner. Now, although he's never worked in the NYPD before, he has worked alongside the department. For example, he ran the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force. And now, as he's appointed, this appointment comes as Edward Caban is being investigated by the FBI.
Edward Caban officially steps down as the city's top cop. Calls for his resignation grew stronger over the last week after the FBI seized his phone for what is believed to be a corruption investigation into his twin brother James and allegations of questionable consulting work for nightlife establishment.
He concluded that this is the best decision at this time. I respect his decision and I wish him well.
He's the second police commissioner to resign under Mayor Eric Adams and held the position for 14 months. He was also the first Latino to lead the NYPD. Caban sent an internal email to members of service saying, "The news around recent developments has created a distraction for our department, and I am unwilling to let my attention be on anything other than our important work or the safety of the men and women of the NYPD. For the good of this city and this department, I have made the difficult decision to resign as police commissioner." Those distractions also include FBI raids on a number of city leaders.
Because of the magnitude of the situation and the number of investigations going on right now within the administration, the distractions are still going to be there.
Temporarily filling the position is prominent former FBI official Tom Donlin. Donlin has not worked for the NYPD, but the Bronx native has an extensive security and law enforcement background, including investigating the 1993 Twin Towers bombing.
Tom is an experienced law enforcement professional who has worked at the local, state, federal, and international levels.
Now, Caban's resignation will take effect at the end of the day today, and immediately after, the tenure of Tom Donlin will begin right at the end of the day today as well. We're live outside NYPD headquarters in Lower Manhattan. I'm Michelle Ross. Back to you.
Michelle, thank you so much. We appreciate your report there.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I do want to take you back out to this live image that we have been checking out all throughout the morning. Again, this is coming in from our Fox 29 Philadelphia station as we follow the latest on this building fire. This is actually an old factory there that is burning. You can see the flames that are shooting out of the building there, and a lot of smoke. What we've heard from our folks over at Fox 29 Philadelphia is they can actually smell the smoke miles away inside their studio. This is now a 4-alarm fire over in the Frankfurt neighborhood. Looks like our Fox 29 Philadelphia's team is back in coverage, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Had their hands full, and the roof definitely collapsed as we thought. Again, these old abandoned buildings are just have that old dry wood. And adjacent to this building was a car repair shop. So the vehicles started exploding. Whoa, there you go. That's what it looked like when Sky Fox pulled up this morning at about 5:30, a fully inflamed whole city block. And then it did spread to an adjacent abandoned building. The cars have been burning there. There's a junkyard behind this property. And then the Frankfurt Creek is right there. So firefighters really only had this one stretch of Adams Avenue to get their fire equipment in there with 4 alarms. You heard the assistant commissioner say, we got like at least 50 fire apparatuses and over 150 personnel from the top of the roof. And again, they're still spreading water. The key was to stop those embers from spreading and getting to the tight little row homes that were adjacent right across the street from this giant factory. And I think they did a good job at preventing the homes from catching fire. Unfortunately, the 2 abandoned buildings there did not survive. And again, we're going to continue pouring water on that. Again, there's probably some power outages because the telephone poles there caught fire. The transformers that have got a little round box there, it's at the top, they were exploding. And again, any of these abandoned junkyards or auto repair places, and you know what's in these cars. Could be gasoline, could be oil, not to mention what was left in this building that we're told used to be an old rug manufacturer there along Adams Avenue. So we'll stay on it. And again, close your windows. And we just had our guy here at our Fox 29 go upstairs and shut the vents, Mike and Alex, because it was pouring in that smoke. I thought we were at a campfire here this morning.
I know. I smell like s'mores. All right.
Strong.
7:19. Well, hopefully the smoke will clear.
All right, so what you're looking at on the right side of your screen right there is a live image coming in from Hank Flynn. He is with our Fox 29 Philadelphia station, and he's been on the ground providing live reports with the latest information. What we know so far is that 2 buildings have been destroyed in this fire that broke out around 5:30 a.m. Eastern time, so almost 2 hours ago. But as you can see, still a huge fire presence there as crews are working to put out hot spots, but also a lot of smoke that is billowing from the buildings. We know that at this point, no injuries have been reported. That is good news, but that smoke has been smelled from miles away. The Fox 29 Philadelphia station saying that they can smell it inside of their studio, and that smell will not go away anytime soon. As for the cause of that fire, it still does remain under investigation. We do expect to get an update from fire crews out there once again. We got about a 2-minute update from them maybe about 30 minutes ago, but another one should be coming up in a matter of minutes. We'll keep you updated right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break now at 7:20 on the East Coast and 4:20 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back to a story that we have been covering around the clock for almost a week now, as the manhunt for the man suspected of opening fire on a Kentucky interstate over the weekend has now entered another day. Kentucky State Police say Joseph Couch, seen in that photo on the left-hand side of your screen, is wanted in connection with Saturday's attack along Interstate 75 near the city of London, which is about 75 miles south of Lexington, Kentucky. Investigators say 5 people were wounded in that attack. 4 of them have since been released from the hospital. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear met with law enforcement agencies involved in that search and spoke to members of the media. I do want to play some of his comments here, as he did provide an update on that search, which as of now is still ongoing.
Y'all need a sound check? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
What do you have for breakfast?
I don't eat breakfast. Coffee. We good? All right, good morning, everyone. I just got done meeting with some of the incredible law enforcement heroes that are working to keep the people of this and the surrounding community safe, and to get an update on the ongoing efforts to bring safety and justice to this region following Saturday night's senseless violence along I-75. As you all know, 5 people were injured in the incident, but God was with us even when it was toughest. The newest information I've received is that 4 of the 5 victims have been released from the hospital, and the 5th is expected to survive. From someone that's lost people close to him in a mass shooting, no one wants to go through it, but for everyone to make it, we're really grateful for. We are deeply thankful for everyone who responded on that day and since. Thankful for those that answered the 911 calls, who I just got to meet this morning, that because of their diligent efforts, those ambulances filled with other heroes were there on the scene. We owe a debt of gratitude to the healthcare heroes, both in those ambulances and ultimately at the hospitals that provided life-saving care. We're grateful to local law enforcement who responded so quickly, ensuring that this situation did not get worse, and immediately opened an investigation that continues. Grateful for the cooperation, knowing that justice and safety is the end goal, and while the uniforms may look a little bit different behind me, everyone's goal is the same: to protect the citizens of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and to bring safety and stability back to this region. To the victims, their families, and this community, these things aren't supposed to happen, but they seem to happen far too often. But know that your Commonwealth is here for you. We care about you. We'll stand with you, both in the days that have happened since and the days that are moving forward, and we will heal from this incident. Since Saturday, authorities have been working tirelessly, utilizing every tool at their disposal. I want to be very clear today that I am proud of the work of all the law enforcement agencies and what they're doing. They are bringing the most modern technology, every technique that is possible, to search some of the most rugged terrain that anyone could hide in. Yes, they haven't found this individual yet, but that's not for lack of trying. There are so many individuals, so many resources that have been brought to bear and will continue to be brought to bear. I'm really grateful for everyone that's been involved in the search. You look at all of the different agencies that are represented: the Laurel County Sheriff's Office, the London City Police Department, the Kentucky State Police, the FBI, ATF, the U.S. Marshal Service. We even brought in the National Guard because of what the Black Hawks could do in helping us to search some very dense areas. And if I've missed anybody standing up here, it's only because we have that many groups that have pitched in and that are working hard to try to bring some closure to this situation and ultimately catch this individual. The days since this incident have been tough for this community, but as I said, after the devastating floods hit some of this same area a few years ago, these are tough challenges, but this area is filled with the very toughest of people. Kentuckians are doing what we do best. We're coming together and we're helping our fellow neighbors. Our law enforcement and other emergency service partners, again, have done a tremendous job. They haven't stopped looking for this individual, but they've also doubled down on providing safety for this community. I know everyone, especially local law enforcement, others from KSP that have been brought in, are doing more than they have maybe ever done before, working extra shifts so that people in the area can feel safe in such a scary time. They've worked through rough terrain. They've worked in the dark, and understand in this terrain, they've put their own lives on the line in each of these searches. And that's why it's so important that the search is done professionally and carefully, because we haven't lost anyone yet from this shooter, and we want to make sure we don't lose anyone going forward. I want to thank Kentucky Emergency Management for their help, both in supporting local law enforcement and some technology they've brought to the table. Again, I want to thank everyone in both local, city, and county government. Since it occurred, I've been in regular contact with your mayor and your county judge executive, who's here today. I've been receiving regular reports from the Kentucky State Police, and like everyone, hoping that we'll get that report that this individual is found and that this situation is over. As the days move forward, we also know that folks are going to be trying to get back to their everyday life, which is a challenge in times like this. Know that your state stands with you, and we are ready, willing, and able to provide additional resources to hopefully get back to that transition to everyday life. We started with Rockcastle Public Schools yesterday, coming up with a good plan provided by their superintendent, where the Kentucky State Police augmented local law enforcement and helped with some bus routes, making sure that each of those kids could get to school safely. I know those plans are being made in each of the counties impacted, and we're thankful for the very thoughtful way that people are going about making sure that all of our families and all of our children are safe. On behalf of Team Kentucky, thank you to everyone who spent a minute, an hour, or the last several days nonstop working to try to do their very best in this situation. Now, I know there's also a lot of people out there that this is just another incident in this world, and they say, how can I help? What can I do with all this going on around me? The first thing you can do is to give blood. Now, when this incident occurred and those 5 people needed help, when they were rushed to emergency rooms, most likely all of them needed blood. And folks, we have a national blood shortage going on right now. One of the things that we can do, and not having lost anybody in this incident, paying it forward, is to make sure we're giving blood so that there is enough of a blood supply on hand for whatever incident comes next, wherever it is. So today, I'm actually leaving here, heading back to the Capitol for a blood drive that we had previously scheduled. I'm giving myself. Brittany is giving. And we're going to encourage all Kentuckians out there, regardless of where your local Red Cross or blood center is. This is one small thing that you can do every so many days to help make sure that if one of these incidents occurs, that we have the resources to take care of people that are injured the best way that we can. Now I'm going to turn it over to KSP Commissioner Burnett to provide a recap of their search efforts. Commissioner.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. I'm Colonel Philip Burnett with Kentucky State Police. Today marks day 6 of this event. Last night made the 5th night that we were incorporating operations for the search of Mr. Couch. What I can tell you is we have no significant updates at this time, but we are following up on some leads. We're starting to have a few more tips come in, and we're still expanding upon the search area there in the Daniel Boone National Forest. We're still utilizing nighttime aircraft operations with thermal imaging. We're still using canines. We have cadaver canines. We have bloodhounds that we've brought in. The FBI has brought in a bloodhound team from Illinois. We are using surveillance. We're using intelligence. We're using ATVs. We're using moving patrols. We're using every single possible entity that we can to bring this to a successful conclusion for his capture. You know, it's unfortunate that this happened in Kentucky and here in Laurel County. But what I can say is this is how it should work when you have something that occurs here. With the federal partnership that we've had with the FBI, they've been boots on the ground. ATF, Sheriff's Department, the U.S. Marshal Service, Kentucky Emergency Management. I won't go through all those the governor's already hit. But when you talk about partnerships on a grand scheme for such a big event, this is how it should work. And we will keep working until we exhaust every single lead that we have in that area. Now, after we clear this area, we may have to expand upon that. We may have to adjust our operations, but we will still use every means of technology that we have, all of our assets that we have, equipment, and keep going forward. Now, as we go, we're still in the search phase, but we also have where I understand that there is a fear in the community. You know, I have talked with superintendents as well in the area. You know, we've talked about interaction back and forth, you know, what works best for them. I know a big thing here in Kentucky is high school football games. We've already working with a plan with superintendents that we will have uniformed troopers and officers at every high school football game that is occurring Friday night. So there's a lot of things that we are going forward and working with, and we'll be more than glad to be able to sit down and discuss and give what relevant information that we can. But again, you know, our command post is there. We're still working that area. We're right now. I mean, we have teams out there right now scouring that area, and it's difficult. I mean, it really is. I mean, you've heard it. You saw the videos. It's very treacherous terrain, and it takes time. But we're going to clear that area, and then after we clear this area, then we may have to expand and tailor our activities going forward. But again, as right now, no significant updates, but that's all I have right now. Thank you.
I also want to thank our county and Commonwealth attorney who are here today. I know they stand ready to prosecute this individual to the fullest extent of the law to make sure we set an example that we don't tolerate this type of violence in this part of Kentucky or in any part of Kentucky. We'll open it up to a few questions.
Governor Beshear, can you just talk about the timeline on when this gun was purchased and when the shooting happened? I mean, it's a turnaround of just a few hours.
Well, the information I've received is that it was in the same day. That's obviously very concerning to me. And this was an individual who appears to have been, he focused on causing harm to other human beings. I don't yet have the evidence in front of me of what fully led him to this point, but there's no excuse. You know, when you put a plan in place to take the lives of our fellow human beings and try to take as many of them as possible, you can and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We've got to, again, we got to do a couple things. We got to set an example that you will be brought to justice here, but we also have to make sure that people don't see notoriety or celebrity in these types of things. You know, it worries me in some of what we see in our society right now that those that end up in a bad place try to create a situation that puts these law enforcement officers in harm's way. And so in all the messages that are out there, including through the media, we hope it's presented in a way that shows people that there is no notoriety. There is no celebrity in committing an act like this. There's just evil.
Governor Beshear, I spoke to some parents yesterday at Rockcastle County Schools. Some were saying that the school is the safest place for the children to be. The others were kind of talking about that lockdown situation and how they fear with police and KSP on site looking over the schools that may be taking some away from the search. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, first, to all the parents that are out there, I have 2 high school students. They've had threats on their school. This is scary, and I get it. And people should have the grace and the space to make a decision with what they do for their kids on these days. What I can say is the Rockcastle plan was put together very carefully. It was successful yesterday. All of those students were safe, both on the bus routes and in school. We augmented what was needed there with members of the Kentucky State Police that are not involved in the search. We will not pull resources away from the search for those other activities. We just want to make sure that people are ready to try to get back to their day-to-day lives, that there's that extra presence where people can just feel a little bit better. Those could be my kids, and I'd want that extra uniform that's out there. I'd want to know that our Commonwealth cares about them and is showing up for them, and it's going to make sure they're safe.
Governor Beshear, can you talk about the possibility of adding the Kentucky National Guard as the boots on the ground, extra resources for the search?
Right now, what was requested is some aerial assistance. The Blackhawks have proven very helpful, especially how dense it is. Right now, we don't have an extra request, but that's something we would certainly look at. And again, this isn't the type of search where you can just put a whole bunch of people out there at once, because this is an individual that we believe is still armed. Would be very difficult to spot. And again, we want to make sure that we don't lose anybody throughout this. So this is a law enforcement operation. I'm relying on the folks behind us, and they are the experts in it. They have my full confidence, and I know any extra resource they need, they're not shy about asking.
Governor Beshear, so we confirmed that the search area is still being expanded. Any indication that Joseph Couch is still in the area, or that he's in the left?
I think that's what the search is all about. I think the search has two pieces that go on. One is the direct on-the-ground search, and the other is tips that come in that are investigated. The idea is if he would have left the area, then you get a tip at some point that you can corroborate. But law enforcement behind me are working both of those angles. They're not taking anything for granted. They are working day and night in the area, because if he's still here, they want to find him. They're also doing all the extra legwork to make sure that if any tip comes in that would suggest that he's left the area, that they find him through that too.
Governor, when you hear about these tips coming in, what's kind of running through your mind as far as, Kentuckians wanting to help find this guy?
We are one community, and we are horrified by the act that occurred here. This is not who we are. This is not who Laurel County or the City of London is. This is one person who chose to do wrong, who chose to do evil, and because of him, there's both 5 people who are injured in a community that has been through a lot, that has been through trauma. Everybody wants to help, and anybody who sees something credible ought to call in with that tip. Make sure that you have seen something. Make sure that you do have a real tip. But the folks up here and that work with them are following up on these over and over and over. And what it shows is people want to help, and the people are scared. And that's okay. Like we said, for a year and a half, we'll get through this. We'll get through this together. And this is one strong community that's been through a lot recently, historically, and I know we'll be able to push through it and come out the other side.
See a light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, yes, either that we are going to find this individual in the area, we will get a credible tip that he has left the area, or we will have to change the approach as time goes on. Now, while we do that, the idea will be, how do we help people feel safe during that period of time? And we've got offers from all over Kentucky, from law enforcement and other areas, to say, if you need a few extra people in uniform, if you need some extra presence, well, we're here. That's what happened after the tornadoes in the west. That's what happened after the floods in the east. We show up for each other all over this Commonwealth, and the rest of the Commonwealth wants you to know they care about you, they love you, they're standing with Laurel County, London, and the whole region, and are going to stand with us until we get through it, and again, we get through it together. All right, thank you all very much.
All right, that was Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. As we know that we have now entered day 7 of the search for that suspected shooter who did wound 5 people on the interstate there, Interstate 75 near London, which is just south of the city of Lexington. They are still searching for him and say there is a reward that is now being offered of $25,000 for anything that leads to his arrest. I do want to pop up his image right here so you can get a look. That is the suspect there on the left side of your screen. Of course, he is identified, as we've mentioned, as Joseph Couch, wanted in connection with the attack along Interstate 75 near London, about 75 miles south of Lexington, Kentucky. We'll keep you updated. If there are any additional news conferences or anything of that nature, we will let you know. The time now, 7:43 on the East Coast and 4:43 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 746 on the East Coast and 446 on the West Coast. I always say it, but we do have cameras that are all across the country and all across the world. Right now, I do want to head over to Singapore. This is Marina Bay in Singapore, where we know that a mass light show display featuring massive colorful lanterns and over 20 million LED lights are kicking off here at Marina Bay. It is a beautiful show that you can see there on your screen coming into us via Reuters. Now, I do have to let you know there is music playing in the background, but we are not authorized to play that for you. I was told by Taylor Anderson, our producer, that I should instead sing over that, but I don't want the viewership to drop, so I am absolutely not going to do that. But again, you are looking at this massive light show. More than 20 million LED lights. This is featuring some massive colorful lanterns as well. Actually going to take down the banner so you can get a better view of just how many lights are involved. Now, I can tell you there are people down there as well. It's kind of difficult to see because it is dark out, but yeah, people are gathered together and they are watching this. We do have this beautiful camera and it did pop up on the screen, so I definitely wanted to bring it your way. I do want to get to some of the other news that we are covering right now. We actually have a very interesting story that is coming in out of Florida. That is where a woman in her 80s punched an alligator after that alligator attacked her dog and her as they were going for a walk. This was over in North Fort Myers. Our Fox 35 Orlando team's Garrett Weiner has more on that.
Ma'am, how big was the gator?
Big. Don't mess with Dolores.
As big as you?
The 84-year-old was taking her dog for a walk around her North Fort Myers neighborhood when
I heard somebody screaming and screaming.
She sucker punched a gator right in the snout. Dolores told Lee County deputies the alligator lunged at her and her dog, a Shih Tzu named Queen.
She thinks the dog mistaked her or whatever, was coming after the dog, and he come running full speed at her. She chucked the dog.
She tossed Queen to protect her, and she took on the reptile herself.
I saw her here, and she was crawling out, and she's screaming, and she's waving her hands like this. That's all I saw. The gator is in my side yard all the time.
Dolores was bitten on her legs and her fingers. After it bit her, she decked it and ran off.
I took her dog in. I checked her dog. Her dog did have has blood on it, but I think it's her blood.
She's expected to be okay. In the body cam from deputies, Dolores was in good spirits and fully alert as medical professionals took care of her.
I'm going to pay for this, son of a...
Florida Fish and Wildlife showed up to find the gator. They say it was a 7-foot 3-inch alligator.
And it's somewhere in the pond right now, went back in the water.
They ended up removing it. Garrett Weimer, Fox 35 News.
All right, it's important to note that we do not advise punching any gators if they attack you. It's very important to note that. Garrett kind of mentioned that as a story, but law enforcement would say the same thing. 7:49 on the East Coast, 4:49 on the West Coast. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back into your top stories, live events, and breaking news as we do continue to cover the latest on this fire that is burning over in Philadelphia. We've been keeping an eye on this now for over 2 hours, and you can see that smoke still billowing out of that old factory and the neighboring abandoned dealership that is over in that area. We'll check in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 752 on the East Coast and 452 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and breaking news from across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look once again over in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we have been tracking this major fire that has now burned multiple buildings here. This is over in the Frankford neighborhood, if you are familiar with the makeup of Philadelphia. We've been checking in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, and we'll do that again in just a matter of moments. But I do want to go over what we know so far, as firefighters, and a lot of them, do remain on scene hours after the fire broke out, but the smoke still billowing out, and we've actually seen some flames that are still coming from the side of those buildings here. Oof, they are zooming in, and you can see what is left of that structure there that has been burned by the fire. The cause, though, as you'd imagine, still under investigation. Now, the 4-alarm fire did start around 5:30 a.m. local time in the 1200 block of Adams Avenue. That was just about 2.5 hours ago. We saw a bit earlier where footage from Skyfox showed the flames that were ripping through the building as ladder trucks were dousing the fire from several different locations, and they are still doing that at this hour. Nearly 150 firefighters responded to the fire, including dozens of trucks and apparatuses. That's according to one of the officials there on the scene that we heard from moments ago. Thick plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky, moving across the city and making the Philadelphia skyline really just look very smoky for folks even miles away. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Derek Bowman said several people have been displaced, but did say there have been no injuries reported, so some good news there. Firefighters asking residents who live near the fire to shelter in place and avoid the area as crews work to get that fire under control. Again, 2.5 hours later, you can see it is still burning in parts, and there is a lot of smoke. As I mentioned, the cause of the fire is still under investigation at this point. There is still a lot left to figure out. Right there, the City of Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management has arrived there on the scene, and we are expecting to be getting a news conference here in the next little bit from fire officials as they provide an update. But again, right now they are fairly busy as they are still working that fire that involves an old factory and a dealership that is located right nearby. We'll keep you updated, and once we see folks walk up to a podium of any kind, we'll bring you that news conference right here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, I do want to take you out to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team for their latest live report.
News, this 4-alarm fire in Frankfurt still burning out of control. Again, more black smoke now coming from the second building that has caught fire along this stretch of Adams Avenue. I can tell you that the arson dog is now on the scene, and the fire chief said that the creek, the Frankfurt Creek that's behind these buildings, posing a huge problem for them because there's no road on the back side of the building. The only way that these fire trucks are being able to get in here is along the tiny stretch of Adams Avenue where these buildings are located. So it started at about 5:30 this morning in a 4 to 5 story abandoned. Look at that. That's what we pulled up to this morning in Skyfox, an entire city block. Now, you have some tight row homes across the street, and behind this building is the Frankfurt Creek. So there's no roadway to get those big pumpers and the squirters back there. So the telephone poles have caught fire. And we've heard explosions all morning long from the adjacent car repair shop that's next to it and a junkyard that is behind this building, between the building and the Frankfurt Creek. So explosions, and again, you see the firefighters standing back. They can really only get, you got the pumper in there, which came from Center City, Squirt 1, I believe they call that. Again, put in the water, and again, this thick black smoke. Let's go to our live camera right now of Center City, Philadelphia. Can we take that? Ben Franklin, take a look at the smoke from the Frankfurt fire that's just basically cutting off the tops of all of the skyscrapers here. Now, Albert, who works with us here at Fox 29, he went upstairs to the roof and shut the vents off on the HVAC system so that the air from outside isn't pulling in all that smoke. If you know anyone who works in these buildings, get your maintenance guys up there and shut that intake, because otherwise all these buildings are going to have that smell of smoke when you arrive this morning. Forecast for today and the weekend ahead. Kathy's in. She's got it in 15 seconds.
All right, so that was a quick update coming in from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. As we do get more updates there, we will bring them to you, but I want to pop up that live image one more time as we do see crews kind of swapping out. Again, we're talking more than 150 firefighters that are there on the scene working this, so they are taking shifts here as we did actually see them kind of pulling out some more hose there. Again, look at all of the fire trucks that are there on the scene as the smoke is still billowing out. Again, once a news conference does get underway, we will make sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 7:57 on the East Coast and 4:57 on the West Coast. Do want to get into some of the other big stories that we are covering right now, and take a look on the left-hand side of your screen there, as we do have several live events that will get underway later on today. We'll carry all of them right here on Live Now. You can see two dueling events taking place at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. We do have former President Trump who will be speaking over at the Los Angeles golf course there, but at the same time, President Biden will deliver remarks at a brunch that celebrates their Black excellence. Then later on tonight, 6:30 p.m., we'll hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. She will speak to supporters over in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Again, you can watch all of that, as you always can, right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to talk a little bit more about politics as we do take a live look over in Washington, D.C. Now, we did learn that there will be no more debates between Trump and Harris after the one earlier on this week. Doug Luzader following all of the latest for us from Washington.
You can't rule it out, but former President Donald Trump was pretty emphatic yesterday on the campaign trail when he talked about the Harris campaign's calls for another debate.
There will be no third debate.
A former President Trump says he did one debate with President Biden, and after a second this week with Vice President Kamala Harris, that's enough.
When a prize fighter loses a fight, you've seen a lot of fights, right? The first words out of that fighter's mouth is, I want a rematch, I want a rematch. And that's what she said, I want a rematch.
Trump had a rally in Arizona yesterday. Harris was in North Carolina, where she repeated her call.
And I believe we owe it to the voters to have another debate.
Harris has been basking in supporters' praise since Tuesday's debate.
I said it then, I say it now. It's time to turn the page.
When somebody does a bad job, I fire him.
Even many Republicans felt Trump had trouble connecting during this week's debate, and some see a potential upside in a rematch.
You never say never with Donald Trump. You don't know whether it's part of a negotiating play or something. I think he would benefit from the debate more.
On the other hand, consider Trump's numbers over the past year or so. Despite all of the ups and downs of a tumultuous election season that even saw Democrats swap candidates, Trump's approval numbers have been remarkably steady, never rising much, but never falling much either. Still, since Biden dropped out, Harris has been able to build on those numbers for Democrats, making this a much tighter race. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And you are now taking a live look from a distance of the White House as we get to the latest developments involving Trump here. The Fulton County, Georgia Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee has dismissed 2 charges against former President Trump and an additional charge against one of his co-defendants in the Georgia election interference case. But that comes as a federal appeals court rejected Trump's request to halt post-conviction proceedings in his hush money criminal case, leaving a key ruling and the former president's sentencing on track for after the November election. A lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in a true expert, Daniel Pye, an assistant professor of law at the University of New Hampshire. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, can you break down the overall significance here of those charges being dropped against Trump and one of his co-defendants in that Georgia election interference case?
Sure. So the dismissed charges relate to the jurisdiction of state courts. Specifically, the charges that were dismissed relate to false documents and statements that were submitted to federal courts. But of course, if they're false documents that are submitted to a federal court, then that should be adjudicated in the federal court system, right? I mean, it's within the purview of the federal courts how to manage their proceedings. So the Georgia court would be overstepping to convict Trump of interfering in the processes of the federal court system. So the significance is that fundamentally, the Georgia case against Trump is about racketeering, which is a pattern of criminal conduct that is meant to advance some wider criminal scheme. And in this case, the criminal scheme is overturning the results of the 2020 election. So even though the incidents of criminal conduct are themselves criminal, with racketeering, it's this pattern, this larger pattern of criminal conduct to advance some criminal objective that makes it racketeering. And so by removing the submission of false documents, these fraudulent documents to the court, two pieces of criminal conduct that would constitute racketeering are removed from the consideration of the Georgia court.
And I have to ask, because we talk a lot about this gag order that Trump is under in the hush money case, I want to go back to basics a little, because a question we get a lot is about what a gag order really is. So can you break that down for folks watching right now?
Sure. A gag order is what it sounds like. You can't talk about certain things, and the gag order will normally specify what the person who's subject to it is able to talk about and not talk about publicly. And the purpose is broadly to prevent things like juror intimidation or influencing the outcome of the trial. What a trial really is this very carefully curated presentation of information to jurors. And if you have somebody who has a high public profile like Trump, who's talking and what he says gets a lot of airtime in the news, then that could influence the outcome of the trial, which then upsets the careful curation of the trial court and what evidence the jury gets to see. And so it is meant to preserve the integrity of the judicial process. And typically, the gag order will automatically expire at the end of litigation.
What is Trump's argument and his attorney's argument for why that gag order should be lifted, and why has the court said that's not going to happen right now?
Yeah, I think there's a quite plausible thought that the litigation has ended and that he should be able to speak. The fundamental premise that they're relying on is that the First Amendment protects the right to free speech. Okay, for limited purposes, the courts have held that gag orders can be constitutional because it's important for a limited time to protect the integrity of judicial proceedings. But his argument is that it's basically ended at this point. And also within the First Amendment, there are categories of speech that are considered especially important and ways of restricting speech that are considered especially onerous. So political speech is the most protected kind of speech in this country. The First Amendment protects that the most of all. And prior restraints on speech, when you say you cannot say a thing before you've even said it, those are the most especially disfavored kinds of restrictions on speech. And so his argument is that this is the most important kind of speech that's being restricted in the worst possible way. However, I think the other side of this is that Trump is not actually forbidden from talking about the merits of the case or even from criticizing the judge. The reason why he has this gag order is because he was saying critical things about the judge's clerk, and there was a fear that he would say stuff that was inflammatory or potentially threatening to jurors and other court staff. And so, okay, he's restricted in that way. He can't say inflammatory things about court staff. What is the political value of that? It seems somewhat attenuated.
Sentencing for Trump in that hush money case was expected to take place next week, but it was postponed now until after the election. So can you kind of break down really why the judge chose to do that, but also what impact that could have having that sentencing after the election versus before it?
The idea was to try to separate the aspects of the criminal part of Trump's liability from the political stuff. I mean, it's very complicated with him as a defendant because he is a very prominent political figure in the midst of a presidential campaign, and he also happens to be the defendant in 4 criminal cases. And so there is a desire of the judiciary generally to separate itself from politics. And so Trump poses inherently a problem for them. And so the way that the judge is trying to get around the intermixing of law and politics, which courts despise, is simply to use scheduling and to put that on the back end and not let the criminal trial affect the outcome of the election. That anyway is his rationale.
My last question for you here, is the possibility of actual prison time still something that Trump could be facing in the case?
Oh, very much, yes. So he faces he faces the potential for prison time in all of the cases, right? So there's 2 federal cases. There's the January 6th case in D.C. The Florida case was dismissed, but that is subject to appeals. It was a somewhat controversial dismissal, and so that could still be live, although the trial stage of that is for the time being concluded because the judge has dismissed it. But also there's the Georgia and the New York cases, both of which are ongoing. I mean, even though the recent events have weakened the Georgia case, there is still a racketeering case, and the other charges still stand, and those carry prison time. The New York charges also could potentially carry prison time, and both of the federal cases could potentially involve prison time. So he's very much still on the hook for potential incarceration.
All right. Daniel Pai, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break it down. A lot to discuss, of course, but is there anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
No, we live in interesting times. It's I think so as someone who teaches constitutional law, it's very interesting. A lot of the cases that we're reading will no longer be good law, I'm sure, after the year is up. A lot of the most basic tenets of our constitutional practice are being challenged by the controversies that we're seeing in courts these days.
All right. Daniel, thank you again for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
Yep. Cheers.
All right, and I do want to stick with some of the headlines here that we are following now at 8:08 on the East Coast and 5:08 on the West Coast here. We're going to talk a little bit more about the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Now, we do know, of course, that the investigation is still ongoing at this point, but we are hearing from different lawmakers who say you might be surprised by some of the information that will come out in the latest report. Rebecca Castor with Fox News has more on that.
I think the American people are going to be shocked, astonished, and appalled by what we will report to them about the failures by the Secret Service.
I want the voters of America to decide who's going to be the president and not an assassin's bullet.
Together, Republicans and Democrats are investigating the actions taken or not taken by the Secret Service leading up to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania.
We are dedicated to a bipartisan product. The American people deserve the whole truth about what happened on July 13th.
The acting director of the Secret Service, Ronald Rowe, briefed members of the House and Senate Thursday.
Well, looking forward to working with Congress to make sure that we never have a tragedy like July 13th again.
Rowe promised transparency from his agency after his predecessor resigned.
There's a lot of additional information that we still need, that we're still waiting on.
This is what lawmakers know so far. Secret Service did not attend a security briefing the morning of Trump's rally. They communicated poorly with local law enforcement. They were aware of the suspect, but did not stop Trump from taking the stage. And the agency was initially not going to send snipers to the event.
These errors, someone lost their life. I think the people in charge of security that day shouldn't be doing it again.
Fox News has learned several high-level Secret Service officials have been encouraged to retire. Some were already planning to do so, but we're told some have been accelerated, possibly to avoid lengthy congressional investigations. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that report. And you may have heard the claims by former President Trump during the debate about migrants eating cats and dogs in places like Springfield, Ohio. Democrats are now dismissing the accounts, and the city has been dealing with more visible problems from massive immigration. Christina Coleman has the latest from Springfield.
Folks in Springfield, Ohio packed a community meeting, outraged over how the dramatic surge in Haitian migrants is stretching local resources thin.
This influx is making it worse for them. Housing. The overcrowding in housing
Our frustrations and concern continue to fall on deaf ears. This community has been begging for help.
Haiti's gang violence and unrest prompted hundreds of thousands of Haitians to leave their country over the past 4 years. During that time, at least 15,000 of them came to Springfield, Ohio, under the Temporary Protected Status program that the Biden-Harris administration extended.
We are looking for a safer place to stay and a job.
Now, the local healthcare system is overwhelmed by people who need vaccinations and basic care, while schools are struggling to teach students who don't speak English. Ohio's governor now surging state support to the area.
The problem here is there is absolutely no plan at all when these people came in. And yes, I certainly blame the administration.
Road safety also a concern. A Haitian immigrant without a driver's license hit a school bus last year, killing an 11-year-old boy and injuring about 24 other children. Ohio State Highway Patrol has been dispatched to this area to help local police with traffic issues. Some residents complain the new arrivals don't understand U.S. traffic laws.
This issue is not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is an American issue. This is an Ohio issue, and we, the people, have the ability to ensure our streets are safe.
City Hall was evacuated Thursday after someone threatened to bomb multiple buildings in this area, including several schools. The threat accused city leaders of allowing the federal government to dump migrants here. The FBI and local authorities are investigating, trying to figure out who is behind this. Reporting in Springfield, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, Christina, thank you so much for that report. 8:13 on the East Coast and 5:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour. But if you've been with us throughout the morning, you know we are following the latest on this major fire that is still burning over in Philadelphia. That is a live look coming in from our Fox 29 Philadelphia station. We will have an update here on the other side of this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to get to the latest on this breaking news that we have been following out of Philadelphia. This is over in the Frankford neighborhood. That is where a fire has now been burning for almost 3 hours. Huge plumes of smoke that are seen from miles and miles away. And folks over in our Fox 29 Philadelphia studio say they can actually smell that smoke. Some folks are being evacuated from that area, and we know that 150 firefighters at least have responded to that 4-alarm fire. It's burning over at a factory there in Philadelphia, and there's also a used car dealership or junkyard that is there on the other side of the building burning that has also been damaged. I do actually want to head over to what looks like it's a news conference that is getting underway with firefighters there in Philadelphia. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Ready? I think we're ready. Are we all good? Yep. All right. Assistant Deputy Commissioner Boeing, Derek, Boeing, D-E-R-E-K, B-O-W-M-E-R. So this morning at 5:31, our company's responded to this address behind me. Our company's encountered heavy fire when they got there. Okay, we immediately went to 2 alarms. Okay, just based on the amount of fire that was going on, and also how big the building was. It quickly escalated to 3 alarms. We were doing an aggressive exterior attack. Okay, at the time. What we have here is a commercial building with an auto shop to the rear of it. In the back, there's another commercial building. So, again, a couple of things that are going on. There's the Frankfurt Creek in the back, so that caused some issues that we had to encounter to get water. Right now, we are basically in a 4-alarm, which is about 57 fire trucks and 140 people doing members that you see around. So we'll be here for a while. We do have some displacements on Adams here and probably on the Wing and Hopkins side. So we'll be here for a while, of course. Looks like it's still not under control, but we have a lot of our apparatus here doing what we have to do. So that's the first update. So you mentioned, was it 2 buildings and were they occupied? I know
Yeah, so it's 2 commercial buildings. They were not occupied, okay? On the right-hand side of Adams, there were some people, residentials, and just based on how much fire was kind of burning out, we were able to get them out and displaced. They're just displaced for now. Okay.
But their homes weren't burned.
No, they're not burned. We're just out for just for safety reasons. Okay. All right.
And you mentioned that Frankfurt Creek was a challenge. Was it the water access?
No, it's just no access for us to get any kind of fire trucks back there, apparatus. Okay, so we're kind of fighting it from. Normally we'll fight it from the rear. It cuts off, so we can't get any trucks down here at all. So, but we're managing it now.
How soon will those people be back?
We don't know yet. So Office of Emergency Management is here to assist them along with our community action team. So we'll be here, to take it up.
Can you kind of describe the difficulty that you guys had? Because it looked like it was.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we did have some water issues getting in here. It's a tight area here in Frankfurt here. So just getting all of our trucks and apparatus down inside, it was a challenge. So we got it, and then nobody was injured. So we're doing it now.
What building did it start?
I'm not sure. It was one of the 2 buildings here. So.
Is the fire contained?
It is not. So we're not under control yet. Okay. All right.
And there are multiple vehicles on fire.
There is an auto shop back here, so you probably heard that some of those explosions from the auto shop. Yes, was affected.
Any rough estimate how many people were evacuated? Or
I'm not sure at this time. I don't have that.
We heard like a lot of bangs.
That's the cars probably here. The explosions from the auto shop here. That's probably what you hear.
Okay. No injuries?
None. No, good thing. That's a good thing. So we'll be here a while. We'll get another update at a later time. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate it.
Sorry about that.
All right, there you have it. Another brief update there provided by fire crews as they are still battling that fire at an old factory. Again, we did have Skyfox out there earlier on after the fire broke out, and there were massive flames there. About 150 firefighters responding, and at this point, no reports of any injuries. If that does change, we'll bring you updates right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head over to Massachusetts right now at a developing story that we are following at this hour out of Newton, which is right outside of Boston. That is where a shooting took place overnight. This happening really at a pro-Gaza war rally. There were a lot of different folks that were out there, and at least one person was wounded. Do want to take you to a news conference that was held early on this morning, fairly brief, but Newton police providing some answers to the questions that many people have.
I am joined by Mayor Ruthie Fuller from the city of Newton,
by Chief George McMains, the Newton Police Department, and Lieutenant Eric Gagnon from the Massachusetts State Police. I will begin by telling you this is very early in the investigation of this incident. I am aware that there's been information that's circulating on social media. We aren't going to be commenting about that. And regrettably, the answer to most of the questions you're going to have is we are working on that. What we do know at this point is that at approximately 6:40 tonight, the Newton Police responded to calls at Washington and Harvard Street, just a short distance from the station. What we have since learned is there was a small group of individuals, pro-Israeli demonstrators, who were demonstrating on one side of the street. There was an individual apparently completely randomly walking down the other side of the street. Words were exchanged back and forth across the street. That individual, who was not part of the group, at some point began crossing the street, appears to have gone back to his side of the street, ultimately came across and jumped upon one of the demonstrators. A scuffle ensued. During that scuffle, the individual who had come across the street was shot by a member of the demonstrating group. That individual, whose name is Scott Hayes, age 47, from Framingham, is under arrest. He right now is charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon and violation of a constitutional right causing injury. He will be arraigned tomorrow at the Newton District Court on those charges. The individual who came across the street has sustained life-threatening injuries and is being treated at a local hospital. So that is the information that we have at this point. I'm going to turn it over to the chief at this point, or the mayor. Chief, and
thank you. I just want to ask if anybody from the public has video, pictures, any other information from the scene, to please reach out to the Newton Police Department Detective Bureau. Their number is 617-796-2104, or they can do so anonymously at the tip line 617-796-2121. The Newton Police Department will be providing extra patrols at the houses of worship over the next several days, as well as beyond if we feel that's appropriate or necessary. Thank you.
Ruth Ann Fuller, Mayor, City of Newton. This was a frightening incident on Washington Street earlier this evening. The Newton Police Department acted quickly and immediately took a person into custody. I have two asks. First, let the Newton Police do their work and get the facts straight. Second, I ask everyone to remain calm. Please know if anybody needs emotional support, please reach out to the Riverside Trauma Center. They offer support services and referrals 24/7 to help people after critical incidents, including violence in a community. Their telephone number is 781-433-0672. During the normal weekday work hours, please also feel free to reach out to Newton City Hall. Our social services team will also be providing referrals to anybody who needs some help. I am very grateful to Chief George McMains and the Newton Police, as well as to the Newton Fire and our ambulance service, Coastal Ambulance, who were also immediately on scene. I know people will have a lot of questions, and we will share information with Newtonians and the press when we are able. It's really early stages of an active investigation. Finally, if you have any reason that you feel unsafe, call emergency services at 911. Thank you.
Can you just go over again who had the gun and how this all started in the scuffle, just to clarify who shot that shot?
What we know at this point, and it is still very early, we have many, many people to talk to, was that there were the group of demonstrators on the, as we face from here, we call it the right-hand side of the street, There was an individual who may have been accompanied by somebody else, apparently just walking down the left-hand side of the street. At some point, there was an exchange of words back and forth across the street between the group on the left and the group on the right. It appears that one of those individuals on the left-hand side of the street was coming out into the middle of the street, went back at least once to his original position. There were things being said back and forth across the street. Ultimately, that individual came very rapidly across the street and tackled one of the demonstrators. There was a scuffle that was going on the street, and at some point, Mr. Hayes used a gun and fired a shot that struck the individual who had come across the street.
Did that gun belong to Mr. Hayes, or did it fall out from someone in the scuffle?
No, it's our understanding that that was his gun and that he legally possessed that gun.
Was the man who the victim was shot, were they, would you characterize them as like anti-Israel or pro-Palestinian?
I think it's too soon to get into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Hayes the one that was tackled?
We believe so, but that is still something we are looking at.
All right, that was courtesy the Newton Police Department there. A very brief news conference that was held overnight as police are still kind of working to piece together what happened. But they do say that a person did charge over at those Gaza War protesters and tackled someone. And at that point, one of the protesters shot the person. So that protester has been arrested and charged, facing several charges and expecting to go before a judge at some point today. We'll bring you more on that as we do get it. The time now 8:27 on the East Coast and 5:27 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute break, but on the other side, we will get right back into your top stories, live events, and breaking news. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Investigators releasing new information about last week's deadly shooting at Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia, which is outside of Atlanta. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation posting online a list of frequently asked questions about the attack that killed 4 people and wounded 9 others. The agency wrote 14-year-old Colt Gray brought the, quote, black semi-automatic AR-15 style rifle to school with him on September 4th in his backpack. The weapon could not be broken down, but was able to be hidden in his bag, we're told. The GBI says Colt kept the gun hidden until second period, at which time he, quote, asked a teacher if he could go to the front office and speak to someone. From there, investigators say Colt took his bag and went to the restroom, later taking out the rifle and opening fire, killing 2 students and 2 teachers and injuring 9 other people. Colt Gray is charged with 4 counts of felony murder with additional charges expected as a grand jury does review the case. That's actually him over in the top left-hand side of your screen, as he did appear in court just days after the shooting. Now, his father, Colin Gray, seen there on the top right-hand side of your screen, has also been arrested after investigators say he bought the gun that was used in the shooting despite knowing his son needed mental health treatment. Colt's mother, Marsai Gray, releasing a letter apologizing to the victims. Now, that letter provided to CNN does state, quote, "My son Colt is not a monster." And it goes on to say, quote, "To the parents and families of those affected by the tragic events at Appalachian High School, I want to say that I am so sorry from the bottom of my heart." Both Colt and Colin Gray do remain jailed with their next hearing date set for December. Now, I do want to talk more about the shooting, but also the number of school threats that we are now seeing nationwide coming in after that. Let's bring in Mo Kennedy, the executive director of the National Association of School Resource Officers, joining us now live to discuss. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk to you about the shooting at Appalachian High School. When you hear that this is going on as students are just returning to class, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, first, extreme sadness. I was a school resource officer on the day that the Columbine massacre happened, and I've been in this for 25 years, and it never becomes a comfortable thing, that's for sure. So a lot of sadness. You know, you're talking about a community that's changed forever, and lives that are changed forever. So that's something we really have to grapple with. It certainly is discouraging to see it already beginning so early in the year, and certainly gives me concern for what the rest of the year is going to look like.
When a call comes in of a school threat, and I do want to talk more about this generally speaking here, I imagine the directive is to treat every call as if it is the real thing.
You know, when we're dealing with a threat, whether it's called in, whether it's on social media, whatever it is, we have to take it seriously. And it has to be investigated. The question becomes, what do we do in the meantime with students, with school, from the time the threat comes in until we determine if it's a valid threat or not? That really becomes the question. And it is a complicated process to walk through.
And tell me a little bit about that process, because I know a lot goes into it, and you have to think that each, I guess, incident is treated kind of differently in the sense that you are working to gather all of the information as quickly as you can.
I really appreciate you saying that. Each investigation stands on its own. Every shooting threat is not the same. Every bomb threat that comes in, it's not the same. So everyone stands on its own. Certainly there are some things that become somewhat standard procedure. You know, when it comes to a bomb threat, those have been going on for decades. And we finally have learned that we can't give in to the person making the threat. But at the same time, we've got to follow every lead possible to make sure that the threat, again, is valid or not. When we talk about shooting threats, you know, one of the things that we had going on last school year was someone who would call in and state that a shooting is actually going on at a certain school, and even describe the exact location, which of course generates a response. First responders have to treat that as if it's really happening until we know that it's not.
We've seen over the last week following the shooting there at Appalachian High School, dozens upon dozens of threats that have been called in, posted online at different schools, not just there in Georgia, but I'm talking all over the country here. Yep. When we have a big incident that does happen, like what happened there in Winder, Georgia, do we normally see this many copycat threats that do happen?
You know, every time something like this happens, there are copycat incidents that occur. I think that two things that are contributing to it being more, at least feeling like it's more, is as we've come out of the pandemic with all the mental health issues that we certainly are facing with adolescents, the rise in levels of violence in and around school at times. And again, mix in social media with that. It's the perfect storm for more copycat type events.
One thing that doesn't seem to get mentioned, I would say fairly often, is that even if it is a hoax, the effects are still really felt. We're talking about the law enforcement response and the fear that comes into parents' minds, for instance, and students' staff minds as this is going on and the threat comes in. So there is still some effect of it, even if it's not real, so to speak.
Yeah, you brought up two significant points that we have great concern about, and that is, especially if someone reports that there is a shooter and it's a hoax, there is that law enforcement response going on. And as a former law enforcement officer, anytime we're responding code, lights and siren, trying to expedite getting somewhere, that's a risk to everyone, no matter how safe we are with it. That's increasing risk. And so we've got that part of it going on. But we also do have, you think about the impact on mental health of students, of educators, of parents, for whatever period of time that they believe that this is a real event. It feels real, and that has a significant impact. And it's something that after the event is over, we've got to figure out how to return to some semblance of normal.
There's no way to know what's really going through the mind of juveniles or adults who do call in these sort of threats or post them online. It obviously varies based on the situation, as we mentioned. But when this does happen, people might think maybe they're doing it because it's funny or it's something to pass the time. But I guess what they don't realize is they can face some very serious charges.
Well, one of the things, especially when we think about adolescents who make these calls or make these threats, we have to remember that they're also going through adolescent brain development. And that's not an excuse, it's just a fact. And so they're not processing these kind of things the way that an adult, with a fully formed frontal lobe is processing something. They process with their feelings first. And so you talk about a student who maybe is dared to do this, or maybe they've been bullied at school and this is a way to get back at everybody. That's the way they're processing this, and it's different than the way us adults process things.
How have the situations there inside of the schools nationwide kind of changed when it comes to these threats over the last several years and maybe decades? Because we know that social media, obviously, over the last decade or two has really picked up.
Yeah, when the Columbine massacre occurred, and again, I was still a fairly new SRO at that time, social media wasn't around at all. But certainly there was a media blitz, if you will, around that and around other school shootings that were happening during that time. And it did cause quite a pendulum swing, probably a bit extreme. But we were trying to do the best that we could to keep students and staff safe at school. Now, I think that we've learned more over the last 2.5 decades about things like behavioral threat assessment. A lot of schools are doing a great job putting together multidisciplinary school safety teams that one of their objectives becomes around behavioral threat assessment. And that's not a process just to create, to try to create a criminal investigation. It's a process to take a threat and really break it down, peel back the layers of the onion, and determine if it really is a valid threat that's going on. So that's one of the things that's occurred. And I think that in a lot of places we have gotten smarter. Now, look, again, we're coming out of a pandemic, which most of us have never lived through, and we're dealing with a lot of fallout from that. And one of the things we're seeing, again, is a little more violence in schools and certainly more incidences of students bringing a firearm to school.
Does each response to a situation like this kind of serve as, let's say, a learning experience for law enforcement?
Well, let me say that it should. When, we live through something like the Columbine massacre or the Sandy Hook massacre, we should absolutely be learning lessons from that. But then we see something like Uvalde and we scratch our head and wonder, how did we not learn that lesson? So I will say that we should be learning lessons from every one of these.
Tell me about your organization and what you do to kind of raise awareness and help others and really keep students safe.
NASRO has been around since 1991, and one of our focal points is training law enforcement officers who are going to be assigned in a school environment, how to work in that environment. Everything from how to be prepared to deal with an active assailant, all the way to relationship building, which is key. Relationship building, you think about bringing community-based policing into the school environment. And when we build those relationships, one of the outcomes we see is averted school violence. There's actually a database where those cases are registered, where an SRO or an educator, through that good relationship with a student, has been able to receive some really good intelligence that's helped us stop an act of violence before it ever occurs. So that's one of the important things that gets left out in the discussion in many cases. But SROs are in schools to be a part of that multidisciplinary school safety team and to be another barrier, if you will, in terms of protecting students and staff.
And kind of piggybacking off of what you just said there, this is my last question. I do want to ask, because I know that back in the day, I did graduate high school a little bit ago. There was no SRO in my school, but do most of the schools have an SRO speaking nationwide?
No. That would be the answer to that. And we also have to be very careful about who we call an SRO, because there is a federal definition for a school resource officer. And it means that they are a certified sworn law enforcement officer who's specially trained and carefully selected to be in this position. But it is important to understand that it's a very unique position. So no, when you and I were in school, that was not the case. In 1999, the federal government, Department of Justice, released their findings on how many SROs at that time were in school. I believe the number was around 24,700 from that study. So if you think about the fact that there are over 100,000 school buildings in this country, then we're really only at about 25% who have an SRO.
All right, Mo, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break down what is a topic that so many people have questions on. We really appreciate you taking the time to be here. Is there anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, I think one other thing again, I want to come back to behavioral threat assessment for a minute, but one of the things that we at NASRO do, we provide a number of different training courses, and one of those is called Project Unite. And within that, what we've built out over a 4-year development process are 4 very important components that need to be taking place within the school environment. One of those is culture and climate. We have to be about establishing a good culture and climate around safety. The second is bystander reporting. It's critically important that we're doing our job in educating students, staff, and parents around the issues of things that they should be sharing, and having that trusted adult in that relationship helps them to be able to share that. Thirdly is information sharing and the importance of school districts sharing information with each other, but also the law enforcement agencies and school districts sharing information that is appropriate for them to share. And then finally, and again, behavioral threat assessment and suicide risk assessment are important components within the school environment.
All right, Mo, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. And I do want to talk a little bit more about all of this. Going over to Florida right now, we know that a 15-year-old student has been arrested after police say that he sent messages on social media threatening to become a school shooter. That is according to police there. I do want to bring in Morgan Parrish with our Fox 35 Orlando team. She joins us live from Sanford, Florida, with the latest on that story. Good morning, Morgan. Thank you so much for being here.
Josh, good morning. Thank you for having me. You know, this is just one of several threats that we've seen being made this week here in Central Florida. And really, we've been seeing these threats taking place across the nation. Even just this morning, we heard of threats at several middle schools here in Seminole County, Sanford Middle School, Rock Lake Middle School, Teague Middle School. And then earlier this week over at Lake Brantley, we heard, a kid walked into the school with a gun and he was arrested. So this is something that has been happening every single day this week. Last night around 8:30, police responded to Pinecrest Drive, where, like you said, they received a tip that a 15-year-old posted on social media that he wanted to become a school shooter. And based on that investigation, officials were able to confirm it was him who sent those messages. And back on Wednesday, that student at Lake Brantley High School was arrested for bringing a stolen, unloaded gun onto campus, sending the school into lockdown. So it's hard to imagine what parents are feeling right now, sending their kids to school, hearing that this is happening every single day. And of course, you can't imagine the fear that both students and staff are also having just entering those classrooms. Sanford police say that these threats are not a joke, but a felony and will lead you to jail.
Let me be very clear. There will never be a time that threatening behavior or weapons being brought to a campus will be tolerated. These behaviors carry heavy consequences that will alter lives and change futures in a way that young people may not comprehend.
Sanford police is urging local staff and students to continue to report any suspicious activity. And right now, investigators are asking if anyone has any information at all regarding that 15-year-old who posted that threat on social media to reach out to Sanford police as soon as possible. Reporting in Sanford, I'm Morgan Parrish, Fox 35 News.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, the time now 8:47 on the East Coast and 5:47 on the West Coast. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute break, but a lot more live coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox, 8:50 on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow and I'm here for the next 30 minutes or so to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. If you look off to the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see just some of the live events that are going to happen later on today that we'll carry on Live Now. Coming up, we do have dueling events at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when we expect former President Trump to be speaking over at a golf course in Los Angeles. But at the same time, President Biden will be delivering remarks at a brunch that celebrates Black excellence. Now, later on in the night at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when we expect to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. She will be speaking over in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. As we know, Pennsylvania is a battleground state that both Harris and Trump really want to win. Now, earlier on this week, we did cover the debate that took place between Harris and Trump. But if you were looking for another one to happen at any point, it's not going to. I do want to send it over to Connor Hansen, who has more on that.
Following a high-stakes debate that many believe Kamala Harris won, the vice president says she wants to debate again. Harris criticized former President Trump's performance at an event in North Carolina.
It was the same old show. That same tired playbook that we've heard for years, with no plans for how he would address the needs of the American people.
But Trump is also claiming victory in Tuesday night's debate. The former president posted on Truth Social, quote, "There will be no third debate," before speaking in Arizona.
The first words out of that fighter's mouth is, "I want a rematch. I want a rematch." And that's what she said, "I want a rematch." Polls clearly show that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala.
It's too early to know how much impact the debate will have on the election. New Fox News power rankings show both Arizona and North Carolina as toss-ups. Overall, polls show Harris leading in electoral votes with 241 to Trump's 219 out of 270 needed to win. But there are still 78 considered up for grabs. Voters are now processing what they saw in what will likely be the only face-to-face matchup.
Kamala was really baiting Trump, and she spent the majority of the time doing that, not covering some of the issues.
I'm just sorry Trump could have done a better job. I love Trump. I'm going to vote for him.
The only other scheduled debate is between vice presidential nominees J.D. Vance and Tim Walz on October 1st. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you. And we are just a few weeks away, so we'll make sure to have coverage of that debate as we do get closer. Do want to take you back out live over to Philadelphia. That is where we continue to follow this breaking news that you're looking at on your screen. If you've been with us over the past several hours, you know that the fire has died down quite a bit. There is not nearly as much smoke as we saw earlier here, but this is an old factory that was on fire, and the fire appeared to have spread to a dealership of old cars, possibly a junkyard in that area right nearby. There were concerns that the fire would spread even further, but at this point, crews are working so hard to put out the fire and take care of hot spots that they haven't had a chance to really assess the damage just yet. We do have a couple of updates that we've received from the fire department, speaking with Hank Flynn over at our Fox 29 Philadelphia station. Here is what we know so far. This was a 4-alarm fire that did take over this multi-story building that turned out to be a factory. Crews were called out several hours ago now, more than 3 hours ago at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time for a report of a fire. Now, if you are familiar with Philadelphia, this is over in the 1200 block of Adams Avenue, and that is in the Frankford neighborhood. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Derek Bomer telling reporters that the fire quickly went to 3 alarms due to the size of the flames and really how high the building was itself. Now, we did get an aerial look from our Fox 29 Philadelphia station at one point. They had Skyfox flying overhead. And as I say this, we do have a news conference that is beginning, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
The Fire Commissioner, Anthony Hudgens, last name spelled H-U-D-G-I-N-S. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so this is an update. You guys have all the original information. I'm going to start off with the 3rd alarm. Okay, our 3rd alarm was called at 5:42 this morning. Approximately at 5:57 this morning, we hit the 4th alarm. We hit the 4th alarm. So let me just tell you, the fire here came in early this morning. We called up to 4 alarms to come out to control this fire. That brings about 57 of our apparatus. Actually, it's north of 57 of our apparatus, and about 150 plus of our members to come out, along with the members of our partners. Like I said, OEM was here, and others were here to help us with this. We have right now about 30 to 40 displaced Philadelphia citizens right now, and we displaced them for their safety. We had to obviously cut their utilities off so we can control this fire faster. So right now they're being tended to from our internal community action teams, as well as the Office of Emergency Management. We expect to be here for a little while longer. The fire has been placed under control at 0846 hours, or layman term, 846. And we're expected to be here for a while, for a few more hours. Any questions?
What are you doing right now?
What am I doing right now?
No, what are you guys doing now?
Okay, right now we have the fire building completely surrounded with water. So we're just putting a lot of water in there to make sure this fire is completely extinguished. We're also, as I said earlier, attending to the needs of the citizens, as our community action team, to all the citizens in the area. As you can see, we have many businesses around that's affected by this fire. That's not lost on us. That is not lost on us. So what we're trying to do is make sure this area is safe as possible so we can get these businesses up and running as soon as possible.
We know what was in the building today.
That's still under investigation.
At this stage, it's still the 2 buildings where the fire affected. It's still 2 buildings.
It's just those 2 structures, yes. Just 2 structures.
You know, those buildings were occupied. Were there active businesses in there?
So we're still doing an investigation on that. That's still being investigated. Oh, okay. So he's just saying now we do know that they were active businesses. I don't know right now what those businesses were, but they were active businesses. Okay.
Great.
Anything else?
I think they were good right now. Thank you.
Okay.
This will be our last.
Like anything inside?
It was a heavy fire load inside. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yes. Again, under investigation by our fire marshal's office, like our first deputy said. And then our next update will be we'll tweet that out. You know, that'll be the last interview here. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Fire's under control at 8:46. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Sure. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. Another update coming in from fire crews there as they are battling this massive fire that now, for the most part, appears to be calmed down. We know that it was a 4-alarm fire earlier on this morning. No injuries reported, thankfully, but a lot of folks have been kind of evacuated from that area as a result. The cause of the fire at this point still under investigation. And as we do get more details on all of that, we'll make sure to bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. As you heard, it might be a while before we get another update, but for the most part, fire crews have been kind of walking up to the camera every 30 minutes to 60 minutes, and we'll make sure to bring you more of those as we do get those updates from investigators. In the meantime, do want to head to another big story that we have been tracking here. It is a race against time as we are seeing crews that are fighting several wildfires over in Southern California. We know there are at least 3 of them that are fairly substantial at this point, and the flames keep getting closer and closer to thousands upon thousands of structures, causing injuries and sending residents running for safety. Many have been evacuated from those locations. Fox's Chanley Painter has more for us right now.
The Golden State still under siege from several destructive wildfires tearing through Southern California. While the arrival of some cooler weather has given firefighters a slight edge, bone-dry conditions continue providing the perfect fuel to feed the hungry flames.
There's so much combustibles.
So far, the airport fire has injured at least a dozen people, with the inferno charring more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday in Orange and Riverside counties.
It's devastating.
As some residents return to damaged properties covered in ash, embers from the blaze are helping the fire to continue spreading. This footage captures the dramatic efforts crews went through to save horses as their barn went up in flames. Meanwhile, the line fire has been raging for more than a week now.
About 73,000 complete structures have been threatened by this fire.
Police have arrested a 34-year-old suspect they allege started the blaze, which has engulfed more than 37,000 acres in San Bernardino County as of Thursday. Officials are also protecting the homes of evacuees from looters.
If you're going to be an opportunist in San Bernardino County and we catch you, you are going to jail.
But concerns are really growing over the bridge fire, the largest of the blazes at more than 51,000 acres. Containment as of Thursday was at 0%. More than 24 homes have been destroyed. California's wildfire season typically lasts until November. Officials say residents in fire-prone areas should have an emergency pack ready in case evacuation orders grow. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
Chanley, thank you so much for that report. We are now at the top of the hour here at 9 o'clock on the East Coast and 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Do want to go international as we take a live look over the Israel-Gaza border and get into the latest out of the Middle East. Israel carried out a raid on an Iranian weapons facility in Syria this week, killing at least 14 people and wounding dozens of others. The information coming from multiple Hebrew media outlets. Syrian media reporting the strikes hit a scientific research center that was affiliated with the manufacture of chemical weapons and precision missiles that are used by both Iran and Syria. The location of the strike about 120 miles north of Israel. Do want to talk about that and the latest developments here out of the Middle East. So let's bring in a friend of the show and a true expert here. Ben Talablu is a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, joining us now. Ben, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us.
Good morning, Josh. Always a pleasure.
All right, so I do want to start by talking about this apparent strike here. How significant overall is it for Iran, and what do we really know about how all of this played out? Because a lot of information is coming from kind of various reports from Hebrew media.
That's right. There's a couple of different strands of reporting we can bring together here. But just first note, across the northern tier of the Middle East, the Islamic Republic of Iran has really built a land bridge through a whole series of failed states so that it can project power into the Eastern Mediterranean against Israel. This was part of a larger strategy the regime had built long before October 7. So you have Iran, you have Iraq, you have Syria, and you have Lebanon. And across this permissive jurisdiction, Iran ferries men, money, and munitions to ultimately get Lebanese Hezbollah, which is the crown jewel of all its proxies, to develop more and more lethal and robust capabilities. And many of these capabilities are often moved to Syria first, built in Syria, finalized in Syria, and then moved over the border into Lebanon. So that's why Israel's campaign between the wars, or war between the wars, has really been focused on in the past decade, trying to take out many of these military capabilities and command and control networks that operate so freely in Syria. Now, when it comes to this story, the fact that an Iranian conventional weapons facility is co-located at a Syrian chemical weapons facility should be a big red flag, and more about the permissiveness of Iran's willingness to play footsie with WMD creation in the Middle East. That's number one. Number two is the intelligence the Israelis had to be able to detect this thing. There's multiple stories from the Axios, for example, that are talking about the Israelis watching this facility be built not above ground, but below ground, the tunneling, the digging, the moving of supplies, such that Iran appeared to be trying to create what it has inside Iran, meaning those subterranean nuclear bunkers, as a subterranean weapons production facility inside Syria to make up for the fact that it kept getting hit so many times in Syria. And then number three, this is where the conflicting reporting gets in. This also may have been the first ground operation by the Israelis inside Syria. So there's reports saying that Israeli special forces or paratroopers fast roped in on helicopters and took this facility out and went after those pro-regime assets. When the reporting diverges, however, Axios says no Iranians were harmed. The Times of Israel actually says between 2 to 4 Iranians were kidnapped, were taken from the facility. So it'll be a big deal if actually the Israelis capture IRGC officers, IRGC assets, IRGC personnel on Syrian territory and have taken them back. But it'll also still be a big deal if there was no capture and they also managed to take out this critical infrastructure.
And it's still so early on, so there is still a lot left to figure out, and I'm sure we'll learn a lot over the coming hours and days here, and we'll make sure to pass that along. But thank you for breaking down what we really do know so far. Now, earlier on in the week, we did hear from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who did reveal that Iran has actually provided Russia with some close-range ballistic missiles that will likely be used against Ukraine. So my question for you, can you break down the implications of that overall?
Yeah, and this is something that, in honesty, should not have happened, despite the fact that in the spring of 2022, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. said that the Iranians were going to be giving drones and missiles. And then in the fall of 2022, we saw the Russians begin to use Iranian drones against critical infrastructure and civilian targets in Ukraine. The West, the U.S., the EU, everybody had ample time, NATO, to make sure that the Ukrainians had not just everything they needed to defend themselves from these drones, but that they could signal adequate resolve to the Russians and to the Iranians to not engage in this destabilizing weapons transfer. Make no mistake, this marks the furthest ever and the most important and first ever proliferation of Iranian ballistic missiles into Europe. So in and of itself, this is a political earthquake. Second, there were many things that could have been done to prevent this or try to raise the cost of this. In 2020, the Trump administration tried to work with the United Nations and its European partners to try to restore an international arms embargo. Everyone laughed. 2 years later, Iranian drones are killing European citizens in Ukraine. Once those drones moved to Ukraine, the world had yet another opportunity in 2023, October, to try to prevent the lapsing of an international ballistic missile testing and transfer prohibition that existed at the UN against the Iranians. The world didn't act then, and the Iranians, in my view, connected the dots and said that they could get away with this. And ultimately, it's been reported that they provided close-range ballistic missiles. Close-range missiles are tactical systems. It's a variant of the FAT family, so this is the most precise single-stage solid propellant ballistic missile in the Iranian arsenal. A variant of this weapon was actually fired at Kurdish positions in September 2022 and actually killed a U.S. citizen using a ballistic missile for the first time in Iraq by the Iranians in the fall of 2022. The U.S. obviously, unfortunately, had not responded to that strike. And again, in the minds of the Iranians, it paved the pathway for more risky behavior. So all of this stuff helps keep Putin in the fight longer.
And you touched on Lebanon a little bit, so I want to talk about what happened earlier in the week where the Israel Defense Forces said that over the course of about 24 hours, you had more than 100 rockets that were fired from Lebanon over at civilians that were in northern Israel. And usually when we think about Lebanon and rockets being fired, we kind of attribute that to Hezbollah, as they normally say it was us. However, this time, some of them actually came from Hamas. So even though we associate Hezbollah with Lebanon, does it appear that Hamas has a stronghold, a large group there in Lebanon as well?
Well, we've seen this actually for the past few years, that obviously Hezbollah is the one with the lion's share of the political and military capabilities because of how much they've been able to suck across from the Lebanese state and de facto turn that into a failed state and a permissive jurisdiction for the Islamic Republic of Iran. But Iran has also been able to make room for or elbow in its other major proxy in the area, Hamas, from the Gaza Strip. We know that for many years now, there's been Hamas leadership living in Lebanon. There actually was an IRGC Hamas-Hezbollah coordination cell. This was something that was publicly reported a few years ago in major Western press that existed in Beirut. So it's no surprise to me that yet another group is going to be taking credit for this kind of stuff. But we even saw this in different iterations of the 2021 war with Israel and Hamas as well, where actually there was some rocket fire from the north and Hamas took credit for it. So it comes as no...
Assassinated. Now, it's important to note that Israel has not taken responsibility for that. They did not say that they were behind it. However, as a result of that, Iran did say we are going to retaliate. We are going to launch a direct attack on Israel, and it will be, quote unquote, imminent. Again, it's been 2 months. Does it appear that that attack from Iran is still going to happen on Israel, or does anyone really know?
Well, unfortunately, the news flash here is that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been prosecuting an actual kinetic war and being able to get away with murder, quite literally, against Israel for 11 months now. And that's called the post-October 7 Middle East. In my view, I think obviously the Iranians understood they were outgunned. But in the post-April 13, post-April 14 world, that was when Iran launched directly, overtly, and kinetically from its own territory ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones against the Israelis. They are trying to now weaponize in the minds of folks like the Americans, folks like the Biden administration, the fear of a potentially widening war as we get closer to the election, and the fear of a potentially widening war as we get closer to the one-year anniversary of the October 7 attack. So in my view, everything that we've seen in the past month and a half, the overdrive of the Biden administration to try to foist a ceasefire onto the Netanyahu government is actually part and parcel of the Iranian diplomatic strategy to threaten a wider war, to spook America, to put the handcuffs on Israel. And if there's a line that one could say here based on the April 13, April 14 attack, when President Biden told Prime Minister Netanyahu to take the win, looking with the perspective of time and distance, in the past 11 months, if anyone has learned how to take the win in the past 11 months in the Middle East, it's been Iran, and they're playing the long game, unfortunately, here.
My last question here, I do want to talk a little bit more about this because you and I have discussed this in the past, but it is one of the questions that we get a lot. Can you kind of break down for us the relationship between Iran and the groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and even the Houthis?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Israelis have come up with an analogy that it's quite apt. They say it's the eye of the octopus, and all of these proxies are partners or the tentacles. Some call them allies. The regime itself uses a different word. They use the word axis of resistance. In Iran, you have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This group has helped to create or co-opt different proxy forces across a whole series of battlefields and failed states by preying on downtrodden and dispossessed population across this region and basically putting arms in the hands of these downtrodden and dispossessed folks, such that you have Arabs, Lebanese, Syrians, Iraqis, Yemenis, Gazans firing at the people that the Islamic Republic wants to fire at. So there are some groups like Hezbollah, like in Lebanon, like the Badr Corps or the Shia militias in Iraq that the IRGC has literally helped to create. And then there are some groups like Hamas in Gaza or the Houthis in Yemen that pre-existed, and the Islamic Republic, through sustained material and political and financial support, has been able to co-opt. But this is a diffuse network that the Islamic Republic has been bringing together to fire at Americans, to fire at Israelis, and to accomplish the ideological and strategic goals of the 45-year-old regime in Tehran.
All right, Ben and Ben Talablu, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Operating in the background, obviously, while the war in the Middle East continues to rage, is one of the things that actually makes Tehran more of a transnational threat than its record of terrorism, and that it's its quest for a nuclear weapon. In the background this week, you had the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors going on in Vienna. You had some tough diplomatic language by the Americans and the Europeans about Iran's expanding nuclear program. You even had lines like, there is no credible civilian justification for what the Islamic Republic is doing. So again, as we get closer to the one-year anniversary of the October 7 terrorist attack, it's important to have a full stock of the threats that Tehran poses, which are not just nuclear and regional, it's nuclear and regional. It's not or, it's always and. So Washington, international partners are going to have to do a much better job of walking and chewing gum, assessing these threats, capping these threats, and rolling back these threats at the same time. Because when you look at the nuclear program since October 7, it's benefited from a lack of coverage and a lack of U.S. policy to roll it back.
All right, Ben and Ben Talablu, thank you so much for being here with us today. A lot to explain, and I'm glad you were able to break it down.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, and I do want to stay international right now as we do talk a little bit more about the war in Ukraine as it is entering into, or will enter into, its third winter here. We are learning that the U.S. is very likely to allow Ukraine to use long-range missiles and weapons there deeper within Russia. Alex Hogan has more on that.
A major Russian counteroffensive is reportedly underway in the Kursk region after more than a month of Ukrainian advances that marked the first invasion of Russian territory since World War II. It's not clear how long the Ukrainians can hold out while also fending off Russian attacks in eastern Ukraine. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited Kyiv on Wednesday and neighboring Poland on Thursday, promising more military aid and hinting that the Biden administration is considering authorizing the use of American weapons on Russian soil.
We will adjust, we'll adapt
as necessary, including with regard to the means that are at Ukraine's disposal to effectively defend against the Russian aggression.
But Moscow says that would be a dangerous escalation, and Russia could enable its own allies to retaliate against NATO targets in Eastern Europe, claiming that the U.S. is disregarding international law by getting involved in a European conflict.
A number of Western countries are imposing the so-called rules-based order on the world community. The very emergence of such rules is a threat to sovereign countries.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says threats like that are the reason the West needs to push back against Russia, and he claims his forces can win the war if they're given the right resources.
When our warriors liberate the country from Russia's military presence, we will prove to everyone in the world that there are no omnipotent aggressors.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered his forces to push Ukrainian forces back across the border by October 1st. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much for that report. 9:16 on the East Coast and 6:16 on the West Coast. We do have some live events that are about to get underway, so we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 9:19 on the East Coast and 6:19 on the West Coast. As we mentioned, we do have some live events that are kicking off. But before I pop this up, I do want to remind you that we do have dueling news conferences with former President Trump speaking at an LA golf course and President Biden delivering remarks at a brunch that celebrates Black excellence. Those are both at noon Eastern time, but we will bring both of those to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, you are looking at U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. He is speaking right now as he does celebrate, alongside other officials there, the 30th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Paradigm shift, not just in the way we address gender-based violence, but in the way we understand it. I was serving as Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General when VAWA was originally enacted in 1994. In that role, I had an all-too-clear picture of the way that domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking were often handled in police stations, prosecutors' offices, and courtrooms across the country. As Attorney General Janet Reno later described, many, quote, representatives and participants in the criminal justice system looked at domestic violence cases and said, that's a domestic. and they just turned their back. That was so, even though at the time, as Congress found, 1/3 of women murdered in America, approximately 4,000 per year, were murdered by present or former spouses or partners. The same was true of sexual assault. During the VAWA hearings, survivors and experts testified about the devastating effect of prevailing attitudes that distinguish between a rape by a stranger as compared to a rape by an acquaintance, a date, or a partner, and that frequently put the blame on the victim. Congress found that women reported 100,000 rapes to law enforcement in 1990, more than in any previous year in American history. That figure was estimated to represent only 1/3 of the true number. Another 2/3 of victims declined to report to police. Fewer than half of the reports resulted in arrests. VAWA has helped to change that perception and reality. The act gave the federal government tools to intervene in a sphere that had previously been largely the domain of state and local law enforcement. It created new resources and authority to prevent and prosecute these crimes and to support survivors. In so doing, it sent a message. Gender-based and intimate partner violence is not just a private matter, not just a local matter, but a national crisis, one that our country was no longer willing to tolerate. Today, officers, prosecutors, judges, families, and society at large understand what should have always been clear. Domestic and dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking are violent crimes. They cannot be ignored as somehow distinct or private. Today, we recognize that they are among the most serious crimes that our society faces. We recognize the devastating lifelong effects that gender-based violence can have on both the physical and mental well-being of survivors. We recognize that domestic violence calls are among the most dangerous for first responders and victims alike. We recognize that those who have engaged in sexual or domestic violence are far more likely to harm both current and future partners and children, as well as being a danger to the public at large. We recognize that this danger multiplies when these individuals possess a firearm. And we insist that the federal government has not just a duty, not just a role, but must intervene. To return to the words of Attorney General Reno, who said during VAWA's enactment, we recognize that addressing domestic and sexual violence must be, quote, a linchpin in the attack on violent crime. Today, we have the opportunity to recognize the impact that VAWA has had on our country for the past 30 years. We also recognize what it took to ensure VAWA's passage in 1994 and its reauthorization in 2000, 2005, 2013, and 2022. And we recognize that we would not be here today if not for the survivors who offered their powerful and often heartbreaking testimony to their communities, with reporters, and in congressional hearings. They made real for lawmakers and the American public the toll that these crimes take on women, men, children, families, and entire communities. We also would not be here without the advocates and experts who work to amplify survivors' stories and experiences and put forward solutions. They underscored the need for stronger protections to hold offenders accountable and the need to increase access to services for victims in the aftermath of these terrible crimes. Many of these advocates and survivors are here today. On behalf of the Justice Department and the American people, thank you. Not yet. I have so much more to say. The progress our country has made in addressing gender-based and intimate partner violence is also the result of the work of professionals who have dedicated their lives to carrying out VAWA's promise over the past 30 years. I want to thank the service providers on the front lines who work every day with survivors to ensure that they continue to have a voice, that they are believed, and that they receive the support they need to heal and rebuild their lives. You are true heroes. I want to thank our criminal justice partners, law enforcement officers, prosecutors, and judges. You ensure that perpetrators are held accountable, that the rule of law is upheld, and that survivors are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues here at the Department of Justice who work tirelessly behind the scenes to implement VAWA's protections. You develop policies and resources to improve investigations and prosecutions. You administer millions of dollars in grant funds every year to support the protection services that survivors need. You enforce laws and prosecute cases in Indian country and advance efforts to end the crisis of missing or murdered Indigenous persons. You defend federal law protections, including in the Supreme Court's last term, when you successfully defended the ban on firearm possession by individuals subject to civil protection orders. Although my position at DOJ in 1994 gave me a grim view into the treatment of gender-based crimes before VAWA, it also gave me a vantage point to see the shift that followed. In 1995, that meant being there as Janet Reno stood up the original Office on Violence Against Women. Since its creation, OVW has awarded and administered more than $11 billion in grants and other funding. I've had the opportunity to work with Rosie and her incredible OVW team, many of whom have been with the office since its founding. I am in awe of their passion, deep expertise, and commitment. I am moved by the relentless work to reach every person touched by these crimes and to show by example that the Justice Department can be an effective and caring partner in this effort. Thank you, Rose. Today, we take stock of the progress that VAWA has advanced. But we recognize that there is so much more to do. The reality remains that in the United States, more than 1 in 3 women experiences sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner within her lifetime. And tribal and historically marginalized groups are disproportionately affected. That is why it was so essential that Congress reauthorized VAWA in 2022. And it is why the Department of Justice remains committed to using every tool at our disposal to end domestic violence, sexual violence, and stalking, and to support survivors. As part of that effort, I announced this week that the department is awarding a total of $690 million in grants, all through programs created under VAWA. Among those are awards of more than $171 million across all 50 states and 6 territories under the Stop Violence Against Women Formula Grants program. This program promotes a coordinated community response among law enforcement, prosecutors, courts, victim services organizations, and other community services to ensure the safety of survivors. We are also awarding nearly $6 million under the Enhancing Investigation and Prosecution of Domestic Violence, Dating Violence, Sexual Assault, and Stalking initiative. These funds will be used to promote effective policing and prosecution strategies. We are also leveraging the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and U.S. Attorney's offices throughout the country. Today, I designated an initial set of 78 communities across the country, with more to follow, where we will surge department resources to combat firearm violence against intimate partners and children. We will designate special assistant U.S. attorneys to focus on this effort, and Justice Department agents and prosecutors will work hand in hand with community stakeholders to develop strategies and prioritize prosecutions for unlawful possession of a gun by those who have committed domestic violence offenses. The program will build on the innovative initiatives that U.S. attorneys' offices are already leading to target domestic violence in their districts. That includes the Western District of Oklahoma's Operation 922 program, which has charged hundreds of domestic abusers with federal firearms offenses to quickly remove abusers from the home, to protect the victims over whom the abusers exert control, and to safeguard law enforcement responding to domestic calls. Together, we do everything, and we will do everything we can to get firearms out of the hands of those who have engaged in domestic abuse. In concert with our work to protect survivors and promote healing, this will save lives. I know that for many of the people in this room, the success story of the Violence Against Women Act is personal. It reflects remarkable vision, decades of advocacy and hard work, steadfast commitment to survivors, and triumph over personal tragedy. To all of you, thank you. You have changed our world. You have saved lives, and you have improved countless lives. I look forward to our continued work together. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you again, Attorney General Garland. We're so pleased.
We are just listening in there again, as you just heard those remarks wrap from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. He was speaking as it marks the 30 years of Violence Against Women Act. And we did just hear him wrap up there. It looks like this event is coming to a close, so we are going to take that time to sneak away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we have a lot more stories to get to. Thanks for being with us. My name's Christy Matino. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We did have a live event that we thought was wrapping up, but it looks like it is still going. We were just hearing from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He just spoke moments ago. This is 30 years of the Violence Against Women Act. It is still going on, so let's turn up the sound and listen in.
Reaching out to survivors so that they could get their testimony, in calling shelters and advocates to get their input. So it's just so fortuitous that as we gather here today to mark this pivotal milestone, that we can also just express deep gratitude for her leadership here at the Department of Justice, not just for VAWA 94, but also her critical role with VAWA 22 and supporting and guiding the reauthorization, the expansion, the enhancements of VAWA also through her leadership. And so we at the Office on Violence Against Women are deeply grateful, as I know all in the field are, for your leadership and steadfast commitment to advancing this work. So please help me welcome our Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco.
Good morning, everybody. It is great to see this great hall full to the brim for this anniversary. Really fantastic. Thank you, Rosie, for that very kind introduction. I am very grateful for your leadership and the critical work that you and your entire team at OVW do every single day to work to eradicate gender-based violence across the country. It's an honor to be with you to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act, and I want to add a special welcome to the many department alumni who are here today. Welcome back. And of course, to the leaders, the advocates, the survivors who were the engine behind VAWA years ago and who continue to push us all forward. Thank you for your service and for being here today. Now, the work of so many here today and so many more beyond this great hall produced the first ever comprehensive law to address violence against women in our nation's history. For so many of you, this anniversary carries particular significance, and I know it does for me as well. I was privileged to play a very small part in the passage of the original Violence Against Women Act 30 years ago, as Rosie said, as a young staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Now, as we all know, President Biden led the charge for VAWA as chairman of that committee. But the drafting of that legislation was not a dry legal exercise, nor was it about making technical fixes to the U.S. Code. No, it was at its core about changing attitudes and righting a fundamental wrong. It was about bringing an epidemic of violence out of the shadows, and yes, by sheer force of will and determination of so many, it was about asking the public and demanding that the Congress confront the woeful failure of our criminal justice system to protect survivors and to hold perpetrators accountable. To shed light on this crisis, to shed light on what was happening, Chairman Biden charged his staff to make the case. And with the advocates and survivors and law enforcement and so many others, that's what we did. Now, as Rosie mentioned, I was just out of college, not even a baby lawyer at the time. To say I was a low-level staffer would be to have given me a promotion. My job was to handle constituent mail and basically to do whatever else the lawyers on staff told me to do. Lucky for me, they put me to work. There was one project in particular that stood out. The idea was to document a week in the life of women in America, exposing the epidemic of violence against women in America, to lay bare the effect on everyday lives, to expose the problem of repeat offenders and the failure of protective orders, to describe this violence's impact on children. Working on that report, working on that committee 3 decades ago, I learned from survivors why we needed the Violence Against Women Act. I read and responded to countless letters, mostly from women, who wrote in heart-wrenching detail about the brutal violence and excruciating pain they were suffering, often at the hands of a spouse or an intimate partner. We talked with rape crisis centers, domestic violence shelters, emergency rooms, police stations across the country to gather data that showed how our system was failing victims and survivors and failing to hold perpetrators accountable. The statistics at the time painted a very grim picture. 98% of rape survivors never saw their attacker caught, tried, and imprisoned. Fewer than half of people arrested for rape were convicted, and almost half of convicted rapists could expect to serve a year or less in jail. But in September of 1994, that began to change. For the first time, VAWA provided legal protection and resources to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. It empowered federal law enforcement to go after perpetrators who crossed state lines and required state authorities to enforce protection orders from other states, freeing survivors to leave violent situations. It closed a major loophole codifying what should have always been patently obvious, that there is no such thing as consent to sexual acts between federal officers and those held in their custody. It provided legal relief for battered immigrants and created the National Domestic Violence Hotline, which of course is such a vital resource still today. And for the first time, VAWA provided critical funding to those who touch survivors, from law enforcement to social services, to access programs and tools and training. The landmark law we celebrate today profoundly changed how this country protects survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. Now, as this gathering knows very well, none of this happened overnight, far from it. It took years of painstaking, brave work by survivors and advocates across this country, building a nationwide movement to end violence against women and support the rights and dignity of survivors. It was these survivors and advocates who started the domestic violence shelters and rape crisis centers, who lobbied the state legislatures to outlaw marital rape and protect victims against their abusers, who fought against harmful myths and stereotypes, urging law enforcement to take violence against women seriously, who organized for campus safety and accountability for offenders, who formed the victim-centered service organizations that continue to push for needed reforms today. Without them, VAWA would not exist, and we would not be here today. So please join me in thanking those leaders who were not only there in 1994, but in 1984 and 1974 and 1964 and long before that. Since VAWA's enactment, we've increased justice for survivors and accountability for wrongdoers. And today, with the largest funding level ever, VAWA's programs are providing more access to services like transitional housing and legal support for survivors, more resources to help law enforcement respond, and more capacity to keep guns out of the hands of domestic abusers. And today we're also addressing the next frontier in gender-based violence, the proliferation of deepfake images and videos fueled by artificial intelligence. That's why the department is funding a new National Resource Center on cybercrimes and awarding new local law enforcement grants for the enforcement of cybercrimes to bolster training for law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges. This anniversary recognizes the Violence Against Women Act and all of you who made it happen. And it recognizes that VAWA has been transformative in so many ways, in law, in culture, in attitudes. And it was transformative, too, for me in another way. The experience of working with those lawyers, a bevy of fantastic women lawyers, all working for then Chairman Joe Biden, on the Judiciary Committee, and the experience of working on this legislation 30 years ago inspired me to go to law school, to become a lawyer and to go into public service. That's because I saw what you could do with the law to help people and to protect victims. I was exposed to my very first mentors and role models. I witnessed their relentless drive, smarts, and dedication to getting this law enacted. They were helping bring about real change that would have an impact on people's lives. These women, some of whom you will hear from in a moment, were instrumental in the passage of VAWA, and they were an example for me. Without them, or that experience 30 years ago, I wouldn't be here today as the Deputy Attorney General. I am grateful to be able to recognize them and thank them from this podium today. Cynthia Hogan, Victoria Nurse, Demetra Lambros, and Kathy Russell. Thank you.
Again, we are just listening in there as there is a celebration marking the 30 years of the Violence Against Women Act. We did hear from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland just a little bit ago. We do have to go to a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will bring that back to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being here. We are going to take you back out to this live event that we have been showing you here before we took a break. It's the DOJ having a 30 Years of Violence Against Women Act celebration, and it looks like now there is a panel starting. So let's turn up the sound and listen in.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, Rosie, you've done such an amazing job. I want to also thank the Attorney General for taking the time to come down here. And I want to thank someone, I think this was the best assignment, you know, I'm a law professor. The best assignment I ever gave was to ask Lisa Monaco to do some work on 1 week in the life of America. I had forgotten about that report. And I'm a little bit absent-minded since I'm a professor, so I'm going to read a few things because it's kind of an emotional day for us. Why? Well, it was a lonely job. What's amazing in the last 2 days is to see how many people have invested their lives in something that we just saw a glimmer of and we're honored to be a part of. So, okay, I'll take you back to the day. Yeah, it's true, I'm a law professor and I went to the library to do all the scribes. Why? There were no women in there. There were 2 women in the Senate. And I've told this story before, but what I really want to emphasize today is the role of a certain person who happens to be the President of the United States. It's June of 1990, and then Senator, now President Biden, is a bit late. He is about to begin a hearing that would change millions of lives. And I've only been on the Judiciary Committee for about 6 months, and I'm tapping my heel in the staff chairs behind the big leather chairs that the senators sit in, and I'm really nervous. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I have asked 3 women to share excruciating testimony that the walls of the Senate Judiciary Committee have never heard. These are the hidden figures of VAWA. We've forgotten their names, but that testimony and those hearings are seared in my memory. I had reason to worry. Why? In the 1980s, senators denounced feminism as a conspiracy to destroy the American family. Battered women's shelters were called by one senator indoctrination centers for runaway wives. Runaway wives. So if past were prologue, these hearings weren't going to go very well. And that hearing room, it intimidates. It's got really high ceilings, chandeliers. There are no women there, just me sitting in the behind. And it's up to Biden to make this work. So I knew sitting there that he was committed to the fight because I'd worked with him on all of the proposals. But still, I knew that people did not believe. I knew the law did not believe. The culture denied that these things existed. It was a day and age in which liberal icons of the left, declared battering to be American as apple pie. Newspapers still reported sick jokes that women should just relax. But to see pain requires a name, a set of categories. And contradiction was built into things like date rape. It's not, what kind of a date is it if you're raped? Domestic violence implied something that domesticates a punch. And I wondered whether he really got it. It was too ugly for people to see. Time magazine in 1990 said the fight for women's equality had been won. Ms. Magazine, for whom I write occasionally, said that equality may be bad for women. Women have so much, a former president named Ronald Reagan said, that the White House need not appoint them to higher office.
So sorry to interrupt that. We do have to sneak in one more quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we will bring this to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's get you right back to this live event as the DOJ is marking 30 years of the Violence Against Women Act. There is a panel going on. We're popping up these other boxes on your screen as well to show some other live events set to happen today and happening right now. Well, let's turn up the sound here and listen in.
Committee under Joe Biden during these years. And I want to say a mark of my genius was that I was the person who hired a young college graduate named Elisa Monaco. And then when she came on board, I said to everybody on staff, give her some real work because she can handle it. Like others, I have tried to engage in a mental time warp the last few weeks to get ready for this and to think about what the world was like 30 years ago. I was with then Senator Joe Biden when his colleagues came up to him and said, "Why are you doing this? This is a family matter." And Joe Biden said to them, "No, it's criminal violence." And it took a long time to get it done. I mean, it was introduced in 1990, as you've heard. We had a series of really fantastic hearings that brought the knowledge more broadly of what really was going on. And the survivors who testified really were incredible. They taught all of us, and they revealed to everyone how deep a problem it was, how wide a problem it was, and how much we needed a national solution. We had the hearings. The Deputy Attorney General put out a lot of good reports. And we had the act. Joe Biden knew that he did not have the votes to get it passed standalone in the Senate. So we were engaged in another bill, which ended up being the 1994 crime bill. And it had a lot of great stuff in it around support for police and things. It had some really tough things in it, too. You know, this was a legislative compromise. And we took some stuff we didn't like in order to get it passed. But while it was on the floor, George Mitchell, as Majority Leader, Joe Biden, and Senator Robert Byrd, because he was brilliant, pulled a sleight of hand and got a huge amount of funding put into the crime bill, at which point Joe Biden turned to me and said, "We're putting VAWA in here so it can get funded," and passed. So it was added. The House passed it. Then it came back over to the Senate for final passage. If Joe Biden is the father of VAWA, I'd like to say that maybe we're the mothers. But again, just to give you a sense of Joe Biden as a person, the bill passes. It's very late in the evening, dark out. He and I walk outside to the steps of the Capitol. The moon's above us, and he turns to me and says, "Cynthia, you've done something really important here." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, it was all me." And said to him, "Thank you, Mr. Senator, for getting this done, for thinking of it, for driving it, for withstanding all of the heat he took and getting it done. He really is the person who brought this to us."
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Thanks for being a mother of VAWA, for your vision, for your leadership, and your contributions. Sure.
Sorry, I wanted just to add one more thing. A couple of years after VAWA was enacted, I got a call from the head of the National Sheriff's Association. And, you know, these guys were tough guys. He came in, usually to, you know, yell at me for something. And he comes in his cowboy hat and cowboy boots, and I'm like, "Oh boy, I better get ready here." And he says to me, "Cynthia, the Violence Against Women Act is the single most important thing the federal government has ever done to fight crime." Because, as he pointed out to me, if you look at who's in state prisons, a huge percentage of them are people who grew up in violent homes. They learned violence there, and they took it with them. And so, as important as it is, the lives that have been saved and the coordinated law enforcement response and assistance that's now given to survivors, VAWA has had a much broader effect, and it's an important one. So, again, hats off to Joe Biden.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. And, Demetra, would love to turn to you now and, share any of the challenges that you also helped to overcome in developing VAWA. But also, as we were talking in preparation for this, Demetra had shared how now there in Missoula, Montana, where you live, that you're involved at the local level as a volunteer on addressing these issues. And what have you seen? What have you seen to be the impact of VAWA now, 30 years later?
One of the things I do take away from is it working? Yeah. Is like I thought of the DAG, Lisa, as our intern. Like, lesson: be nice to your interns. They're going to get on a rocket someday. I remember that night too. It was crazy. Actually, it was midnight since they got the funding for this thing. A bunch of folks did not want us to put the Violence Against Women Act as part of the crime bill. At the time, as a staffer, you're like listening to everybody and you want to accommodate everybody's concerns. I remember I was like 10 months pregnant, going into the bathroom, screaming into the mirror and saying, like, forget them all, turning off my phone and just going back calmly and saying, of course we're going to put the Violence Against Women Act into the crime bill because it is what secured its funding for all those years. Even though it was the neighbor with some other provisions, I don't think anybody remembers that now because it has survived as one of the most important legacies of that bill. As Rosie said, I'm lucky enough actually to now live in Missoula, Montana, where I've had the chance to see actually the legacy of VAWA on the ground. The genius of VAWA really is that it recognized that there has to be a coordinated, multidimensional response to this problem, and I've had the good fortune to see it. We have the advocates of the shelter staff that goes over to the hospitals, that holds the survivors' hands and just starts getting them connected with resources. The nurses who are doing exams and collecting evidence. The cops and the detectives who have come such a long way, you've heard a lot about it already, who are now really trained, and thanks so much to all the training grants that come out of OVW, in trauma-informed responses and interviews. The legal advocates, the prosecutors, also, many of them now in my little town, women who really get how to do these cases. All these folks get together like once a month to share strategies and cases. Less regularly, but still in the mix, are judges, the county attorneys, housing specialists, and the service providers, of course. And there are so many more services than were there in the 1990s. At the time, there was like a little house that was the shelter, no services. The abusers were stalking the place. Now there's a 24-hour hotline crisis line. There's legal help. There's child. There's pet support. There's emotional and employment counseling. There's housing assistance. There's food assistance. There's shelter. Now, look, of course it doesn't operate perfectly, but in my little town, it's VAWA in a bottle. Really, just like these dedicated, specially trained professionals all wrapping their arms around our town's survivors, and with all the same message: you aren't alone, it's not your fault, we're here to help.
Thank you so much, Demetra, for sharing both the critical role you played then and your ongoing role supporting this work and sharing the change you've seen. And Deputy Attorney General Monica, turning to you now, I think, as we've talked about how crucial the services, the support, the funding, I think something else that we've seen is a societal change, right, in the perceptions. And would love to hear from you now in your role. Where have you seen the advances in the societal change, and where do you still think we need to go to advance the vision of VAWA?
Well, first, the only reason I get to sit up here with these guys is because of my current job, because it's not because of the role I played in 1994. I was so lucky just to be in the orbit. Where we need to go, I'll take the last part first, Rosie. Where we need to go is on some of the things that the Attorney General mentioned and that I mentioned in my remarks in terms of the next frontier of the threats. Gender-based violence, I think, is really what we need to be focusing on, and that's why we're committing that funding in this latest round. But in terms of a shift as a society, I'll give you just a little bit of a vantage point from the baby staffer who was just in awe of these women and just wanting to see them and say, geez, I want to be that. I want to be that. And I'll give you just a behind-the-scenes story. So on the floor during the managing the amendments to the crime bill, and as Cynthia and others have mentioned, VAWA was getting put into it along with a number of other things. But I remember that I never got to go over to the Senate floor because, did I mention I was a lowly staffer? But when we were getting ready to do the crime bill on the floor, the manager of that bill, the then chairman Joe Biden, and his staff were the ones who had to do all the work to manage the amendments and manage the floor time, et cetera. So we would truck over there. Now remember, it's 1994, and as Victoria mentioned, in 1990 there was how many women in the Senate?
2 women.
2 women in the Senate. Now, folks will have remembered there were some elections in the intervening years, and there was the year of the woman, right, in the Senate. So, you know, they went up to a number of other women, Dianne Feinstein, Carol Mosley Braun, a number of folks, and it was a big deal that you had now more than 2 women in the Senate. Well, the Senate floor hadn't seen anything yet because these folks were now coming over to spend it was a week or 2 that the crime bill was on the floor. There was a rule, my memory, maybe I have this wrong, you guys can correct me. My memory is that there was a rule that women on the Senate floor had to be wearing a skirt.
We got rid of that. Cynthia.
Yeah, but here's how they did it. There was no rules committee, there was no, 7 layers of votes and committees. They just did it. They went over there in their pantsuits and just said, we're here, we're doing this crime bill, we're Joe Biden's staff. He was having none of it, right? And just by sheer force of presence and will, they did it. And so all of a sudden, then the rest of us, the lowly staffers, I'm looking at you, Jen Volan, in the back. She and I, my fellow low-level staffer, helping, literally carrying their binders to do all this work. We're like, well, I guess we can wear pants too. And that's how it happens. That's how it happens. So that's what I remember, and it's a theme, right? It was because of the strength of the survivors and the victims and the advocates to say, you know what, we're not going to have any more of this. We've got to change. We're going to speak up. We're going to wear pants, proverbially, right?
I have to break in here to tell you that Minority Leader Dole's senior floor staff did come over to me and say, you're not supposed to be wearing pants. And I said, well, you know what? I have to sit on the floor, so I'm going to wear pants. Thank you very much.
Exactly right.
And that was it.
And that's how it happened. So that was one of the many lessons I took from these phenomenal women.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for these stories of perseverance, vision, leadership. We know we stand on the shoulders of many giants and sheroes, many others who weren't able to join us today as well, many who had this vision, and I'm so glad you acknowledge all those who also came the decades before. But so glad that you all were where you are when you seized the moment to help, this country have the most significant federal landmark legislation in a bipartisan way to prevent and end gender-based violence. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we all carry forward with the charge to strengthen the coordinated community response and continue changing social norms so that we can have not just social services, but social transformation where everyone can live free from violence. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Looks like that is now wrapping up as the DOJ marked 30 years of the Violence Against Women Act. Again, we did hear from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He spoke a little bit earlier. However, we are going to go to a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have another live event starting as the Georgia Senate Special Committee is going to investigate Fulton County DA Fani Willis. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have another live event starting that we are going to take you out to in just a second here. The Georgia Senate Special Committee is investigating Fani Willis. It's holding its 6th hearing. DA Willis has been subpoenaed, but she is not expected to attend. That has begun, so we are going to head over there, turn up the sound, and listen in.
All right, appearing we have a quorum this morning, I will call to order Senate Special Investigative Committee. We have a full agenda this morning. We have first we need to approve our minutes from the last minute, and then we have subpoenaed Fani Willis to testify. According to press reports, she is defying her subpoena and not appearing, but we will welcome her if she appears at some point during the meeting. We also will have a presentation by Mr. Stuart Morelli of Legislative Counsel's office. If you look in your folder, you will note that there is a memo that Legislative Counsel prepared back in 2016 dealing with legislative investigation, administering oaths to witnesses, and issuing subpoenas. So we are guided by their work and their legal advice. So I wanted Mr. Morelli to kind of educate the committee and the public on this process of an investigative committee, as well as our subpoena powers. Following that, Mr. David Cook, our former Secretary of the Senate, who's been very involved guiding this committee through the process, will give us some insights from his expertise in legislative procedures and the authority for legislative investigations, the rules that govern legislative processes, and these gentlemen will both be available for questions if we may have them as they try to inform us of our legal standing. So I'll wait just a minute, let everybody take a look at the minutes. We actually had 2 different meetings that we needed to approve the minutes. We lost our quorum last time. I'd want to start with the May 23rd meeting. If anybody just has any questions about that, just take a look and it'll remind you what we've been doing. I was surprised to see in the press that this is our 6th meeting of the committee. It seems like they're moving pretty quickly as we've been in action since back during the legislative session. I expect we will have 2 or 3 more meetings this fall, and we are continuing to get information from members of the public that have concerns and questions and proposed testimony, so we'll have plenty to do as we complete our mission of investigating some of the alleged misconduct and also ways to improve our statutory authority and laws that govern some of the areas that we've heard testimony on. Everything from special grand juries to special prosecutors to funding aspects of district attorneys' offices and accountability for the expenditure of public funds. Those type of things we'll all look at before we come up with final recommendations of the committee. Having reviewed these minutes, is there a motion to approve the minutes from the May 23rd meeting?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I wanted to just make a comment.
Hang on one second.
I was not
Mr.
present.
Leader.
Okay. I was not present physically at the meetings, but I did participate online. There was not a Zoom function, but I listened to it. And so since questions weren't asked, I feel like I wanted to make that be put on the record. But with that being said, I would make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Was there one particular thing about the May 23rd meeting you had a question with? About questions not being asked?
No.
Okay.
This time, but you did a good job, as always.
Well, I appreciate you participating by online with us. I recognize we have very busy schedules and lots of travel in the off season, so we're trying to announce these as far in advance as we can. A couple of them did kind of sneak up. So, all right, Mr. Pro Tem, you are recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, similarly, I think I got circumstances, but I was trying to get here, maybe got caught in traffic, but I too was listening in as well.
Well, we wrote you down as arrived at 2:57. You were tardy.
I was tardy.
We
I know I got
you were
here,
participating.
but I was doing what I could to get here and listening on the way.
That particular meeting on May 23rd, we started at, we were planning to start at 2 in the afternoon, I think, because we knew we had some travel problems. But thank you for your efforts.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other discussion? Is there a motion? We have a motion to approve and a second by Senator Dolezal. Any further discussion on the minutes of the May 23rd meeting? All right. All in favor of approving the meetings, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Same thing now on the August 9th meeting, which was our last meeting. If anybody has questions about these proposed minutes.
Motion to approve.
All right. Again, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Dolezal. Any discussion on these? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. They are unanimously approved. We are also joined today by Mr. Josh Belafonte, who as legal counsel has been retained by the committee to represent our interest in certain litigation that has already really been filed, but it's more to come, I think, in the enforcement of subpoenas before this committee. I will expect that at the conclusion of the public portions of this meeting and the public testimony, we may go into executive session to have him, under our attorney-client privilege, advise us as to the current status of any pending litigation. All right, at this time, then I want to have Mr. Stuart Morelli introduce himself and just give us an update on the sort of the legislative process here, the investigative powers of our branch of government, and the ability to have witnesses to testify under oath, and our issuance of subpoenas. As a member of the Legislative Council's office, you are assigned to this committee, and we appreciate your efforts in helping us behind the scenes be prepared and follow the appropriate procedures up until this date. And you shared with me this memo that was really, it's 13 or 14 pages long, that was prepared some years ago by your office. If you would just kind of give us a general overview of the research and work that you've done and the big scope of things, the legislative investigative powers.
Yes, sir. So, as the chairman said, I believe each of you have a copy of the 2016. I've always called it a manual. Whether you call it a manual or a memo, is the research our office conducted some 8 years ago in outlining the legislative investigative powers, including the abilities to issue subpoenas and compel witnesses to attend. When you're looking through that, you'll notice that a number of citations go back to, of course, Mason's Manual on Legislative Procedures, which I may also be, referencing, in my presentation today. Mason's does a very good job of, outlining the various the powers of legislative bodies as well as the procedures in them, and cites to, case law in states to support its positions. So as a general matter, it has been found almost universally by the various courts that have looked at the matter, including the United States Supreme Court and Supreme Courts in our sister states, that all legislative bodies have an inherent power to conduct investigations. As the Supreme Court reaffirmed, the United States Supreme Court reaffirmed in 2020, that power is inherent to the legislative process, as in it does not have to arise from a specific grant of statutory or constitutional authority.
This 2020 case would not have been in the 2016.
No, sir, and I'm going to provide some, that information on this case. It is the Trump v. Mazars case out of the United States Supreme Court in 2020. In the Mazars case, the Supreme Court did provide that Congress has no enumerated constitutional power to conduct investigations or issue subpoenas, but we have held that each House has the power to secure needed information in order to legislate. And they cited to a 1927 opinion of theirs, McGrain v. Dougherty. The Mazars case, Mazar court went on to provide the power of inquiry with process to enforce it is essential and appropriate auxiliary to the legislative function. Again, citing back to their 1927 case in McGann. The Mazars case then went on again to state, without information, Congress would be shooting in the dark, unable to legislate wisely and efficiently. As I said, in 2020, the Supreme Court was citing back to its 1927 precedent upholding Congress's power. State Supreme Courts have held the inherent power of their legislatures to conduct investigations, going, I believe, as far back as 1824, when the Massachusetts Supreme Court, I believe, was the first state Supreme Court to address the matter. As I said, it has been a near universal finding that legislatures have this authority. The only dissenting view that I am aware of was stated by Justice Thomas in the Mazars case. He did believe that the precedent relied upon by the Supreme Court and the other state Supreme Courts was misguided, but no other justices joined in that opinion. Other state Supreme Courts have continued, subsequent to the issuance of Mazars, to continue to also uphold state legislative investigative powers of their legislature.
Was that an 8-1 decision then? Or?
Justice Alito dissented on different grounds. He did not join Justice Thomas's dissent, so it was 7-2.
Okay.
And just for the record, the Georgia Supreme Court has never addressed legislative investigations. It just has not been an issue that has made its way to the Georgia Supreme Court. So it does appear that there is virtually no case law directly on the ability of the General Assembly to carry out or to compel testimony and compel witnesses to appear before it and to produce documents. In addition to the near universal finding that legislative bodies have an inherent power, it has also been the near universal finding of the U.S. Supreme Court and other state Supreme Courts that the power to investigate is not only possessed by the entire legislative body, but also by its constituent chambers, and that those powers can be exercised by one chamber on their own. So bicameralism has never been found to be necessary to carry out an investigation, to compel testimony for a full chamber of a legislative body. Also, the courts have universally, when the issue has come before them, held that a legislative chamber is fully within its right to delegate its legislative investigative powers to a committee, including the power to compel testimony and subpoena documents. However, the case law is also clear that absent such an affirmative delegation, a committee does not on its own have any inherent power to conduct investigations. And the investigatory powers of a committee are limited to those that are specifically granted to it by its parent body. One area in which there is not a universal holding when it comes to legislative investigative powers would come to the ability of a legislative body or a committee of a legislative body to conduct its hearings and to compel testimony once the legislative body has adjourned sine die. There is a conflict between the state courts that have interpreted this matter. Some state courts find that it is perfectly fine for a subcommittee or for a committee to compel testimony after the parent body has adjourned sine die. Some Supreme Courts have found that it would require a joint resolution of both chambers of a legislative body to allow that to happen, finding that once the General Assembly had adjourned sine die, there would need to be some level of bicameralism for the investigative powers to be conducted. And some state Supreme Courts have held that such investigations are completely prohibited, based upon the rationale that since the investigative powers are auxiliary to the legislative power, and since a legislature cannot legislate once it is adjourned sine die, then the auxiliary power itself would disappear. Luckily here in Georgia, we do have a constitutional provision that addresses the ability of the General Assembly to establish interim committees. Article 3, Section 4, Paragraph 4 of the state constitution provides that each house shall determine its rules and procedures and may provide for its employees. Interim committees may be created by or pursuant to the authority of the General Assembly or of either house. So the people of the state of Georgia have empowered each chamber of the General Assembly to establish interim committees as they so choose.
Let me hold up just to make sure we all understand this then. In the state of Georgia, it is in the Constitution that each body, the House and the Senate, may establish committees that's work may continue after sine die.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so any of these other states that have varying decisions would be based on their statutory law and their constitutions.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
No Georgia court has ever held that our legislature doesn't have the authority to meet in the off-season, as many of us call it, but when we're not in legislative session.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
That's why we have all these study committees that meet every year that are investigating and trying to find solutions to problems and formulate legislation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, does that constitutional provision also apply to investigative authorities as set forth by Senate resolution? Make sure I remember the number here. We have this in the folders as well, 465.
I see no reason why that provision would not apply to a standing or a special committee as well. It would seem to be it would seem to be limiting the power of the, it would just, seem inconclusive that why an interim committee could meet, but a standing committee would not, when the Constitution has authorized a type of committee to meet in the interim.
Your legal opinion that we are authorized to meet in the interim by the Georgia Constitution. How about under Senate Resolution 465? Does it specify that we are permitted to continue our meetings after sine die?
I don't believe it specifically states that, but it also, unlike the resolutions that would tend to create study committees, does not provide a end date for the committee. A typical resolution committing a study committee talks about how those study committees tend to stand dissolved as of typically December 1st of the year they were created, absent any type of explicit date stating when the committee dissolves. The resolution would appear to indicate that this committee has the authority to continue to operate until the 158th General Assembly is sworn in, this being the 157th General Assembly.
Okay. I apologize for my interruptions, but I didn't want to forget them. So back to your presentation.
So, and this is kind of along the lines of, in addition to the constitutional provision, while there has not been any case law that addresses the ability of the General Assembly to conduct investigations, there have been, on, as far as I can tell, 4 occasions where the General Assembly or a chamber has created a committee.
We are just listening in there as the Georgia Senate Committee is investigating DA Fani Willis for misuse of taxpayer funds. You do have this sidebar to the left of your screen that is breaking this down just a little bit more for you. She is not expected to appear before the committee for misconduct today, but she says the subpoena is, quote, unlawful, and she filed injunctions to stop it. We do have to jump away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we are going to bring this back to you in full, live, raw, and unfiltered. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a number of live events going on right now, but we are going to turn back to this event that is going on as the Georgia Senate Special Committee is investigating DA Fani Willis. This is their 6th hearing. She is not expected to attend, but she has been subpoenaed. So let's turn back up the sound here and listen in.
A type of committee to meet in the interim.
Your legal opinion that we are authorized to meet in the interim by the Georgia Constitution. How about under Senate Resolution 465? Does it specify that we are permitted to continue our meetings after sine die?
I don't believe it specifically states that, but it also, unlike the resolutions that would tend to create study committees, does not provide a end date for the committee. A typical resolution committing a study committee talks about how those study committees tend to stand dissolved as of typically December 1st of the year they were created, absent any type of explicit date stating when the committee dissolves. The resolution would appear to indicate that this committee has the authority to continue to operate until the 158th General Assembly is sworn in, this being the 157th General Assembly.
Okay. I apologize for my interruptions, but I didn't want to forget them. So back to your presentation.
So, and this is kind of along the lines of, in addition to the constitutional provision, while there has not been any case law that addresses the ability of the General Assembly to conduct investigations, there have been, on, as far as I can tell, 4 occasions where the General Assembly or a chamber has created a committee to conduct investigations and to study the affairs of the state. And in all 4 of those situations, it does appear that those committees did carry out their powers once the General Assembly adjourned sine die. The most, I would say, the clearest example of this authority comes from 1871 with Joint Resolutions 7, 9, and 12 of the General Assembly. Both of those, again, were adopted by both the House and the Senate. They established various joint committees to investigate the issues arising of former Governor Rufus Bullock's administration. These resolutions specifically granted to those investigative committees the power to compel witnesses and subpoena documents. Then in 1896, the House of Representatives, and through a resolution, established a committee to investigate each department of the state government. The resolution was adopted on the day that the General Assembly adjourned sine die, so there was no way that that committee could have carried out its functions during the session. Based upon the House journals, it does appear that that committee did conduct extensive investigations in the interim in 1896. In 1897, the committee filed its report with the House, and the committee report and the minority report go on for about 86 pages. They provide a very in-depth, detailed examination of the affairs and operations of the various state departments. This committee apparently went to the offices of each state executive officer, inspected their books, investigated their practices. There is a in-depth discussion of the ability of the affairs of the Department of Agriculture at the time. It appears that the committee questioned the best practices the Department of Agriculture was carrying, not only in bookkeeping, but in contracting with various contractors. I believe it was to provide tags for seed oil. Not being an agricultural guy, I don't completely understand that. They also, there are references in the committee report to how they visited each of the state's hospitals at the time, commenting on even when they went to the school for the blind that the dormitory for one set of students, the boiler room was lacking adequate insulation around the boilers. So it was a very in-depth review digging into the details and operations of the various departments of the state executive branch, and again making comments on their bookkeeping, making statements on how much funds they had. The committee made a number of recommendations, both for potential legislation to address matters that they saw, as well as to recommendations on future appropriations, whether to increase or decrease the set levels that had been given to the various state agencies. I will note that the 1896 resolution by the House does not state that it grants the committee the power to compel witnesses, but as I said, they undertook an extensive investigation. The report makes no indication of whether or not the executive branch objected, so I cannot speak to whether or not they were forced in some manner to get the executive to comply, but the report is silent as to that matter. And then finally, at least in the past 100 years we're getting up to, in the 1964 special session, the Senate adopted Senate Resolution 30, which established an interim committee to make a comprehensive inquiry into the Stone Mountain Memorial Association. I just discovered this resolution last night and was unable to get my hands on the Senate journals for the 1965 session, so I do not know what the report said. The 1964 resolution creating the interim committee to investigate Stone Mountain Memorial Association also was silent as to whether or not it delegated the power to compel witnesses. I was able to see that a number of bills were proposed and adopted in the 1965 General Assembly revising various provisions of the law governing the Stone Mountain Association. So I would make the assumption that the committee did make some recommendations that led to that legislation. Enforcement of legislative subpoenas has also been a matter that the courts have been forced to address throughout the history of the United States. Going back to 1821, the United States Supreme Court in the Anderson v. Dunn case did find that each House of Congress did have the inherent power of contempt. In that case was actually case where a gentleman was detained by the Sergeant of Arms of the House, and he had sued under habeas corpus to get his release, and the Supreme Court did uphold the finding, the Federal House of Representatives' finding of contempt, the power to find him in contempt for refusing to come testify before them. In addition to the inherent power of contempt that most courts have found that legislative bodies have, judicial enforcement of subpoenas has kind of been the more modern practice if a state has not adopted a specific statutory procedure for enforcing its subpoenas. There are some states, like New Jersey, for example, has a very detailed provision for the enforcement of legislative subpoenas that ultimately can result in a person being held in criminal contempt if they fail to abide by a subpoena. In Georgia, we do have a couple of statutes on the books that do provide some degree of guidance for judicial enforcement of legislative subpoenas. One that I will not spend a lot of time addressing, nor does the manual, are the provisions in Title 28 regarding the House and Senate ethics committees. Those are really much more designed to carry out ethics investigations into members of the General Assembly themselves. Of course, we can get into that if anyone wants, but they are not. Those provisions don't seem particularly pertinent to the present committee. In addition to those provisions, there are the provisions of OCGA 48-15-17 and 45-15-17 and 45-15-19. OCGA 45-15-17 provides the authority to the Attorney General to conduct investigations into the affairs of the state, and does now provide procedures by which the Attorney General can compel people to appear before his or her investigations, subpoenaing those witnesses and subpoenaing documents as part of those investigations. In the event that the Attorney General is forced to if somebody refuses to comply with one of the Attorney General's subpoenas, the code provides that the Attorney General has the ability to go to the Superior Court of the county where the person to whom the subpoena was directed resides to seek judicial enforcement. OCGA 48-15-19 grants both the governor and the General Assembly the exact same authorities that are granted to the Attorney General in 48-15-19.
Again, we have been listening in here as the Georgia Senate Committee is investigating Fulton County DA Fani Willis, but she is not expected to appear before the committee. She has said that the subpoena is, quote, unlawful and has filed injunctions to stop it. This is ongoing here, and we've been bringing it to you all morning here on Live Now from Fox. We'll jump back to that in just a little bit, but we do have to go away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head back to that event we were just showing you about the Georgia Senate investigating Fani Willis, but we did also want to just give you some other live images as we do get a lot into our newsroom here. So this right now, as you can see, Boeing workers are on strike after they walked off the job early Friday at Boeing factories near Seattle and elsewhere after union members voted overwhelmingly to go on the strike and reject a tentative contract that would have increased wages by 25% for over 4 years. This image has been going on here for quite some time this morning. They have been out there for a bit now. We did want to show that to you, but we also did want to jump to another image. This is over in Massachusetts as a Framingham man is expected in court today. As you can see, we are awaiting that, and we can give you a little more information on that here. This is after a pro-Israel rally in a Boston suburb turned violent Thursday evening when a passerby was shot during a scuffle after confronting a group of demonstrators. So that is happening also as well, but we did want to turn back to this other live event that we have been showing you all morning here as the Georgia Senate Committee is investigating Fulton County DA Fani Willis. That is still going on, so let's turn up the sound there and listen in.
That you have the power, in order to do your job of passing laws in the public interest, creating public policy, you occasionally have to investigate. Similar to when our committees meet during session, we routinely have hearings and have presentations by the author of a bill and any other interested citizens giving pros and cons of the bill, right? And that's necessary for the legislature to do this investigation, to do their legislative duties.
Yeah, yes, sir. The general view is that the investigative power has to be inherent to the legislative process because, again, as the Supreme Court recited in the Mazars case, without information, a legislative body cannot properly legislate, as I believe the U.S. Supreme Court said they'd be legislating in the dark.
Very similar to probably the seminal United States Supreme case creating judicial review, Marbury versus Madison. I have all the lawyers on this panel, they graduated law school, so they know that one. The United States Constitution never says the United States Supreme Court has the power to strike down a law as being unconstitutional. But correct. They stated that power because it was implicit, inherent. Otherwise, you're an ineffective branch of government as the judicial branch if you don't have that inherent power to set the rules, what is and is not constitutional, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Same type of principle here on legislative investigations, that is an inherent legislative authority, whether the U.S. Constitution says it or not.
Yes, sir.
But the Supreme Court, it says they got it.
Yes, sir.
Even though it's not articulated in the Constitution.
Yes, sir.
Any reason that should be different at the state level?
No, sir. In fact, some of these, what I've seen in some of these state Supreme Court rulings is they find that inherent authority can also be justified under a separation of powers, because absent the ability of the legislature to investigate on its own, would be highly dependent on information provided to it by the executive.
So even if Georgia's Constitution did not give an investigative power to the legislature, it would be implicit if in keeping with the United States Supreme Court's interpretation of the separation of powers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the provision you read out of the Georgia Constitution, does it essentially give us that constitutional authority?
The state constitution does not give an explicit power to conduct investigations. It does specifically authorize, the provision I cited specifically gives the General Assembly and its chambers to establish interim committees to conduct activity once they've adjourned sine die. Since the General Assembly cannot legislate post sine die, really the only activity those committees could take would be studying or investigating.
And that's what we're doing, studying and investigating here. The Dean versus Bolton case was a Georgia Supreme Court that says the legislature does have investigative powers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So even if it's not specified verbatim in our Constitution, our courts have followed the United States Supreme Court interpretations that the legislature has an inherent ability, power, authority to investigate?
Not in so many words, but I would say that your statement is correct.
Okay. And this committee, in our resolution that formed us, and I'm going back to Senate Resolution 465, says at line 81, section 4 here, the chairperson shall call all meetings of the committee. The committee may conduct such meetings at such places and at such times as it may deem necessary or convenient to enable it to exercise fully and effectively its powers, perform its duties, and accomplish the objectives and purposes of this resolution. That in no way limits the meetings to just during the legislative session, does it?
I do not read any specific limitation.
It's whenever the chairperson calls the meetings and at any places and times.
So again, we are listening in here as the Georgia Senate Committee is investigating Fani Willis. She is expected to defy a subpoena by the Georgia State Senate Committee investigating her conduct. You can see on the left side of your screen, we have broken this down just a little bit more for you here. She is, however, not expected to appear today before the committee. Let's sneak in our last 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll bring that back to you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. Thanks for being here with us. We do have some live events that are going on all at once right now, and we did just want to show you this shot that we've had up here for quite some time. You can see it is a media staging area. That is because Justin Timberlake, he's expected to plead guilty to a traffic offense today, resolving the criminal case stemming from his June arrest in New York's Hamptons on a drunk driving charge. He is expected in just a little bit. We do have this other live shot that I did want to show you of the outside. You can see a lot of people waiting there as he is expected to show up at any minute now. We are going to keep an eye on that for you on Live Now from Fox. We just did want to show you that live image as we do have a lot going on this morning. But we do want to turn back to the story that we have been following here as the Georgia Senate Special Committee is investigating Fani Willis. It's now their 6th hearing. We are going to turn back to this story right now. Keep an eye on those other ones for you and listen in.
And that's what's contained in those 2 statutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about those 2 statutes.
Yes, sir. Again, 45-15-17 is the statute that grants investigative powers to the Attorney General that I talked about earlier, including the ability to subpoena witnesses and to compel the production of documents. It also does provide the procedures for enforcing those subpoenas, whereby if a person refuses to comply with the subpoena issued by the Attorney General is empowered to seek judicial enforcement of those subpoenas by going to the Superior Court of the county of the residency of the subject of the person to whom the subpoena was directed.
And does that statute give the legislative branch the same powers and authorities as the Attorney General?
OCGA 45-15-19 gives the General Assembly the same powers that the Attorney General has in 45-15-17.
So those powers of the Attorney General to subpoena and compel testimony or documents is granted to the General Assembly in 45. You got that?
15-19.
15-19.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's recited in our resolution that formed this committee that we possess those powers.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the power granted through the resolution itself, and in addition to our inherent constitutional powers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any question that this committee has the power to subpoena testimony or subpoena documents in furtherance of the duties set forth to this committee in the resolution 465?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other senators have questions? I want to recognize the minority party as our rules provide to ask any questions. And Senator Jones, I'll look to you since you've done that. Since this is more of a presentation than sworn testimony, since he's counsel for our committee, I'm going to defer to you. But then if other committee members have specific questions, unless there are objections, we'll do that.
Right.
You have the floor.
I just
make
have
sure
one
you're lit up. All right.
And that was the 4 instances that you gave about them, I guess the committee doing an investigation after Sign or Die. Can you kind of go back into that a little bit more? And was the last time that happened was in 1964? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The last time that I'm aware of a committee being created, a committee being created specifically to investigate a specific part of the state government was the 1964 resolution that the Senate did regarding the Stone Mountain Association.
And obviously no one has ever, because it's never come up, so this would be a case of first impression, I guess.
Yes, sir.
If it goes to court. Have anyone given any legal opinion about why they may believe that they are not subject to a subpoena? Like, what's the counter argument? I'm just curious.
My understand, there people who have court, like in the Montana case, the court administrator did argue that the subpoena went beyond a legislative purpose. There are limitations that a legislative subpoena must be in furtherance of a legislative purpose, and so there are many instances where people have challenged a subpoena issued by a legislative body alleging that there is no legislative purpose behind this investigation.
And do you think that would apply in this case? Of course, we don't really know, do we?
The resolution, under my understanding of the resolution, is that it is designed for this committee to investigate potential legislation to be introduced regarding potential matters of appropriations regarding district attorneys, the contracting procedures, especially in regards, I think it specifically references hiring special prosecutors. So my understanding of the resolution is it does outline a legislative purpose for the committee.
Thank you.
And doesn't it specifically direct us to investigate the conduct of District Attorney Willis's alleged conduct?
Yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be out of line to invite or to compel her to appear before this committee then, would it?
Not if this committee believes that is in furtherance of its legislative purposes.
Seems it's almost fair to give her a chance to defend herself and give her side of the story. Agreed or not?
I have no position on that, sir.
That's the lawyer answer. That's good, and that's what we pay y'all the big bucks for, is just give us impartial advice. Thank you. Other committee members with questions? Senator Tillery, I'll recognize you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Morelli. I have one question. I heard you read the Dean opinion that talked about let it be sufficient to say the constitutional provision does not prohibit a person from the executive branch from investigating, or from the legislative branch from investigating. Then that, I want to go to that next paragraph though, because you've studied this more than we ever will. The sentence that said the General Assembly may by statute place limitations on such investigations or enact procedures for such investigations, but there is no constitutional prohibition against such investigations. In your research, just I understand where you've tied this up, but I want to look at the little hole here and say, have you in your research found any statutes or procedures that the General Assembly, since this decision, have enacted that would limit that power that you discussed that Dean appears to give?
Yes, sir. Actually, following the issuance of Dean, or almost concurrent potentially, the predecessor to OCGA 45-15-17 was amended in 1975. And one of the provisions added at that time, and I'm going to pull that was a subsection D to OCGA 48-15-17, which specifically provides that nothing within that code section shall authorize the Attorney General to investigate members of the General Assembly during session.
During session?
Yes, sir.
So if we carried that same provision over to 48-15-19, then
that statutory provision, of course, could not, but the Constitution does grant each chamber of the General Assembly the ability to, govern and investigate. There is an inherent and constitutional power of each chamber to govern the conduct of its members.
Gotcha. So that whole would not be able to eviscerate the power that it appears that we have through the Constitution and then through the progeny of Dean.
Correct.
Okay.
And further backed up by the provisions of the ethics provisions of Title 28, which were subsequently added much more, I think, in the early 2020s. They're the detailed ethics provisions that give a second independent statutory procedure for the ethics committees to issue subpoenas.
All right, other questions? I would, Mr. Leader.
This will be short. Stuart, thanks for being here today. It's great to see you this summer. OCGA 45-15-17 and 19. When were they adopted into law, and by which governor was it signed?
I don't know which governor. They were initially enacted into law in, I do have that before me if you will give me a second. It was in the 1950s. I do know that much. I want to say 57. I don't know who the governor was.
Any stories behind the reason for the laws at the time?
My research did not delve that far. I saw the statutes are on the books, and in preparing for today's meeting, I went and pulled when they were initially enacted, okay. But I did not do any further research on what may have created them.
Thank you.
Caused them.
All right. I would advise all committee members that Mr. Morelli is available to all of us if you want him to follow up with any further cases or explanation or updates. You're all free to contact him directly. He is assigned to this committee as a resource to each committee member. The memorandum, I call it, they call it the manual on investigations and subpoenas, was done back in 2016. We each have a copy of that in our folders, and it sounds like he's done some updated research. I just have one more question. We need to move on. That Supreme Court case, is it Mazars that you're saying?
Mazars.
Mazars. Is that one where the president was objecting to subpoenas from some congressional committee?
Yes, sir. A variety, I believe multiple committees of, I think it was the House. That was the case where they attempted to get his bank records. Mazars USA was one of the accounting firms, I believe, that personally worked for President Trump and his businesses. One of multiple, I believe, House committees attempted to obtain documents from them.
So they objected to the
President Trump objected to his bankers releasing the documents. So
did the Supreme Court force them to produce the documents?
The Supreme Court overturned both. That I believe there were cases both before the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia and some in the Southern District of New York. Both of those trial court levels did go up to the relevant courts of appeal. Both the D.C. Circuit and I believe the Second Circuit upheld the subpoenas. The cases were merged before the U.S. Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court found that both the various courts of appeals and district courts did not sufficiently consider separation of powers issues relating to the president, remanded the matters back. I believe ultimately the various trial courts and courts of appeals allowed for the committees to get some documents, but not as many as they had initially been seeking.
Yeah, and so the limitations on those subpoenas were due to the presidency, not other government agencies.
It was based upon the finding that a legislative subpoena on the president's personal documents so interfered with with the entirety of the federal executive branch, because under the unitary executive theory, the president is the executive branch.
So is this when they were trying to get his tax returns?
There is separate case law on that. That did go up. I believe they did get those. Those are based on statutory grounds.
For Ms. Willis's tax returns. Senator Dolezal, do you have a question?
I do have just really one quick question. Mr. Morelli, would it be accurate to say that this February 26th document it essentially serves as a basis for the authority delegated to this committee in Senate Resolution 465?
It is intended, the reason I call it a manual is because it was intended by our office to be a guide to members and committees of the General Assembly on how to carry out investigations if they wished.
Is there anything that you've seen in Senate Resolution 465 that's in conflict with either the manual or anything that you have since discovered in your legal research, whether it be in Mason's or previous court precedent?
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being with us. Don't
Yes, sir.
leave us, but go back to your role here behind the scenes, advising us and watching. And if you think of additional information or new cases come to light that you think will be educational to our committee, please present those to us along the way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Former Secretary Cook, please come forward. So good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thank you. Now get out of your way.
No,
the chairman has dismissed me, but
you're not dismissed. You're just taking off the hot seat. If you want to sit up there, you're welcome to, because you guys are both just full of knowledge that's good for us.
I'm going to go back to my preferred spot, hiding in the corner.
All righty. We do. You'll raise your right hand. We'll swear you in before the committee. You swear the testimony you'll give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
All right. Please state your name, your previous position, and tell us what you're doing now in retirement.
I wish I could get to retirement. I'm almost there. My name is David Cook. I am the former Secretary of the Senate. Received my law degree from the University of Georgia in 1982 and have been associated with the Senate actually going back to 1977. And the Dean case that you were talking about earlier, I remember very well. It was my first year as the reading clerk for the Georgia Senate when Roscoe Dean was tried on my birthday, January 27, 1977, in front of the Senate for a contempt proceeding. So I was kind of chuckling when that case came up. But I've been associated with the Senate one way or another for a number of years. I was Secretary of the Senate for the last 11 years and retired at the end of last month.
Well, in your role, you have been a great guide to the Senate and to the Committee on Assignments and other senators that have had procedural questions and issues, and you've been a great help to me, providing me just binders full of information, especially on how investigations have been conducted by legislative branch at all levels of government. So I wanted you as sort of a subject matter expert to tell us your thoughts today. Just give us your preliminary reviews and talk to us about the power to investigate of the legislative bodies, the Senate in particular.
Good. Well, thank you. I think the question before the committee, obviously, is does the committee have the authority to investigate, to subpoena witnesses, and to compel production of that testimony or of documents? And I am of the opinion that the Senate clearly, and that this committee clearly has that authority. I'm in agreement with counsel who just testified here. I think he did a good job of laying out the law regarding the power to investigate. I want to come at it more from a parliamentary law, parliamentary procedure standpoint, but there's no way to separate those two out. They are both intermingled. So Stuart may have some comments on what I may say, or I'm going to provide some of my understanding of what I think the law says. But I'd like to start to basically give you what I think is an analysis from the viewpoint of parliamentary law and procedure as to why this committee does have the authority to do the investigation, to subpoena witnesses, and to enforce those subpoenas. I would first touch on a few principles of parliamentary law and then move on to our rules of procedure, parliamentary authority that has been adopted by the Senate, and hopefully demonstrate that this committee was one properly created, that the subject matter of the investigation is legitimate, that the committee has the power to meet during the interim, which we talked about a little bit, that the committee has the power to subpoena the testimony of government officials and to enforce those subpoenas. So before I begin on the parliamentary path, I think it's fundamental that we tip the hat to the 100 or more years of U.S. Supreme Court case law that says a legislative body has the power to investigate. I don't really know of any court that has said a legislative body does not have the power to investigate. There are some differences when you get down into other issues as do you have the power to subpoena? Do you have the power to compel that? And I think the contempt power of the Senate, for example, provides some limitations, but there are other avenues to enforce subpoenas as well. So I think the analysis Stuart gave regarding the inherent powers of the Senate is very important. That's what most everything that we're talking about today is based on. Mason's manual, which you referred to a little bit, is recognized as the modern day parliamentary procedure manual for state legislators and legislatures, and is for the Georgia Senate. It's actually interesting. There have been 3 iterations of this manual. The very first one was by Thomas Jefferson when the country was instituted, called Jefferson's Manual, and out of that arose Cushing's Manual, which was used in the 1850s. And in the early 1900s, the state of California, Paul Mason, developed a very robust manual of legislative procedure, and it evolved into what we have today as Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure. It's the authoritative manual on parliamentary procedure for state legislatures.
Is this the one that the National Conference of State Legislatures has adopted?
That's correct. California granted NCSL, National Conference of State Legislatures, the actual rights to this in the 1980s, and since then, NCSL, they have a committee of parliamentarians that sit on this, and they update it every decade. So the most recent edition is the one that was updated in 2020.
Tell the committee and the public that's listening to you what NCSL stands for, what that organization is.
NCSL stands for the National Conference of State Legislatures, and it is a national association.
All right, we did want to break in there as we do have this live event going on right now. That's Justin Timberlake. You can see he is walking in as he is expected to plead guilty to a traffic offense today. This is in Sag Harbor, New York. This comes after his June arrest in the Hamptons after a drunken driving charge. He is appearing at the Sag Harbor Village Court. He's to formally enter a plea. Details of the agreement with prosecutors weren't disclosed, but a person with knowledge of the deal says Timberlake has agreed to admit guilt to a lesser offense of, quote, of driving while ability impaired, a traffic violation that carries a $300 to $500 fine and a 90-day license suspension. It does look like that shot is going out for us, so we are going to jump to a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, lots more live events. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are going to take you back to the Georgia Senate as they are investigating DA Fani Willis. This is a bit of a different angle that we have for you now, so you can actually see who is speaking. So let's turn up the sound and listen in.
Any constitutional provisions. So if you're looking as to how the legislative body should act, constitutional provisions and judicial interpretations are paramount. The next authority are the rules of the Senate that we have adopted. The third authority is, what is our custom? What precedents have we had? How do we normally operate? And we have several ways that we operate that involve precedent and custom. Following that, in the level of authority, are statutory provisions. So in terms of procedure, our Senate rules can trump statutory provisions regarding procedure. Then the adopted parliamentary law, which is Mason's, and then fundamental parliamentary law, which really is pretty succinctly due process requirements that are required for any legislative body, and we're all lawyers are familiar with it, with due process in court, notice and opportunity to be heard, and those kind of things. So Mason's is an important part of the Georgia Senate's parliamentary rules. I'd like to take just a minute to talk about committees, because that's what we're talking about here. There are really three types of committees. One are standing committees. They're provided for by our rule, section in Rule 2-1.3. And the purpose of standing committees is to look at issues that we know are going to be continuing. You have public safety, you have judiciary, you have government operations. We know that there are going to be all kinds of issues that occur during the session every year, year after year, that require the establishment of a standing committee to look at those issues. This committee is not a standing committee. The second type of issue, or committee rather, is conference committees, and those committees are created for the specific purpose of resolving differences between the houses, and you all are familiar with those on the last several days of the legislative session, where we have conference committees meet and work out disagreements between the House and Senate. And the third type of committee are called special committees. And special committees are created for the consideration of a specific task or duty, or to look at a specific issue, or to perform a specific function. These committees can also be named ad hoc, investigating, select, or study committees. We refer to them a lot as study committees here. And special committees are created by a resolution, either by a resolution, they can be created by a motion from the body. In this particular case, SR 465, the resolution that created this committee, was established by a vote of the Senate. Senate Rule 5-5.1 requires 29 votes to establish this committee and pass that resolution, and that occurred in the 2023 session. So the committee was appropriately established as a special committee of the Georgia Senate. So what are the committee powers? So the creation of a committee is authorized, as I said, by a resolution. And I think it's clear, I'll kind of refer to Masons here a little bit and quote them. The Masons provides that the legislature may proceed to make investigations with its authority by authorizing committee of one or both houses. So there's been some question of whether the Senate can act without the House, but Masons clearly says that either house can establish a committee for purposes of investigations. Masons also says that the right to investigate any lawful matter is a right separate and distinct in each house and may be exercised through a committee. That's Masons 795-11. So the creation of the committee, I think, was done in accordance with statute, in accordance with rules, but it was also done in accordance with our precedents. And Stewart touched on one of those going back to 1871. I think I'm not familiar with that one, but I am quite familiar with the 1964 Senate resolution that created the Senate Committee to investigate the Stone Mountain Memorial Association's Senate Resolution 30. It's actually created during the special session of the Georgia General Assembly in that year, and issued a report back, I believe, in the next year. So the committee was, I think, properly established under our rules and under precedents. I think it's also important to note that committees have to be viewed as agencies of the creating body, that this committee is an agent of the Senate. And any committee can exercise only those powers that are delegated to it by the Senate. The corollary of that is that any powers that the Senate does delegate to the committee may be exercised as fully by the committee as it could by the Senate. There's U.S. Supreme Court case law on that, and certainly Masons provides the same thing, Masons 795-5. So the powers granted this committee are broad, and you touched on them earlier, and I think it's important to refer to the resolution. The resolution specifically gives this committee the power to investigate, and specifically in the resolution to investigate the office of the Fulton County District Attorney and the conduct of the Fulton County District Attorney. Mason's Chapter 74 is several pages long, goes on at length about the legitimate powers to investigate of a legislative body. And it's clear from our rules and precedent and case law that the subject area of this resolution is within the scope of the Senate's authority to do that investigation. For example, Mason's provides that, quote, an investigation into the management of the various institutions of the state and the branches of the state government is at all times a legitimate function for the state legislature. The U.S. Supreme Court case that Stewart referred to, McGrain versus Dougherty, holds that an investigation into alleged malfeasance is, quote, plainly the subject on which legislation could be had and would be materially aided by the information which the investigation was calculated to elicit, end quote. The U.S. Supreme Court in Watkins versus U.S. said that Congress's power to investigate is at its peak when the subject is the alleged waste, fraud, abuse, or maladministration within a government department. That's Watkins versus the U.S. 1957 case. So the subject matter, I think, of this investigation and the authority of the committee to do it, I think, is appropriate. Second, the Senate specifically delegated to this committee the power to issue and to enforce subpoenas. The resolution states, quote, for the purpose of conducting an investigation as provided herein, the committee shall have the power to administer oaths, to call any party to testify under oath at such investigations, to require the attendance of witnesses, production of documents, books, records, and papers, and to take the deposition of witnesses. The resolution goes on further and says, for such purposes, the committee is authorized to issue subpoenas for any witness or to compel the production of books, papers, and records, and is further authorized to undertake such actions as may be necessary to enforce such subpoenas in case of refusal to obey. So I don't think there's any question at all that there's been a full grant of the Senate's inherent power to this committee to investigate and to do whatever it deems necessary and proper to compel the production of testimony and documents. Further, SR 465 specifically grants the committee the authority to meet at such places and times as it may be necessary or convenient to fully exercise and effectively use its powers to perform its duties and accomplish the objectives of the purposes of this resolution. It's line 82 of the resolution. I think this language, as we touched on earlier, is broad enough to include the authority to meet during the interim, which is specifically authorized by the Georgia Constitution. Finally, SR 465 specifically authorizes the committee the power to enforce its subpoenas. The resolution states that the committee is further authorized to undertake such actions as may be necessary to enforce such subpoenas in cases of refusal to obey. The lines 77 and 78 of the resolution. So I think this is an interesting area that people don't, the next area, which is how do we enforce subpoenas, is where people get sidetracked just a little bit, and there's a little bit of a nuance there. I think there are three areas, or three methods by which the Senate, and by virtue of its delegation, this committee can enforce its subpoena powers. And the first is by contempt, and that is set out in the Georgia Constitution. And there are some Article 3, Section 4, Paragraph 8. I think there's some limitation in that constitutional provision when you're trying to enforce a subpoena by virtue of the contempt power that's set out. There are different ways to enforce subpoenas, but the contempt power is one. And I think the contempt power can only be used during a legislative session. And it gets into the nature of how does a legislative body use its inherent contempt power. They get the sergeant at arms and they issue an arrest warrant, and the sergeant at arms, which has been in some of the cases and some of the very first uses of the contempt power of a legislative body, they go and arrest. I think the first one was maybe the Secretary of Agriculture, and they arrested him and brought him before the bar of the Senate.
We are just listening in as the Georgia Senate Committee is investigating Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. But we do have a lot of other live events that we are waiting. As you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen there, Justin Timberlake, we are expecting a briefing as he is appearing in court today for his DWI case, where he is expected to plead guilty. So we do have a camera there awaiting that. We're also giving you a shot of the White House as a little bit later today, actually in just 30 minutes from now if it starts on time. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are set to be hosting a Black Excellence Brunch. And as soon as we get a shot up for that, we don't have one right now, but once we get it, we will bring that to you as well. We do have to go away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will head right back to this. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Your time now is 11:35 on the East Coast, 8:35 on the West Coast. Let's head back to this live image. We do, before we head back and turn up the sound, we did want to just let you know again, we are keeping an eye as we are expecting a briefing as Justin Timberlake is appearing in court right now for his DWI case. And just a little bit later today, the White House is hosting a Black Excellence Brunch. But for right now, let's turn back to Fulton County, Georgia, where the Senate committee is investigating Fani Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Cook, for laying this framework out. So my question is, are you aware of this power and even the enforcement procedures that you've laid out ever coming up before, used by this Senate body before?
And from a legal standpoint, I'm not aware of any. And Stuart, I think, can get more into that than I am. I'm not aware of. I think they're in the Dean case. There were several aspects of that, including a trial for a criminal trial. And there was a contempt proceeding in the Georgia Senate on that. And I think there were subpoenas issued pursuant to that, but I'm not sure. That would have been the only case. And then Stuart mentioned one, I think, that subpoenas were issued back in the 1800s, but those would be the only cases that I'm aware of.
So 150 years ago, and then in proceedings against one of our own members.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us this morning and all your service to the Senate for many, many years. The last person on our agenda, of course, is the first person, Honorable Fani Willis. She has not appeared yet. I would ask the doorman, please check the hall to see if she has appeared before we adjourn.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
He's not present.
All right, thank you. Then let's please note for the record that Ms. Willis has failed to appear in compliance with the subpoena and has failed to produce documents requested by our subpoena for the production of documents. At this time, I want to let the committee know that we have hired Mr. Josh Belafonte to assist us in our legal enforcement efforts on the subpoena. And I would like for us to have an opportunity to be briefed by him. We have privileged communications with him under the attorney-client privilege. Our rules do permit, I think it's Rule 5 of our committee rules, that we can go into an executive session or a session that is closed to the public. So that requires a majority vote of the committee. If anybody is interested in having a private conversation with our counsel to let us know where the litigation stands, now would be the appropriate time to move for that. I recognize Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. And I would move that we do, pursuant to Senate Rule 1-5.1, as you just stated, have this committee move to go into executive session for the purposes of hearing from appointed counsel to advise us.
Is there a second? All right, we have a second. Any discussion by committee members on the appropriateness of that or the desirability to have a private briefing? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. All right, at that time, then we will conclude the public portion of this meeting and we will stand adjourned as a public meeting. We will continue in a executive session to be briefed by our counsel on the current status of litigation concerning the enforcement of the subpoena. Thank you. We're adjourned.
So that does look like that just wrapped up there. The Georgia Senate Committee again investigating Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. We are waiting for some other live events to go on right now too, but we are going to jump for a quick 2-minute break as we do await some of these briefings to start, and we want to bring those to you in full. So let's go away for 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We did have one of our other top stories this morning that we did want to bring you the latest on. Boeing workers voting to strike and rejecting a contract offer. Aircraft assembly workers walked off the job early Friday at Boeing factories near Seattle and elsewhere after union members voted to go on strike and reject a tentative contract that would have increased wages by 25%. Over 4 years. We did hear from them just a little bit earlier this morning, actually overnight technically, and we did want to play out some of those remarks as we await these other live events to get started.
You guys hear me all right? Yes. How's that? Nothing? No. All right, how's that now? You good?
Hurry up. Okay, we ready?
All right, thanks everyone. So we just announced over in the Stewards Hall that our members rejected the contract by 94.6%, and they voted to strike by 96%. So, you know, this has been a long time coming to get to the expiration of this contract. And while there were many important things that were in this offer, it didn't bridge the gap for 16 years from 2008 and going through 2 extensions and the threats of job loss, stagnated wages, cost shift on health care, and many other issues, and especially relocation of thousands of jobs for other programs within the state. Our members spoke loud and clear tonight. All day they were voting across Puget Sound, across Portland, Victorville, California, Edwards Air Force Base, Moses Lake, and I'm proud of our members. I'm proud of them for standing up and fighting for more for each other, for their families, for the community. There's a lot at stake here for our members, and so I am proud of them. And we're going to, get back to the table as quickly as we can. I'm not sure what that looks like this evening, but we'll certainly engage so that we can try to resolve the issues and address what the members' needs are. So with that, I'll open up for any questions.
Madeline Ottley here with Cairo. Any response to concerns from union members who say the proposed bill is nowhere near what they were looking for, and who also express concerns that the union isn't acting in their best interest?
Well, I know that we're acting in their best interest. So, we had an agreement that we negotiated, and we recommended that because there was many important things in it. But as is within our system, our members have the final say, and we placed it in their hands, and that's where the real power is within our union. So this is exactly how it should be. We achieved everything we could in bargaining, short of a strike, and now it's in their hands, and their decision was made.
What specific areas do you want to work on, going back to the bargaining table initially? And within that context, as far as the relationship between IAM leadership and Boeing leadership, with Kelly Wartburg making a direct overture to you, what does he say to that relationship? Do you feel like it has reset relative to what you put on the table for your members to approve thus far, and what you put on for the next round?
I know that we have to do a lot of talking with our members about the areas that we'll be specific on for their needs. As for the relationship, I think Mr. Ortberg was in a tough position coming in, not too long ago. It's hard to make up for 16 years, and I think that's the position he was in. So this isn't necessarily a reflection of that or him or the relationship. It's really what has happened to our members at the Boeing company by leadership of this company for close to 20 years. So we'll survey our members, we'll talk with them, and we'll find out exactly where we'll focus our energy.
Sir, I know that the last Boeing strike was back in 2008. That lasted, I believe, 8 weeks. What is the message that you have for all your members, whether they voted for this or not, who are faced with the prospect of the last one again was 2 months, they could be off the job 2 months. What do you say to them?
Well, this is something that we take on one day at a time, 1 week at a time. You know, we got to get back to the table. Our members sent a strong message. I know they're going to be staffing the picket lines tonight, and we'll be there 24/7 all across Puget Sound and Portland and the other locations. So we're ready. I know our members are ready. And so we'll take it in stride. It'll be a little bit chaotic at first, but we'll get our feet under us as we, picket the sites and, send a strong message that our members deserve better.
What would you say is the biggest thing? You are to pick. What is the biggest thing that they deserve better about?
It's when you look at the process we went through in the last, since 2008, since our last fully negotiated contract, which led to a strike. There were 2 extensions there. So ensuring that job security is in our contract is important. We might have to look at some of those areas. We definitely have to look at wages. We went through a period of 10 years with stagnated wages and with a mass cost inflation that impacted our members. And I know that healthcare costs have been rising. We tried to make an effort to lower some of those cost shares in healthcare. Time off is another one, paid time off. We've had the same schedule for over 30 years, and our members deserve a fair work-life balance as well. So it's really hard to pinpoint one at this point, but our members will tell us.
Go ahead,
John. So you want to consult with your members to find out what their issues are before you engage with the company. How long will that process take? I mean, how do you engage with the 33,000 members to find out where you need to focus, and how long do you think it will take before you can approach Ortberg and say we need to talk?
I know that we'll be looking at surveys, electronic surveys. We have their home email addresses, and we have cell phones, and we'll have surveys built to be able to communicate with them and to drive down into the issues. So we'll do that. We're open at any point to hold meetings with the company. They'll probably be in mediation, which will be fine. So I don't have any time frame as to when they'll start or how fruitful they'll be, but we're ready to do that anytime.
Independent mediation, you mean?
FMCS mediation.
Boeing had promised to build a tax plane here in Puget Sound. Is there a chance that this is now off the table, or separately from this, what do you expect the impact will be on this specific local region as a result of this strike?
Well, it's a major issue for us to land that. It was a part of this agreement. There are other aspects of the agreement that clearly weren't good enough for our members, but that'll still be a priority for us, is to secure that work for the future.
You said this is an unfair labor practices strike. Can you elaborate? And are these issues that were apparent on Sunday when the union, recommended accepting this contract, or am I conflating apples and oranges? They absolutely were in play. We've been documenting them for the last couple months, and a lot of it was on the shop floor. When managers start to ask specific questions about what someone might want in the agreement, or what if we did this, what if we did that, what is your issue specifically with the agreement? That sort of direct dealing is illegal. There were some other specific issues around unlawful interference. It's about communication. We have a right to communicate. We have a right to, use flyers, and some of that was inhibited. There was unlawful surveillance, and that's concerted activity where we might be, marching or, projecting or, talking amongst ourselves on breaks and lunch, and, surveilling that is illegal, and there was some of that. So we're working through those. We've filed them this evening, and we do that in order to protect our members when they chose to strike. So with NLRB, or who did you file?
With the NLRB, yeah. Go ahead.
We've seen historic wins for American labor recently with UAW and the Big Three and Teamsters and UPS. So do you take inspiration from that, and do you see this situation as the next potential big win for American labor?
You know, we did. There was a lot of awesome wins in the labor movement, and I think, you know, that momentum is something that helped us, brought confidence to our members, and so we certainly looked upon that as something to aspire to achieve as well. So we're hoping to continue the labor movement success with our action here tonight.
John, do you expect Vice President Harris or President Biden to get involved in the process at all?
I don't have any expectations about that. I don't know.
Speaking with members today, not seeing the pension plan, a lot were disappointed at not seeing that in there. Is that going to be a priority going back to the table with Boeing?
It will be a priority. That's one of the toughest issues we faced out of the last extension was the loss of the defined benefit pension. I know that many members haven't healed from that wound. So I know it'll be an issue going forward, and it'll certainly be part of our talks going forward.
Everyone get every question answered? I think that's about it.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
And we did want to give you a live look. As you can see, they are striking right now. This is a live image that we are getting into here outside of Boeing in Seattle. And just for some more context, the people on strike, they're the ones that typically assemble the 737 MAX, which is Boeing's best-selling airliner, along with the 777, or a 777 jet, as you may know it. The walkout will likely not stop production of Boeing 787 Dreamliners, which are built by non-union workers in South Carolina. Did want to give you that live image, as we did just listen in there to that press briefing that did happen overnight. We are going to take our final break here on Live Now from Fox of the Hour. When we come back, we are awaiting on some live events to start. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's almost noon here on the East Coast and almost 9 a.m. on the West Coast. We are awaiting some live events to start. Here's one of them. Former President Donald Trump is set to speak. He's holding a press conference at his Los Angeles Golf Club that is set to start here shortly. It has not yet, as you can see. Not exactly sure what he will be discussing, but we are going to keep an eye on that for you and bring it to you live. We're also going to give you this live look in Tel Aviv as well as we continue to bring the latest here out of the Middle East as the IDF says Hamas terror group's Rafah brigade has been destroyed. My colleague Josh Breslow helps break it all down for us. He did an interview a bit earlier this morning. Let's listen in.
You are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border as the Hamas terror group's Rafah brigade has been destroyed with more than 2,300 of its fighters killed by Israeli troops. The Israel Defense Forces saying troops also destroyed more than 8 miles of tunnels. A lot to discuss out of the Middle East. So I do want to bring in Jonathan Tobin, a friend of the show. He is an editor-in-chief there at the Jewish News Syndicate. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here.
Great to be with you.
All right, so first off, the big question as we hear that the Rafah brigade has been taken down, destroyed there, according to the IDF, how significant is that brigade when you're talking about Hamas as a whole?
Well, when you consider that the whole discussion about the war just a few months ago was the effort by the Biden administration and Vice President Harris to prevent Israel from going into Rafah, which was the last enclave in Gaza, which the Israel Defense Forces hadn't yet taken, and where the last fully operational brigade of Hamas's armed forces, its army, was located. And what has happened in the last few months, despite the predictions of doom and gloom and mass casualties and horror, the IDF went in there methodically, having learned a lot of the lessons from the early months of the war, and therefore was able to convincingly and really decisively defeat Hamas's forces there, killing and capturing so many of them, knocking out a lot of their enclaves in the tunnels, and basically making it no longer operational, which isn't to say that there aren't some scattered groups hiding in tunnels and seeking to escape elsewhere, but as an armed force, it's finished. And this was accomplished without the mass casualties, without the catastrophe and humanitarian catastrophe that was predicted. This is a triumph for the IDF, and it illustrates that Hamas can be defeated. It's not just an idea that can survive despite everything. It's terrorists can be killed, they can be captured, they can be rooted out of their holes, at a cost, but necessary if Israel is going to prevent more October 7th style massacres by this genocidal terrorist group.
And from one brigade to another here, the former commander of Hamas's Khan Yunis brigade apparently wrote to Yahya Sinwar and his brother, and he was pretty much begging for help, saying that only 25% of the brigade's fighters did remain. Now, Israel's defense minister Yoav Gallant saying that Israel gathered that information from a document that troops recovered prior to the death of that commander in an Israeli airstrike back in July. So my question for you here overall is, how big of a dent does this make? Because we're talking, of course, about the Rafah brigade, but then we're also talking that the Khan Yunis brigade has been kind of dwindled down as well.
Yeah, I think Hamas's armed forces haven't just been decimated. They have been largely destroyed. Now, they are still operational in the sense as scattered guerrillas. They can pop up, they can, create havoc, intimidate the local Palestinian population, steal the food that is sent in there to aid the population. They haven't completely disappeared, but the notion that there was no way that Israel could accomplish any of this was a myth. And it shows that the IDF was not the sort of paper lion that was depicted in much of the the U.S. press in recent months, saying that the war had been a complete failure, that Hamas was largely untouched. That's just not true.
We heard from Israel's chief negotiator for hostages and missing persons, Gal Hirsch, who had mentioned proposing offering Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar safe passage out of Gaza in exchange for the 101 hostages that do remain there, taken, of course, on October 7th, nearly 1 year ago. Do you think that is a real possibility? Is that something that Israel would agree to?
I think if Hamas was prepared to release all of the remaining hostages, not just a few, not just sprinkled out over time, if they were willing to release all of them or all the bodies, because we don't really think that 101 people are still alive in their hands, then I think Israel would be prepared to grant Sinwar, his escape. I think they'd be willing to grant a lot in order to get that. But that's not on offer. Hamas has never agreed to anything like that. Sinwar hasn't agreed to anything like that. And the reason for that is clear. Hamas's strategy to win this war, in which they've really been, battered by Israel's armed forces, they no longer control any large area inside Gaza, has been to simply hold out for Sinwar to stay alive, stay out of Israeli hands, to hold on to some of the hostages, to have some people under arms, until the day when they hope the United States will force, as Vice President Harris said in the debate with Trump this week, to accept a ceasefire immediately. If they're still under arms in any numbers, if Sinwar is in Gaza and alive and free, unless at the time of a ceasefire, then Sinwar wins in his eyes. Hamas wins. That Israel will not have, even after nearly a year of warfare, to have completely eradicated them or prevented them from reconstituting themselves in time and taking the Gaza Strip back over. That is their strategy, to survive in any numbers, under any circumstances, until the West and the United States basically delivers Israel to them on a silver platter. That's always been their hope, and all of the demonstrations, all of the, the slurs and smears about Israel, all of the, press coverage claiming that Israel can't win, Hamas, can't be defeated. That's what they're all aiming at. That's what feeds that belief. So I, for one, believe that is why they have rejected all ceasefire offers, all of which have been quite generous, all of which, if they were really just looking for an escape and an end to the war and an end to the suffering of their own people, which they have maximized, they would have taken any number of those offers. So this latest idea of just, letting Sinwar out is not something that I believe they're likely to do, because that's not their objective. Sinwar's objective is not, to go to a comfortable exile in Qatar with the rest of the Hamas cutthroats. His idea is to remain in place on the day that the end of the war is forced on Israel. That will be a victory for Hamas. That will doom the Palestinians, quite frankly, to more generations of war, and doom any moderates, to the extent that there actually are any among the Palestinians, to defeat, because Hamas will then claim, we won, we are the true voice of the Palestinian people. That's why calls for an immediate ceasefire are so counterproductive for any hope of eventual peace.
On that same note, what's interesting is we did hear from the leader of Hamas, not Yahya Sinwar, but one of the other lesser leaders there, that Hamas is, quote, ready to implement the ceasefire deal that was brought forward several months ago by President Biden. We know that Netanyahu has said that he pretty much agrees to that as well. So if Hamas was really agreeing to that, wouldn't we have a deal reached by now?
Yeah, we would have had a deal reached months ago. But of course, that's not what they want, as I just said. They keep stringing this out because they know, and it's true within Israel, that the domestic opposition to Netanyahu, coupled with the concern for the remaining hostages, are willing to blame Netanyahu for the lack of peace, even though he agrees to these deals, and Hamas says no, because they can get at Netanyahu. He's vulnerable to them. There's nothing they can do to pressure Hamas, or they don't think. Now, the United States has ways of pressuring Hamas, because the United States can pressure Hamas's friends and enablers abroad, like Qatar, which is, sort of a treacherous U.S. partner at times. But he hasn't done that. All the pressure has been on Israel and Netanyahu to make concessions to end the war, when the only way to end the war is forcing Hamas to admit defeat. And that they're not willing to do yet, as long as even a few of them are left alive. And that's the problem. And that's why the hostages haven't been released. That's why the war continues, because Hamas believes it can fight until victory. And they interpret victory as the day that the United States forces a ceasefire on Israel.
It's been about a week since a Turkish-American protester there in the West Bank, who was protesting the Israeli settlements, was killed. And the IDF did investigate. They said that it was an accidental situation. Just a few days ago, President Biden came out with an official statement, and it pretty much said that he was outraged. He did use the term outrage there. Do you think that the death of that Turkish-American protester could potentially cause any issues between the U.S. and Israel as the war does reach the 1-year mark?
Well, I think it's just one more sort of club with which to beat Israel. Obviously, that was a tragic death. It was an accident. It wasn't intended. But when people place themselves in harm's way in the middle of armed conflict, the terrorism on the West Bank has been increasing because that's Hamas's strategy. They've tried, although they failed, to create a second front against Israel, in Judea and Samaria. Attacks on Jews in that area have increased. Violence, a lot of people, have been killed largely due to the fact that Hamas and its supporters are trying to step up the pressure on Israel to surrender. That doesn't mean that death was justified, as the Israelis said. It was an accident. But let's understand what happened here. It wasn't as if they targeted this person and sought them out. That person sought out conflict and tragically, got, as happens sometimes to journalists, members of our profession, we go in harm's way, and sometimes, whether intended or not, when you go where the bullets are flying, sometimes the bullets hit you, because that's where the news is. If you're a protester, if you're someone who's an enemy of Israel and trying to create, a confrontation, the same consequences can happen. That doesn't mean, it is not to be regretted, and that wasn't, a mistake. But that's what happens when you stick yourself in the middle of an armed conflict.
And before I let you go here, I do want to talk about the fact that we are approaching the 1-year mark of the attack on October 7th by Hamas on Israel that led to the Gaza war here. When all of this did happen on October 7th, did you think that a year later, this is where we'd be?
Well, I can't say that I did. I don't know that anybody could have predicted the course of the war. I did not think it would be over in a few days or a few weeks. I knew that it would be a long, laborious process to root Hamas out, because that was the objective. Hamas had spent 16 years digging itself into Gaza, created a tunnel system larger than the New York subway system, in which it hid itself, hostages, arms, leaving civilians to face the brunt of the war. But I did not think it would take this long, and largely because I did not anticipate, probably, like a lot of people, we can't predict the future, that the efforts of the United States government, to sort of hamstring Israel's forces, to prevent it from going all out immediately and acting swiftly, would place such obstacles in the IDF's way. I also perhaps underestimated the difficulties that the IDF itself had, and this is a sort of a subject for postmortems within Israel and within the Israeli army itself. I don't think they were prepared for this kind of war, even though this was an obvious possible scenario that they had to face. I don't think they were at all prepared. I think it took them months to figure out how best to fight it. And as we began talking about its success in Rafah, this is the opposite of sort of what happened in the opening weeks of its offensive to get Gaza. They had to learn, as armies often do. Think of American history, about the American army in World War II and other conflicts. It often takes more than a couple of battles for an army to figure out how to fight successfully. I think the IDF was unprepared, just as it was unprepared for the surprise attack on October 7th, which was a disgrace. I think it was unprepared for this kind of war. It's now gotten better at it, and I think we've seen that success. But this is the situation that this is for future historians to unravel. But I think that's partly the reason why it's taken so long. U.S. pressure, foreign pressure on Israel and on Netanyahu, as well as the IDF's own learning curve.
All right. Jonathan Tobin, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down the latest. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I think that the bottom line here is that efforts to pressure Israel to stop the war immediately, to focus on, with false charges of genocide, have just prolonged the war, prolonged the suffering for all peoples in the Middle East. The only way to end that suffering is to get rid of Hamas, as I said, a genocidal terrorist movement that is dedicated to, continuing Palestinian suffering in order to achieve its goal, its goal of destroying Israel and the genocide of Israelis. The more Israel is allowed to fight this war and fight it to a finish, the sooner the suffering will end.
All right, Jonathan, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, my colleague Josh Breslow there, as he does break down the latest in the Middle East for us. We do have a live event that we want to give you a live picture of. We actually have two different cameras here, but we wanted to show you this one first. President Biden, he's set to deliver remarks at a brunch in celebration of Black excellence, and Vice President Kamala Harris is also set to attend. That is the south lawn of the White House. And we also did want to give you just another look. You can see they are starting to set up. This was supposed to start around noon, but you can see it's starting a little bit late, as these things do, but we are going to keep an eye on that for you. Another live event that is set to start soon here is former President Donald Trump is set to speak at his golf club in Los Angeles. That is also set to start hopefully here soon, so we're hoping to get some live events going for you in just a little bit. But for right now, we are going to take our first 2-minute break of the hour. We will be right back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you out live to Washington, D.C. as Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden are set to host this Black Excellence Brunch, and it looks like it is kicking off right now. So let's turn up the sound and listen in. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were just listening to some music as this is the kickoff of the White House hosting a Black Excellence Brunch. It appears they are in between speakers or they are just waiting for some more music to start. We are not sure, but President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are set to host this. And oh, it looks like something is happening. Looks like they may be coming out. So let's turn back up the sound and listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's hard to follow a performance like that. The St. Augustine Gospel Choir. Let's give it up one more time. They were amazing. I'm feeling really inspired today. Just look around. There's so much black excellence here today. Give it up. Just think about it. Hundreds of black leaders on the South Lawn of the White House who exemplify black excellence. And it's because we have a president who wanted to bring us all together to lift up our accomplishments. So, you know, I think we probably should do this every month. What do you guys think? I'll talk to the boss about that one. So we're all here because we have a president and a vice president who have proven that they are committed to investing in the future of black communities. This administration has done the work. President Biden, Vice President Harris didn't talk the talk, they walked the walk. But I want to take a moment to talk about the president that I know. As the first black, openly queer White House press secretary, and I gotta add, a proud Haitian American. For those who don't know, I can tell you that representation matters to him. Our voices matter to him. Our perspectives matter to him. And our success in our community matters to him. I want to share a quick story with you. Last year, I took a question in the briefing room from a young black girl who was visiting the White House to take questions for me in the briefing room, and it was Take Your Child to Work Day. I could tell she was a little nervous, but she quickly composed herself and asked her question. What's the most difficult part about my job? And told me that she was inspired or aspired to be in my shoes one day. This moment reinforced for me that representation matters. It matters to our kids and makes our nation stronger. Walking through the White House and having an office in the West Wing will never get old for me. It's truly the honor of a lifetime for me. But what really inspires me as a mom who is raising a young black girl is walking through the White House and seeing people who look like me, seeing people who look like us. We have some of those leaders right here today, and I'm going to shout them out. There's some of my favorite people here at the White House. Mayor Benjamin, Shalonda Young, Brenda Mallory, and Shawanza Goff. And that's just to name a few, guys. It's just to name a few. I'm just really proud, truly proud, to work for the most diverse administration in our nation's history. Because we know when we fill spaces that once kept us out, we can make progress. When we show up and make our voices heard, we make progress. And when we have a seat at the table, we make progress. And that progress under this administration is undeniable, folks. It is undeniable. Under President Biden and Vice President Harris's leadership, Black Americans are starting new businesses, creating jobs, buying homes, and pursuing educational opportunities at historic rates. This is a real progress worth celebrating. And that progress would not be possible without the contributions of the leaders that are here today. Trust me, President Biden and Vice President Harris understand our community, and they understand stakes for it. We have a president and a vice president who understand that when Black students succeed, our nation succeeds. We have a president and a vice president who know democracy only thrives when voting is protected and celebrated. We have a president and a vice president who have fought for criminal justice reform and are still fighting to ensure fair and impartial justice for all. And we have a president and a vice president who are committed to protecting Black history as American history. As President Biden said, our history is not just about the past. It's about the present. It's about our future. And whether or not that future includes us, all of us, not just some of us. So today we celebrate the historic achievements this president has accomplished alongside our community. And tomorrow we get back to work because we all know the most important thing, the vice president and the president knows this, there is more work to be done. Now, before you leave here today, before you leave the White House, we invite you to take a flower from your table to commemorate this very, very special day, this historic day. Thank you all.
We're just listening in as Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is speaking at a White House Black Excellence Brunch. Biden is set to speak as well, and Vice President Kamala Harris is also in attendance. Let's go away for a quick 2-minute break, and we'll bring that to you in just 2 minutes.
Hello, Madam Vice President. Hello, Madam Supreme Court Justice. In fact, even this stage today is filled with remarkable Black women. Speaking of that, let's bring out some more excellence to honor this moment. It is my pleasure to introduce the first Black woman to oversee the federal government's budget on behalf of the President, Director, all right, she got some fans in here, Director of Office, Management and Budget, Shalonda Young, actress, producer, my loved one, Marsai Martin, and with them, a man who needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and help me welcome the President of the United States of America.
Let's continue this Black Excellency Party. It's an honor to be with you today to celebrate. I'm Shalonda Young, for those of you who are not screaming my name. Mr. President, those are your Congressional Black Caucus members who, before I worked for you, I was with them for 15 years.
They know who doles out the money.
I'm the member of President Biden's cabinet, his budget director. The president likes to say I'm the money lady. I think you like to do this when you refer to me. And I'm the first Black woman to do it. I think that matters. And I want to thank the president personally. I don't think I ever have, for letting this little Black girl from Clinton, Louisiana, get to show that Black people deserve to be in all the spaces. So thank you so much. I'm also the fruit of generations who poured all they had into me. And most of you out there can say the same thing. And they taught me what Black excellency was, and it's how I was expected to live. Most importantly, I'm a mother of an almost 3-year-old, Miss Charlie, a young Black girl. And I hope even when she's a teenager, she rolls her eyes already. So pray for me. But teenage Charlie, I hope that she remembers walking through these halls and what that means and what is expected of her, and that she takes the Black excellence and she brings it to the next generation. The president likes to tell people, including me, especially me, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. Trust me, he means those words. He puts his money where his mouth is. When he talks about value, it's more than economic value of something. He sees the inherent dignity and value of people all around our country and the inherent excellence, which is why when I oversee the budget, I work to ensure that we invest in people and places that will ensure the next generation of Black excellence. I oversee a $7 trillion budget. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for trusting me. Now, I know $7 trillion sounds like a lot, but I want to explain how those investments look. It means that a small rural community like the one I grew up in Clinton, Louisiana, a town of under 2,000 people, that explains the accent, is finally seeing critical investments from their government, such as broadband internet. And I can tell you firsthand, I went home, Mr. President, and saw my almost 96-year-old grandmother who has internet in Clinton, Louisiana. We couldn't figure out the password because she couldn't remember it. But it's there when somebody can remember what it is to reset it. And believe it or not, in 2024, this president and vice president are still fighting to make sure people have adequate sewer and water infrastructure. It means that this administration can ensure that the government show up in places that have been left behind. For Black Americans and communities, this also means historic federal investments in our HBCUs, new economic opportunities and good paying jobs in Black communities, and lower healthcare and childcare costs. Let me tell you, I get that. Because we know what it means when a family gets a slot to a Head Start program. It means parents have the room to invest in their children and see their dreams come to life. What do you say, Mr. President? People just want a little breathing room. That's what he's led us to focus on. That's what budgets are about. As a point of personal privilege, I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud to work for President Biden, Vice President Harris, who have fought relentlessly to create opportunity, advance equity, and fight for families. As a short example of the importance of family first by the President, last summer, I was on my last leg doing a little deal around the debt ceiling, Mr. President. One afternoon, I was in a meeting with you, and at this point, I've gone weeks without spending much time with the kid. I had no laundry, and I was hanging on literally by a thread. The meeting was going a little long, but I knew I needed to sneak out to get my child from daycare because they charge $5 a minute if you are late. And that $7 trillion is a US government budget, not my personal budget, so every minute counts. So I started to back up quietly, and you go, "Where you going?" And I said, "Well, I guess now I'm going to go call somebody to pick up Charlie." And without skipping a beat, you said, "Well, bring over here." My mind immediately went to the damage I knew my child would do to the Resolute desk. So I did not take you up on that offer, but I could not do this job if you didn't tell all of us, if it's about your family, go home. The President's graciousness and understanding in that moment was incredibly important to me as a mother. And the reason I'm able to do this job is because this President and this Vice President put family first. With your help, we have made historic gains, and the future looks good. I look forward to accomplishing more together. We have lots of work to do. And now it's my great, great honor to introduce someone I've been watching since you were wee high, to introduce award-winning actress and producer Marsai Martin. It sure does.
Oh.
See what I'm trying to mention?
Hey, y'all. Hi, Anthony. Look where we are. Oh, my gosh. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here at the White House for the celebration of Black excellence. I see so many faces in the audience that I have admired and respected. So hi, Kyla. Hi, we got Kyla Bradtap with the Brown in the house. Oh my goodness. And I have to start by thanking President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden for the warm invitation to this historic occasion. And yeah, I'm Marsai Martin, and I've been an actor since I was the age of 5. A lot of you may remember me as Diane from Blackish, where I was 9 years old when I joined that show. And man, 10 years later, over 10 years since I'm now 20, it's safe to say that that role has been a huge part of my life and my journey into adulthood. But listen, as I grew, I also realized that my voice wasn't just valuable in front of the camera, but behind it as well. At the age of 10, I sat alongside my parents, who are also in the building, Joshua and Carol Martin. I don't know where they are. Shout out to them. We all pitched my first feature film to Universal at 13. At 13, I became the youngest executive producer in Hollywood history with my film, and that was a pivotal moment for me. It was a moment that I truly realized that I had the responsibility to be a role model and advocate for change, creating stories that represent us, our culture, and our excellence. And that movie in particular is a movie about a leader who goes back and learns from her younger self and decides to change her character flaws. Luckily for all of us, the leaders of our country, President Biden and Vice President Harris, have led with the right character of values throughout their careers. President Biden was the youngest guy in the Senate when he won his seat at the age of 29. And for over 50 years, he has devoted his life to public service, the American people, and civil rights. One of the projects I'm most proud of the latest, is Say Summer Cookout, which is a festival I created to bring together HBCU students, artists, and creators. And it's not just about having a good time, because we do that at the cookout, but it's more about celebrating Black excellence and building a legacy. And Vice President Kamala Harris, a proud HBCU graduate, knows a thing or two about that, so go Bisons. The Biden and Harris administration has also invested $18 billion into HBCUs and young Black people. $18 billion with a B, y'all. Showing a real commitment to our future leaders. And while I'm proud of my work, my family and my friends mean everything to me. They've been my backbone, always reminding me to take care of myself, both mentally and physically. And that's something I really appreciate about the Biden and Harris administration as well. They've been champions for reproductive rights, ensuring that we all are taken care of in every single way. And on a personal note, I've had my own health challenges, like when I had my surgery for an ovarian cyst. Knowing we all have leaders who care about making healthcare accessible and protecting our rights is something that brings me comfort. It's that kind of leadership that ensures that the next generation of Black women like me and like all of us can thrive. And to the parents here today, I want to speak directly to y'all. I was once that young girl from Dallas, Texas, D-Town, Texas in the house. I was once that young girl with dreams that felt bigger than life itself. And I know how much it matters to parents who believe in those dreams. And no matter how impossible they might seem, my parents have always believed in me. Whew. My parents have always believed in me. When I said I wanted to start a production company at 13, and that belief and their support and that love has carried me through every challenge I have faced so far. So to the parents raising young Black girls and boys with big ambitions, please, please keep supporting them and pushing them forward, because they're the future leaders. They are the future leaders we are looking to. Black excellence isn't just something we celebrate today. It's something we live every day by creating spaces, opportunities, and legacies that will last for generations. And I'm so proud to be a part of this movement. And I'm excited to see where we're headed next. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce the President of the United States, Joseph Biden.
Good afternoon, and welcome. Welcome to the first ever White House brunch in celebration of Black excellence. Thank you. Marsai, thank you for that introduction. You just shared something that so many of us can relate to. My dad taught me, and I mean this, my sister was here earlier today. Our dad taught us that family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. It's everything. And thank you to all the participants of St. Augustine Gospel Choir. Are they still here? Give them a round of applause. They've been with me. They've been with me since I was vice president. Trell Thomas, thank you for creating space for fellowship and community, kid. Grammy Award-winning singer Monica Hu will perform shortly, I might add. I want to thank you for our renowned chef, Kwame, and the amazing food you're eating. I hope you got to eat it, or will eat it. And thank you, Shalon and Karine, for part of the most diverse administration in American history that taps into the full talents of our nation. I made a commitment my administration would look like America, and it does. I want to take a moment to say something like so many Americans like Karine, as he pointed out, a proud Haitian American, community that's under attack in our country right now. Simply wrong. There's no place in America. This has to stop what he's doing. It has to stop. And thank you all for being here in this historic day. Today, we recognize that this nation would not exist, and this is literal, without the blood, sweat, and tears, without the determination, dreams, and contributions of Black Americans. That's a fact. This place wouldn't exist. It's a fitting event during this fantastic Congressional Black Caucus Week. All the members of the Black Caucus that are here today, stand up. I want to see you all. Come on. They're the best. I wanted to host this lunch for a few reasons. First, to show my personal gratitude. Growing up, I'd walk into the kitchen of my grandpa's house in Scranton, and he and the adults would be having a conversation about what's going on in the neighborhood, what's going on in the world. And they'd let me sit down. I got involved in public life because of civil rights when I moved from Scranton to Delaware, which was segregated by law. Throughout my career, I'd attend morning mass at my Catholic church and then attend Sunday services at the AME Church in Wilmington, planning the desegregation efforts in my state that had been segregated by law. You know, I'd be home for our own Sunday dinners. Those conversations, those sermons, shaped who I became. The bottom line is, the Black community has always had my back, and I've always had yours. So thank you for all you've taught me. Thank you for all the love you've extended to me. I also want to host this brunch because we have progress to celebrate. Together, we're making the most significant investment in Black America in all of American history. We've centered racial equity as the center of everything we do. With your help, in just 3.5 years, we've created over 2 million new Black jobs for Black Americans and Black. By the way, the next Black job to be filled is as President of the United States of America. All right, watch me. We have the lowest Black unemployment rate on record. More Black Americans have health care than any time in history. Historic $18 billion to HBCUs. Everybody said, why am I doing that? Anyone in an HBCU is qualified to do anything we need to be done in America, but you don't have the endowments. They don't have the laboratories. They don't have all the. Now they do. More than 4 million people receive student debt relief under my plan, a significant number of whom are Black borrowers. The racial wealth gap is the smallest in 20 years, removing poisonous lead pipes in every American pipe in America, lead pipes, so people can drink clean water without brain damage. We're delivering high-speed, affordable internet to every American, which today is as essential as electricity was when FDR delivered it in his term. On this very lawn, in front of the White House built by enslaved people, we hosted the first ever Juneteenth concert after I made Juneteenth a federal holiday. And on this lawn, we celebrated the first Black woman appointed to the United States Supreme Court, a best decision I made, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And today, we're on a long line of patriots throughout our history, who made the promise of America real for all Americans. All of you has pushed us forward to be a country that we say we are. We say we're a country that values freedom, justice, equality, and dignity for all. Today, we honor this simple truth. Black history is American history. Black excellence is American excellence. And folks, we don't erase history like others are trying to. We make history. I know it because I've seen it. I've been vice president of the first Black president in American history, a president to the first Black vice president. and God willing, the first female black president in American history. Kamala wanted to be here today, but she's traveling. She couldn't be here. But she's always there with us. We'll always be there for her. On this day, we celebrate Black excellence. Let us remember, history is in our hands. It's literally in our hands. The power to drive positive change is in our hands. Future is in our hands. It really is. If you go to my Oval Office, you see I have a whole wall on both sides of Frederick Douglass about paintings of Frederick Douglass. He said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. Well, Lord knows we've been struggling, but there's been progress, and there's excellence, and that's all of you. We just have to remember who we are. We keep forgetting we're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity, nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I'm hosting a second consequential event today at the White House. The Prime Minister of Great Britain asked if he'd come and see me. He's on his way here, and I'm going to be seeing him shortly. So I'm not going to be able to stick around with you a long time. But I want to say, God bless you all. We're changing America for all Americans, not just Black Americans, for all Americans, for Hispanic Americans, for all Americans. Folks, this is who we are. Just remember, I get so tired of the other guy talking about we're a failing nation. We are the greatest nation in the history of the world. That's a fact. And you're making it greater, and there's nothing going to stop us. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the day.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here as we took in this White House event celebrating Black excellence in America for this brunch. And as you can see, just going to color bars right there. But we will take our final break of the hour, everyone. And we are also monitoring out in California, in Kamala Harris's home state. Donald Trump will be doing a news conference. So we are waiting for that to happen. When it does, of course, we've got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, we are going to be talking about Justin Timberlake was in court earlier today. We'll have the latest for you on that. He also spoke to the media. We'll have it all for you coming up in just 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. Here's what we have coming up for you just in moments. We'll be taking you out to California as soon as Donald Trump starts his news conference. There is a delay going on with that, so we'll be waiting for that to happen. It's about 55 minutes late. But next up, we want to go from California all the way to New York. And we want to bring you Justin Timberlake was in court. He took a plea deal on his DWI case. He spoke to the media after. We have it for you in full right here on Live Now from Fox.
So I don't know how many of you were in the courtroom and heard what I had to say in the courtroom, but I'll reiterate that and say this to you. Many of you have probably been covering me for a lot of my life. And as you may know, I try to hold myself to a very high standard for myself. And this was not that. This was not that. I found myself in a position where I could have made a different decision. But I've had some time to reflect on that. And I also understand by, the fact that all of you are here, that I have a platform, you have a platform, we share that platform. And so what I'd like to say to everyone watching and listening, even if you've had one drink, don't get behind the wheel of a car. There's so many alternatives. Call a friend, take an Uber. There's many travel apps. Still, take a taxi. This is a mistake that I made, but I'm hoping that whoever's watching and listening right now can learn from this mistake. I know that I certainly have. And like I said, even one drink, don't get behind the wheel of a car. I also said this in the courtroom before, but I grew up in a small town. So I can appreciate and understand the strain or unique nature that this must have been on the people of Sag Harbor. But I just want to say to everyone who's been involved, from everyone in the courtroom to everyone outside, including the police department, that I'm very grateful, and I thank them. And I guess in closing, I'd like to say we can all be more safe out there. And I'm gonna do my part. I hope that everyone else does their part. And thank you very much.
Those were the short comments there by Justin Timberlake and his attorneys following that plea deal. So what happened in court today in Sag Harbor? He agreed to plead guilty to driving while ability impaired, a lesser traffic violation. The DWI charge against him was dropped. So that is going to be the end of that case there in New York. Justin Timberlake's next concert is going to be September 28th in New Jersey. And with that, he also offered his advice, saying that if you had one drink, just don't get behind that wheel there. So speaking right after Justin Timberlake was some representatives from Mothers Against Drunk Driving. They were speaking and they were not happy with this plea deal. So let's bring you that right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's not uncommon for plea deals to occur in the justice system, especially when an offender takes responsibility. I was hesitant. I was cautious. This breaks my heart every single time I see another arrest. And the number of killings that we see on these roads today, But I believed him in the courtroom. I believe that he took a sincere effort, and I applaud him, and I am really grateful that there's at least 25 hours of community service, and I hope he chooses to do it in drunk driving awareness.
You felt really happy that the judge was like, this is not enough, we're going to add more on.
Absolutely.
He said retribution and rehabilitation, reflection, that's what I want to see.
We want to see a decrease of recidivism. We want to see that people that get into the car understand the gravity of their situation. And the whole point of our system is why we charge. Our choices have consequences, and we have to live by those. I have a lifetime consequence without my baby. And he's lucky that his consequence is just this today, where he has to stand up and do this for his children and do this for so many. I have, 12 years ago, he was skiing out in Montana with Jessica, and he met my father-in-law, Andrew's grandfather. And Andrew's grandfather said to him, oh, as they're taking off their skis, what do you kids do for a living? God bless my father-in-law, who didn't know who he was. And he goes, oh, I'm a musician. And my father-in-law beamed and said, oh, my grandchildren are musicians. And Andrew probably knows all about your music. So how interesting is it? And what I want to say to Justin is that Andrew can no longer sing and dance. He played ukulele and the guitar and did all these beautiful things. Andrew can no longer do those things. And I need Justin to sing for him. I need him to speak for him while he can't do that any longer. I'd like to believe that what I heard in that courtroom touched my heart. And only time will tell to see if he'll make an announcement at his concerts and ask people to get home safely. If he will do the things that you need to do to make a change. Because I didn't know what he would say. I didn't know if he would take responsibility.
Do you feel it was sincere?
Excuse me?
Do you feel he was sincere?
I do feel he was sincere. And I can only hope that his platform with everyone here will make a significant change, because all we want to do, when Andrew passed away, on his deathbed, I cried and I promised him that I would stop this from happening to anyone else. And I almost feel like I was failing, because our numbers had gone up. Here in New York State, we went up 42% in drunk driving fatalities in just a short period of time. But this gives me hope that maybe the next generation, they'll be the generation that ends drunk and impaired driving.
So the judge was criticizing the prosecutors for, reaching this sentence. They said it wasn't enough deterrent for, Timberlake and for other people watching this, right? What did you think of that? Like, did you think it was?
I was so proud of the judge today. I was really proud of him. And I'm really proud of our prosecution. Our DA's office has to do these kind of agreements all the time. I stand with the DA's office. I go to high schools with them and speak of choices and consequences, and we speak about these things. And so I can only hope that this will help make a huge change.
I know it was obviously very important for you to, be against drunk driving and say against drunk driving, but why was it important for you to be here today?
Because Justin has such a huge platform to the next generation. People listen to him. And we were joking on the way here, he sings his song Suit and Tie. How about Sober Ride? There is a ton of things that he can do with his songs and plays on his songs that will speak to this next generation. Let's bring sober back. And let's make sure that everyone gets home safe. 5 words I tell the kids when I go to the high schools: how are we getting home? And he spoke about that. Make a plan. And I want everyone out there to make a plan, because I don't want another sister or a family to have to go through what we did. Thank you so much.
And again, that's a representative from Mothers Against Drunk Driving speaking, and unfortunately lost her child right there, as you can see, and speaking to the media and hoping that Justin Timberlake will turn a new leaf and not only talk about sober living, but also talk a little bit more about getting a ride if you had too much to drink. So everyone, we are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. We are continuing to monitor. Soon, Donald Trump will have a news conference out in California. It is already delayed 65 minutes. When it happens, we'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the State Department briefing, given the very latest with everything that's going on in the crisis in Gaza. We'll have that and much more. Stay tuned. This Friday is starting to get busy.